being charged, not just saying, okay, you're the licensee, do whatever you want. They will follow you. You'll have KPIs. You will have things to do in order to make it happen. Moreover, club owners, they understand the value of selling tickets, selling merchandise. And they will be in charge to do a campaign before the season, pre-sales and so on, to fill up the stadium sold out. You go to any stadium around Europe, you go to any stadium around the US, football, basketball, American football, doesn't matter. The stadiums are fully sold out for the season. People are buying membership for the whole season, and this is it. You don't even need to open the cashier at each one of the matches because the match is sold out in advance. So this is something that needs to be done here by the club owners. They need to understand Lagos is relatively a small stadium. Go to Akwa Ibom. It's an amazing stadium. It's so nice, but it's empty. So when a club owner can fill it up with 20,000 people, 10,000 people, each one will pay, I don't know, even if it's 500 naira, which is an affordable amount, it will bring him income. This is it.
Okay, so there's something we've spoken about a lot in recent times on this program, and that's community relations, how to build communities as a foundation for clubs to thrive. So we're going to look at two things. The club should build a foundation, because that foundation, as you have said, is what then drives the property when you want to go outside of your environment. For instance, if a man in England is watching a football match in Nigeria, there are 300 people in a 5,000 stadium. He asks the question that you asked, just not long ago when you're talking about it. What's going on here? Is this game not interesting? What sort of product is this? So if you win the fans and there's a packed stadium, they feel the energy, they feel the interest, they feel like this is something that they should be a part of. Do you understand? So we've been talking about that, and I think personally that clubs have to go out into the communities, bring in young people to come and maybe play in their youth teams or do some awareness, some social cause or something, so that you feel like this is not just a club, it is our club. But having said that, Asha, what about the league itself? What sort of promotion should the league do? The storytelling around the league cannot be driven by individual clubs. The big picture of the league, the Oriental Derby story, for instance, was not told by just Rangers. Rangers participated, Enyimba participated, but then on the larger scope, we saw that, the media participated big time, talking about these two big Eastern teams. So it cannot just be the clubs. Who else is out there?
So first of all, I think at first it's the clubs.
Yeah.
If you're saying it's not just the clubs, it's not just the clubs, but it's like 80% the club. Why? Because the club has its own heritage. They have their own brand. They want to deliver their message. They want fans.
Yeah.
If I'm a club owner, I want to have fans for my club.
Yeah.
Okay? So I want to invest in my story, in my branding, to fill up the stadium. Even if you're telling me, okay, so we are weak on the marketing side. Doesn't matter. You're sitting in the middle of Nigeria. Just bring kids free of charge into the stadium to cheer up your team and tell them, okay, free entry, but cheer my team. They will come. It will create an ambience. This ambience that doesn't exist today.
Yeah.
Okay, you will have 20 people with trumpets and tam-tam, and this is it. So this is, I think, 80%. It's the club owners that they need to tell their story.
Asha, let me give you an example. In the 70s, when ESPN took over the NBA rights, the stadiums were empty as well. Do you get? And sponsorship was low for the NBA because, in fact, as a matter of fact, at that time, collegiate basketball had more sponsorship than the NBA. But what did ESPN do? ESPN was the broadcaster. ESPN came up with incentives to fill the stadium because they didn't want to film against the backdrop. That was the broadcaster that was in the clubs. You know, I'm not saying that the clubs don't have a big role to play. I'm just saying that this is not a situation where we say, oh, you guys do your bit and then let everybody do theirs. It's a coming together of different competencies and different interests to drive this thing. What do you think?
I think it's a mindset, okay? Me as a broadcaster, and we are the streaming service alongside with Propel of the MPFL, I cannot go to the stadium and fill it up. I cannot go to the stadium and say, guys, I brought with me 5,000 kids, let them enter free of charge. Because the club owner, or I don't know whom, will ask, what about the cleaning, what about the security, what about... So we cannot fill it up. We can work with them. We should work with them, okay? We should do our part. I'm not saying it's just on them, but it's 80% on them, okay? I cannot tell the story of the club. I cannot build the heritage of the club. I can assist him. I can deliver his message. They can build the brand through our medium. And this we are here. Any club that is coming to us and any club that will come to us, we will deliver their message free of charge. It's not even something that we want to charge money for. Any PR message, any publicity, whatever they want to do in order to push this product, we are there for them, okay? So we are not looking for an income from the clubs, because by the end of the day, we want to build this product. It should be an amazing product, okay? So this is my view on the subject. And by the end of the day, the management of the league needs to come also to club owners with KPIs and to tell them, look, you need to invest at least X amount of money every month on your marketing. And if your stadium is not full, you're getting penalized or something, or you're not getting the full allocation from the league. You have KPIs, your club, your stadium needs to be full. This is it. If it would have been in a country with 1 million people, very difficult to fill up the stadium. Different story. Nigeria, 200 million people. We have people everywhere, kids everywhere. To fill up the stadium, it's not even a question of quantity. You just need to bring them in. Once you send the message that to come into the stadium, even if you pay 100 naira, even if it's free of charge, just to create this ambience, people will come. So this is it. So this is club owners that needs to drive it. The management of the league needs to set for them KPIs, and we need to deliver the message, and this is what we're speaking. This is delivering the message.
You know, here's one of the things that I find funny about Nigerian football today. You know, I do not know. I hope you, if you're listening to this program and you're a club owner, you've heard, you know, what we have talked about so far. There is not a Nigerian club that I know that has a marketing director, not one. And in the role of marketing is about, you know, engaging with your publics, you know, winning new fans, retaining the fans, finding out what the fans' interests are, serving the fans what they need, you know. You can't get, you know, often I find that clubs hire media men to do that. That's not the function of a media man. It's like asking a marketing person to go and be a journalist. They're two completely different fields. The marketing man, the marketing discipline, is about, you know, it's a business philosophy that makes you see your entire business operations from the point of view of the customer. So if you have if you have a director of marketing, for instance, all he's looking at doing is looking at the numbers today and how to grow the numbers tomorrow, and you know how to, like he said, achieve your KPIs. All right. Even the league doesn't have a marketing director. Who builds the brands at the league level? Who builds the brands at the club level? You know, it's not just we know what we want to be. This thing requires technique, and it's technique that some people spend a lifetime acquiring. All right. We're going to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to be speaking more about the broadcast media and what needs to be done to make the MPFL a success next season. So don't go away. When we return, the business continues. You're welcome back to Sports Business with Olufo Ezaga. You're watching the program live from our studios in Lagos, and the station is Plus TV Africa. We reach about 30 million viewers across the world. Sorry, we reach about 12 million viewers across 30 countries around the world, all right? In the studio with me is Mr. Asha Thierry Alon. He's the CEO of Africa Sport Network. And we're discussing the MPFL, we're discussing the broadcast media, and we're talking about all things nice about the MPFL and not so nice about the MPFL. We have talked about one season that he's been here, and in this one season, you know, we have seen the league grow. Not because of him primarily, but we're saying that over the last 2 years, two and a half years, following the entrance of GTI Asset Management and Trust Limited, the investment banking firm that has provided financial structure for the league, things have started to pick up. You know, the games are being played regularly. Penalties are being meted out swiftly. The NFF and the MPFL have been also big in what has happened so far. We haven't had real controversies. And so it feels like there's some synchronization in what's going on between GTI, NFF, and the MPFL. So much is still to be expected from this trial. And you know, you get a sense, if you follow the league last year, that Nigerians are beginning to wake up to their football. And this is a good thing, because now it feels like the MPFL is on track to achieving its monumental potential. All right? So Asha, next season, perhaps before we just talk about next season, let's address one little the elephant in the room. And Asha, this is really about, you know, the over the last 30 years or so, the last 3 decades, we have really been impacted by the popularity of the English game, of the European game in Nigeria. Do you understand? So you see small boys in Nigeria. When I was growing up, we only knew about our clubs and about our players. You know, it wasn't that the English league was not on television, but we weren't watching it. You know, we're watching our league and our clubs. You know, all of that has died. The entrance of cable television has opened fans to, you know, better packaged leagues around the world. You know, how do we get back? How do we get back there? I mean, what do we need to do, you think? Because without fans, there's no sports business anywhere in the world. How do we win back the fans?
Digitizing. Easy. So first of all, the work that we are doing alongside with the Propel to create platforms that allow the viewers to watch the match. That's already something that didn't existed in the previous seasons. And once I can watch the match, it creates interest, okay? If you see how many people watch the first match day number 1, and how many people watch match day 38, you see a very nice rise, and you understand that the product is building itself. Have we met the potential? We are very far from meeting the potential, especially in a country of that size, especially also with the diaspora that is that size. But this is exactly what we are doing. And first of all, is allowing the product to be available and affordable. So you don't need to pay a hefty price of a monthly subscription to watch your favorite club and your neighborhood club and so on. And this is phase number 1. Phase number 2, this conversation and other medias that will speak about it more and will make the people know that this streaming exists, because as much as we invest in marketing, we can't reach everybody. And I might invest in 5 campaigns, half of the country might not see it because they are watching and listening to the radio that we haven't heard of or we are not communicating with. So the more the media will speak about, the more crowd will join, and this is exactly it. It's a game of numbers. It's a game of participation. And the fact that we're speaking about it and us working and marketing it, and Propel Sport are marketing it, and GTI are doing their work as well. And slowly you see this cake rising. That's exactly the process.
Okay, what you guys are doing would help him bring in some money into the league. Unfortunately, Basil couldn't join because of a very important issue. We would have wanted to know about the numbers. What sort of income or revenues have you guys generated in the course of the season, and how that because your income would determine to what extent we can feel that next season is going to be either better or poorer. All right, but let's talk about next season.
So I'll tell you first of all about income. The income of this season is irrelevant to the investment of upcoming season.
Okay.
Upcoming seasons, the investment plan is being concluded already. The funds exist already. It doesn't matter if we made $1,000 or $1 million from this season. It doesn't really matter, because the investment for the upcoming season has been set already.
Is this speaking as ASN or speaking as
Look, I cannot speak on the name of Propel Sport, or even though that Propel Sport are part owners of ASN, so they're shareholders, and we work closely. We speak many times every week in order to see how we are building a better product, a more robust product for the upcoming season, and bringing more solutions and more, you name it, more publicity, more payment options, better network, better commentaries. Everything that we can improve will be improved. Everything that is good, we will maintain its level. So this is the whole idea of getting better towards the upcoming season, and we are bringing many more solutions for the Nigerians in Nigeria, for the Nigerians in the diaspora, for them to be able to purchase it more easily, for them to be able to pay it more easily, for the people in Nigeria to buy it in a very, very affordable way, even more affordable than the season that just ended, and allowing also the Nigerians and the African in the African countries, not just the ones in the diaspora across the sea, the ones that are living in the neighboring countries, to be able to watch it and to pay with their own local currencies. So there is endless work around it. Many people are working towards it. This league should start towards end of August, early September. So we have 2 months of very hard work, and we are on it.
Okay. One of the things you guys have to do in the new season, or you let down a lot of fans, is getting your slow-mos right. Getting your maybe more than one angle right, so that in moments of controversies, people can actually see that, okay, this is what happened from different angles. That's number one. Number two, if a fantastic goal is scored, I want to see it again and again and again if I can during the match. That's something that didn't make your coverage of the first season very exciting. Do you feel like next season is going to be better?
True. So this is, we watch the matches ourselves, and I sit sometimes for hours during the night or weekends, and I watch the matches that we are broadcasting to see what we can do better, and definitely reruns, highlights. It's something that we need to work on. We are working on that, okay? We have a solution that we are testing at the moment. Production side is more on Propel side, okay? But I know that Basil is working on that day and night to make our product much more interesting, much more advanced, to have multiple angles, depends sometimes on technology. We might have that as well. Maybe have better zooms, reruns and highlights. This I can tell you, you'll find it in the upcoming season. So it will be much more interesting. If you missed it, you'll be able to watch. If you missed the moment, you'll be able to watch it again and again and again. And after the match, you'll have highlights that will be pushed automatically. Things are, we are taking all the solutions that we can find, all the technological solutions that we can find, and we are implementing them. So if I'm watching the solution or our product 10 weeks ago and 10 weeks from now, it will not be the same product. It will be the same league, more different teams sometimes, but you'll definitely have a better product. Even if you see it towards the end of the seasons, towards the end of the season, the last match days, you saw the quality, it was better than at the start. So you see that we are improving on any factor, the cameras, the network, the people behind, the technology that is doing the studio technology. So everything that we can improve, we are working on that. It's an endless work, because we might implement the technology today that tomorrow will be an obsolete technology, and then we need to re-implement a new one. We are not stopping at any moment. We are doing any integration that we can, and our teams at the moment, I think that at the moment our teams are doing roughly like 7 different integration of various technologies to have for the upcoming seasons to be ready, let's say for 1st of August, so that Mr. and Madame fans will be able to say, okay, it was worthwhile to pay this affordable price, it was worth it.
Okay, so do you have anything like a figure that you guys see yourselves as contributing to the pulse of the league maybe next season?
In figure, in terms of what?
Yeah, in terms of, I mean, look, this is not freebies. Yeah, if you're going to this season, I don't know what you made and how much you contributed to the MPFL. Because I understand your agreement is profit sharing. Is that the case?
So the agreement of Propel with the league is not something that is part of ASN.
Yeah.
So we have a separate agreement with Propel Sport, and as I said, Propel Sport are part shareholders in Africa Sport Network.
Yeah.
Whatever they did as an agreement, even before we started working together, and we started working thanks to you, because you connected us with Basil back last year. So I cannot comment on that. However, I can say that the investment that was done in this season was a very heavy investment from both of us, Propel Sport and Africa Sport Network. A very heavy investment because it was a long-term one. If we would balance it on one season, I would say it wasn't worthwhile, because it didn't bring the money back, okay? However, if you look at it as a 5-year investment, 4 years investment, that makes sense, because it will bring back the revenue that everybody are dreaming about. This revenue eventually will come with lots of hard work between us, the management of the league, Propel, and the club owners and the media.
Okay. I'm happy you said publicly that I played a part in connecting both of you.
Yes, definitely.
So I'm going to be sending my invoice to him later. Anyway, so how do you think that clubs can boost revenues for the new season? Because a lot of our clubs are still government-owned clubs, But even incidentally, one of the best performing clubs last season, if not the best performing club, was Rangers International, Enugu Rangers, and they're a government club. They got shirt sponsorships, they got all kind, they got better match day revenues and the like. They got good partnerships. What would you say that our clubs should do that will make them depend less on their government or their core investors and make some money?
So first of all, where I'm coming from, and if you look at the Western countries, clubs are not owned by the government.
Yeah.
Not by states, not by federal government. I think it's a mistake, personally speaking. I think that the funds of the state should be invested in the general population and not in creating a football club that will be a toy of, for the fans. Having said that, a club, doesn't matter who is the owner, okay? A club needs to invest in its heritage, in creating its story, okay? Once you have a story, people can follow it. People can understand what the club wants, where the club is aiming to go, what's the investment plan, how do we bring the grassroots into the stadium as players and as fans. Okay, not everybody can be players, but everybody can be fans. So a club should invest in its branding, in creating its heritage, and then to bring fans into the stadium. Once they are there, they need to invest in bringing sponsors. A club owner, I know the club owners, some of them have a limited pocket. They have limited means. They cannot finance to the roof, okay? But they can approach the big brands of Nigeria, and thank God we have many big brands around, to come and support. And the amounts are not crazy, okay? And the big brands, they can afford it. At the moment, the big brands don't afford it because for them the product is not interesting enough, okay? Even if you're coming to tell them, come and sponsor the matches, so, it's still not there, okay? You might have one or two brands that understood the value, but all the others at the moment, they are still sitting on the fence, okay? So once this product will be built, and then they will see a full stadium, they will join the party. Then once they will join the party, it will allow the club owner to monetize and to have fresh money that is entering to the kitty. And if you're asking me, the government should sell those clubs and make them private and bring heavy businessmen to be club owners, and then they have a different mindset, okay? This is it.
You know, about brands, you know, not being hesitant in getting behind football. You know, sometimes I think that, look, Asha, if you don't take care of your market won't take care of you. All right? So sometimes you need to do things from the point of view of enlightened self-interest or self-preservation. So sports creates a lot of jobs. Football takes young people off the streets. It creates a more peaceful society, teaches people to understand rules, hard work, you know, and things like that. These are values that society needs. If the brands are waiting for some utopic product before they can start investing in our league, I think it's a mistake, because then the league doesn't fulfill its potential, and then the brands suffer the consequences. For instance, now there's high crime rates, you know, Nigerians are investing money, they should invest in these brands and buying foreign sports products and all of that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So sometimes you don't need to wait until the product is right. Sometimes you need to be a part of building the right product, so that you know that when you do that, you're taking care of society, you're making society wealthier, and then society repays that by patronizing whatever it is that you have to sell. Asha, we have to start bringing this home, you know. And your ASN, Africa Sport Network, what more can we expect from you guys? You know, I see that you have a website, which is maybe your biggest, maybe the platform through which you engage with the public today. Do you have any plans to do radio, to do TV? You know, do you have any, to promote more? Do you have any such plans?
So we have very big plans. And if you look at our website at the moment, you understand that apart from being a sports news website, it's a sports streaming platform. Okay? And our plan is not to be a radio, not to be a TV, but to be a streaming service.
Okay.
The biggest problem in Africa there is that even if you have a TV at home, in most cases you're not capable of paying the monthly subscription.
Subscriptions, yeah.
Even if you pay the monthly subscription, for 50% of the time you don't have power to switch on your TV. And if you need to consider whether I'll switch on the TV or I'll switch on the fan, in most cases it will be to switch on the fan than to switch on the TV. And then you'll watch the match on your phone. And this is it. We are a streaming platform, and that's where we are growing, okay? If you are speaking about ASN, so today we have rights for one league plus other products that we joined, and people will be aware and will get the declaration of that towards the new season. And we are aiming to have just more leagues. Imagine that today, we started as Nigeria as the first country. Look at us in 3-4 years from now, you will have a bouquet of 30, 40 African leagues, and then you can browse between the leagues, watch any match that you want. Everything will stay affordable. There's no plan, let's say, if today we are charging less than $3 per month, unlimited views, there's no plan to increase the price, even if you want to increase the number of leagues. So imagine that you can have 10 leagues, 20 leagues, 40 leagues, still in a price that is a fraction of any other operator around. And it's available all over the world. I can be a Nigerian and sit in New York and still watch my Nigerian league. I can be an Algerian or Egyptian person sitting in Europe and still watch my local league. And this is the whole idea. This is the new generation. TV eventually will go smaller and streaming will go bigger as long as it stays affordable. Okay? And this is what we are doing. And we are bringing amazing technologies, especially for our African market, to allow people to watch the match in fraction of costs.
Okay, so apart from football, do you have any plans for other sports in Nigeria, across Africa?
So we have plans for any sports that comes from Africa, and we have plans for any sports that come outside of Africa, so we can broadcast it to Africa. Okay, we have already, apart from the football leagues that we are speaking about, we have around 5 or 6 other segments of sport that we already engaged with, that we will already have exclusive rights all over Africa to broadcast in the upcoming season. And once we will promote our bouquet for the upcoming season, we'll sit here again and you will tell us that if we did a good job.
But these products that you're talking about, Asha, let me tell you straight away. You know, if these products you're talking about are not about promoting the domestic scene in this country, I'm not talking about them. Yeah. But I'll talk about all of those products that you have that promote sports in Nigeria, that promote the sports industry in Nigeria. That's what our focus is. Right? So we have a deal on that.
So we have a deal on that. I can give you a promise. Okay. So we are working to buy rights all over Africa. Okay. But we are working also to buy rights all over the world in order to allow us as African people that lives in Africa to watch sports from all over the world in an affordable price. It's not just about it's about what's going on here, but if I can enrich it by content from all over the world as an added value, free of charge, just watch it. Because you couldn't watch it earlier, it will promote the sport as well.
But here's the difference, Asha. If you give me a foreign product, I pay for it. Yeah. If I pay for it, the money is sucked out of my economy and to somebody else's economy.
I'm not saying you'll pay for it.
But what you're doing with MPFL, I like. You know why? Because somebody else pays for it overseas and it comes into my economy. That's why, and that's what this program is about, right? And so that's Our program for today has been a very enlightening session with Asha Thierry Allon, the CEO of Africa Sport Network. This is not his first time on this program, and this is most certainly not his last time going to be on this program. All right, Asha, thank you very much for honoring our invitation again, and I wish you all of the best. You have a lot of Nigerians working for you, I imagine. You didn't talk about that.
So let me tell you, we have only Nigerians working for us.
Working for you.
We don't have, we're a company without expats. I'm the only expat because I'm one of the shareholders, a small part, and I'm the CEO.
Yeah.
But all of our employees, 100%, are from Nigeria, including Nigerians that even left Nigeria to do their university across seas, and they stayed our employees. So all of our investment is done in the country, in the continent, and everything that we are doing is coming to promote the countries within the continent and the African content.
Okay. See why I love the man? He's doing stuff here. He's creating jobs here, creating wealth here. Anybody who's doing that, you have my platform to spread your message, all right? But don't expect me to give you a platform to sell the world to Nigeria. I'm looking for a platform to sell Nigeria to the world. On that note, I'd like to say thank you for viewing. Join us again next Tuesday, same station, same time, as we bring you the latest and yet another exciting package of sports business with Orufor Ezaga. Until we meet again next week, this is me, Orufor, saying be productive, be good, and stay safe.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not norm. And I'm a big risk taker, and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own, it's an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa Seven. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Essay Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Essay Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Hello and welcome to the news update. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. An unspecified number of people have been trapped as a 4-story building collapsed in Unity House, Area 11 by Inquiry Street in the Garki area of the Federal Capital Territory. The incident occurred on Monday night when occupants of the building were asleep. The Federal Capital Territory FCT Police Public Relations Officer SP Josephine Ade confirmed the incident on Tuesday. She said the 3 victims have been successfully rescued from the rubble, while search is still ongoing. The Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RCEC, has announced that the local government chairmanship and councillorship elections for the 2023 local government councils for the 23 local government councils in the state will hold on October 5, 2024. The chairman of the commission, retired Justice Adolphus Enebeli, made this known during a stakeholders meeting and unveiling of the 2024 election timetable guidelines at the commission's office in Port Harcourt. Justice Enebeli called on stakeholders to work with the commission to actualize the set goal of conducting credible elections.
I am here today to unveil the guidelines and timetable of activities for the 2024 local government elections. I humbly appeal to all politicians aspiring to contest for positions to do so in a simple and disciplined manner. You are expected to play by the rules. The guidelines are set for the good of all. They are not intended or skewed against any party or individual. We all have a collective responsibility to consolidate our national democratic view, to respect all stakeholders, to act with professionality, good ethics, and civility before, during, and after the election.
The RCEC boss appealed to political parties wishing to take part in the election to play by the rules to ensure a hitch-free process. Chairman of IPAC in Rivers State, Solsuema Osaro, emphasized that political parties are well represented in the Nigeria Bar Association NBA, youth groups, women, press, faith-based organizations, as well as other stakeholders, except for the All Progressives Congress, who refused to attend the meeting.
The exercise of the power conferred on the River State Independent Electoral Commission by the conference for the River State Independent Electoral Commission of Law, number 2 of 2018, and all other powers invested in that behalf, to provide guidelines to political parties, stipulating the rules and procedure for a ordinary campaign for the 2024 local government elections and any run-off, withdraw, and by-elections that may arise themselves, the Commission thereby makes the following rules and guidelines. 1. Local government council elections. There shall be local government council elections on Saturday, the 5th of October 2024, in all the 23 local government areas listed in column 2 of the table and first table of this provider, in which case one councillor shall be elected in each ward, 2, a chairman and vice chairman shall be elected for each of the local government areas.
Government councils expired on June 17, 2024, prompting Governor Siminalayi Fubara to appoint caretaker committees for the 23 local government areas. In the meantime, a High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has struck out a suit filed by Abuja-based lawyer Chidinma Udebwani, seeking to remove former chairman of the Body of Benches, Chief Wole Olanipekun, SAN, from office. Justice Anthony Ebong, who struck out the suit, held that the issue in dispute had already been overtaken by events, as Olanipekun had completed his term. He also noted that the plaintiff and her counsel had abandoned the case. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Chief Kanu Godwin Agabi, SAN, represented Olanipekun in the case. Justice Ebong struck out the suit following Agabi's application, citing the absence of the plaintiff and her counsel in court. The court agreed with Agabi that the plaintiff's absence strengthened the argument that the matter had become academic. Chidinma had filed the case at the FCT High Court Registry on August 2, 2022, asking the court to compel Olanipekun to vacate the office of chairman of the Body of Benches and to declare null and void the call to bar ceremony he presided over on July 27, 2022. The Nigerian Bar Association NBA Adamawa State Branch has inaugurated a new executive committee with Idi Ali Esquire assuming the role of chairman. The oath of office was administered on Monday by the Chief Judge of the state, Justice Hafsat Abdul Rahman. In his inaugural speech, Ali pledged to leverage the influence of the bar to ensure justice administration within the state. He expressed gratitude to Governor Amadu Umaru Fintiri for his support of the bar's activities. Justice Abdul Rahman, in her goodwill message, expressed confidence that the new committee led by Ali would elevate legal practice in the state to align with international best standards. This new leadership marks a significant step towards strengthening the judicial system in Adamawa State, focusing on the welfare of NBA members and the unwavering impartiality of the judiciary.
Elected executive committee, we are united in our resolve to unify the entire UNA bar, aiming to realize the vision of enhancing members' welfare, upholding the judiciary's independence, integrity, and impartiality, and furthering the rule of law.
Let me want to offer my warmest and most sincere congratulations to the new leadership of the bar and all who have played one role or the other in making this event a success. May this David member as one of the finest women of the bar.
In a bid to curb crime and criminality within the South-South region, security agencies have collaborated with the Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Services to rid bandits, kidnappers, and armed robbers from the country's bushes and farms. The Deputy Commandant General of the Hunters and Forest Security Services, Adam Nwachukwu, who briefed newsmen in Port Harcourt, affirmed that they were working with the Nigerian police to fight crime. Nwachukwu said the essence of the event is to strengthen their operations and called on states and the federal government to advance their activities.
So if you call area the Commissioner of Police or even to the Commissioner, to DPO of different division, they will tell you how the efforts from Nigerian Hunter and Forest Security Services. We are not sleeping. The forest will make sure that all our forests, we are doing the needful. Well, the reason why we gather today is to make sure we address the issues bothering us and to relate a message to governors of South-South. The last time Mr. President gave the directive or an advice that the governors of South-South should arm and empower hunters to secure the forest. In the South, we only have one governor, that's the Akwa Ibom State Governor, who has adhered to that advice. And we begin to wonder why some other governors, like Rivers State governors, Delta State governors, every other state governors in the South are not heeding to this advice. And they have not really invited us and see how they can co-opt Nigerian hunters in their state into function. That is why we gathered to discuss and see how we can push it relevantly to all governors to address them and inform them that this is the time. Let us empower us. We have done a lot already. The empowerment will make us to do more and even do the best. The forest is secured. We believe that the whole nations are secure.
The Hunters and Forest Security Services further emphasized that there will be no hiding place for criminals in the forest when there is effective collaboration and empowerment support from the state governors.
Encourage our synergy with the state police officers to achieve the essence of Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Service in all the states of the South-South.
A large ungoverned space, which is the forest and the bushes. And that's our core mandate, to make sure that we destabilize all the criminal elements in the forest and the bushes.
His Excellency Governor Basi Umoilo for recognizing Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Service in Akwa Ibom State. That is a sign of seriousness and acknowledgement.
The Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, in collaboration with the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, SPSP, said all is set to hold an annual international conference and General Assembly with the theme Community Engagement, Networking, Kinetic and Non-Kinetic Capabilities for Tackling Insecurity in Africa. The conference will explore diverse ways of engaging with civil communities and military roles to address lingering security challenges and building resilience and stability to tackle the root causes of insecurity and promote sustainable peace in the country and the African continent. This was contained in a statement issued by the Academy Public Relations Officer, Major Mohammed Maidawa, who said the conference is scheduled to be held from 1st to the 5th of July at the School of Postgraduate Nigeria Defense Academy, Old Side, Ribadu Cantonment, Kaduna. The special guest of honor to grace the occasion are Executive Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Ubasani, Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Umaru Zulum, and Chief of Defense Staff, General C.G. Musa. With us. We move to other parts of Africa. Turkey mediated talks between Somalia and Ethiopia on Monday to ease diplomatic tension between the two African neighbors, according to the Turkish Foreign Ministry. Foreign Minister of Ethiopia, Taye Aske Salesi, and his Somalian counterpart, Ahmed Moalim Fiki, had a candid and forward-looking exchange concerning the differences, facilitated by Turkey's Foreign Minister, Hakan Fidan. The tensions arose after Ethiopia signed a memorandum of understanding with the breakaway region of Somaliland in January, which Somalia condemned as a violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. The memorandum aimed to grant Ethiopia access to the sea through Somaliland in exchange of Ethiopia recognizing Somaliland as an independent country. The second round of discussions is scheduled in Ankara on September 2, as both countries reiterated their commitment to peacefully resolving their differences and expressed appreciation to Turkey for its facilitation and constructive contribution. And that's it on the news update. Thanks for watching.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs, startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. Then after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though, but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool. But I love it being, I was once a tomboy. That's when I learned barbing. And ever since then, I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, father actually wanted me to do something good. Wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, you know the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
A Wale Scott with all that talent doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to, when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day, because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's the talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, you have the right skills, you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, it becomes like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness. Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it, and I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that, no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in the same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the, what is it called? The bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. That's very kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are in university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, if you about a year, a year to be serve. So on serve that most of them want to send the federal, on serve the federal, and on can serve the state. Instead to the country, me one, síbẹ̀, on that will go on le. So I'm out quickly and fetch. Most of them want online business, non she. About one agency, our youth not quite in business dancing.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business, because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys on the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wife doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time that I got into drinking, because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget it, to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family. You can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the morning to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, Seth? As in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning? But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that there's no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made. And probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties. I like going out. What's up, Proja? Come on, let's go out. Let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were other factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo, in code, and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill. Yeah. But it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come, just like you said, not like white collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment at Jobberman, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million. Well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right? And place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we're upskilling, some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, change in the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people are building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself for what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have two interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, party planners, event managers celebrate Network for Growth. It was a time of networking, Thanksgiving and share fun when members of the Association of Professional Party Organizers and Event Managers of Nigeria converged in Lagos for the 3rd edition of Owambe tagged Funkified. The annual event brings stakeholders in the industry to unwind, reflect on past years and projects for the future. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all the beautiful moments. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Scintillating scenery, great music, energetic dancing, and magical moments. It is the 3rd edition of Owambe, simply put, Owambe 3.0. Tagged Funkified, stakeholders in the party planning and event management industry gather here for the sole reason to enjoy same great moments they give to their clients. Magic and sheer excitement encapsulate the ambient here. Members of the association with their kith and kin are treated to a lot of fun and sweet memories that will not go away in a hurry. So as the evening hits on, guests present are reminded of the journey so far.
Just to let loose and lose our own trains at some point.
It's a time for us to unwind, to taste what other people we have been giving to other people. So you can see us. It will soon be so groovy that you will enjoy the moment.
Event management has emerged over the past decade as a dynamic sector of the tourism and leisure industries. The number, diversity and popularity of events have also grown throughout this period. With 2023 gone and 2024 getting fired on, what trends and glamour should Nigerians expect from these set of people who provide them with indelible memories? Plus TV crew gets up close to some of the key players to find out more.
Fast becoming a global village. So whatever is obtainable anywhere in the world would have to be obtainable here too, as Nigerian event stakeholders. So we don't even want to say we're made in Nigeria. We're going to be global brands, but created in Nigeria.
Upward, we're trendsetters, we're pace setters. We are, everything setters in the industry. So all I can say is watch out.
Without a doubt, the event and creative industry has come to stay in Nigeria, and the country is taking the world by storm. Notwithstanding the current economic realities, active players are finding innovative ways to thrive.
And what you look for is a situation where the professional event planners, which is what this organization is about, if you're a professional event planner, you look at all the militating issues that you have. Retool, repackage yourself. In business, it's not when prices go up that you must necessarily put up your prices. You can actually hang in there, let people notice the difference you're making.
Seriously affecting us in the industry, because bringing things from China is not an easy thing now. So what we have is what we maintain. If you maintain what you have, from there, what we pray for is the exchange rate to come down.
Parties and events bring colors and smiles to faces of people. The stakeholders are careful to ensure qualitative standards, knowing that the barriers to gaining entry into the business is not much. With some support from relevant authorities, they believe that the year 2024 and beyond will be resounding with great memories and joy.
Because our back-end processes now we have to spend more money on our back-end processes. And so we look for creative ways to actually cut costs without cutting corners, and so that's a whole lot of brain work, to deal with. So, but we keep at it because we're not going to rest, and that's why we're creative professionals.
If we have not changed the event industry, you won't see people here. So we are leaders. APWEM is the place to be. We are transforming spaces, doing a lot of marvelous things, and being the leader, people are following us.
On the whole, I can say it's been exciting for us. We've been able to introduce wellness and healthy eating, even while people are partying, and for us, that's a very big plus.
The Owambe 3.0 and other editions leads the party planners and event managers with sweet tales to be remembered, just as they have committed to always raising the bar and setting their place and pace with innovation and dedication.
Nigeria and indeed Africa have been advised to use indigenous languages as the basis for instructing students and learning in schools, as it is the panacea to tackling non-colonialism and national development. This advice was handed down during a public presentation of The First Language, Our Hope, Ideas Towards a Greater Africa, authored by Solomon Atala. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Africa remains generally underdeveloped compared with the rest of the world. This author, Solomon Atala, believes that the main reason for the poor report is the continent's education, which is on the wrong pedestal in foreign languages.
Africa must be modern. That's the name of the book. Somehow, I simply wrote down the name and the title. Please, a round of applause. Celebrate, a round of applause.
At this public presentation of the first language, Our Home, Solomon Atala is pushing strongly for the return to using the mother tongue from the elementary level. He encapsulated in this reference book, which advocates on prioritizing the African culture for the continent to take its true place among the Committee of Nations. The reviewer shares similar sentiments.
It has been, it's what we all know, that outside of the African continent, the first languages are used for education and governance. And that is the reason behind the height they have attained. But as they have attained this height by Second Industrial Revolution, they imposed their own languages on the entire of Africa.
Germans write in German, Japanese write in Japanese, Russians write in Russian, but Africans write in Arabic, they write in English, they write in French, they write in Portuguese. Okay. These days you also have people who are proud to tell you they can't speak their native tongues. They can't speak Yoruba, or they can't speak Igbo, or they can't speak Hausa.
Just how soon can this renaissance be seen? Other concerns are raised about building the capacity of teachers who will instruct in indigenous African languages. This is just as the author and reviewer believe that originality is lost when teaching or translating in foreign languages.
Even in my days then, don't speak vernacular. If you speak vernacular, you were penalized. So it is not just the mothers and fathers of today. That is how they programmed us. And they wanted us to remain under their feet. Mama, I don't think that's what I think we want to put a stop to.
You have to start encouraging people to take an interest in African studies, let me put it that way, and African languages. So when you have people who are trained, especially teachers, and it's not just at the university level, you understand, because it is the foundation that matters. So our educational policy planners, okay, should first create laws, okay, that will emphasize mother tongue education right from nursery and primary school.
The author concludes that Africa is not modern because the continent has not used its first languages in the education of its people, as done by others since Renaissance, explaining on the need to change this narrative.
Going to launch this book.
Dignitaries from within the Lagos and District Society of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, gathered to host their 59th president. It is also time to inaugurate the new excos of the FBN chapter.
This is clearly demonstrated in the vast and constantly growing community of chartered accountants on our staff list. At least 250 active financial members of the institute throughout Nigeria.
The 31st chairman of the Lagos and District Society, Toyin Biola Salami, welcomes all present. She reflects on the journey so far, while restating the district's steadfast commitment to inspire the next generation of accountants.
We have remained steadfast in our commitment to excellence. Notably, initiatives such as the Catch Them Young program was also held in November, which hosted over 200 students.
While chartered members of the noble profession wine and dine, issues affecting accountancy globally take center stage at the interactive session. In a chat with the ICANN president, he is quick to share insight on transparency and accountability in the public finance space.
And what we have discovered is that the level of accountability and transparency is low for some states. Some states are taking the bottom 5 lowest performing states. And we have been advocating for this better transparency because we believe that when there is better transparency and accountability, then there is an improved governance because the various arms of government will be able to state what these funds are used for and how the funds impact on the life of the citizen.
The Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Institute of Management Accountants Global Economic Confidence Survey shows declining confidence among accountants globally for the third consecutive quarter in the fourth quarter of 2023, consistent with a further moderation in global growth. What is being done to drive confidence in young people to the profession, and what does the future hold for the industry?
As a district, every year we have all these programs that we carry out during the year. One of them is the Catch Them Young program, where we go to schools within our catchment area. We visit them, we give books, we give presents, we do quizzes. We try to encourage them to become accountants. This year alone, we had one in November, and we intend to have another one on the 28th of February. And all this is all done with sponsors and people who come together just to encourage our young ones to become accountants.
So what has happened in the profession is that globally, especially in the Western world, the profession is no longer attracting the young ones. And of course, you know, where you don't have young ones, the tendency is that the profession is going to get into extinction. But in ICANN, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have a program targeted at the young ones. We call it Catch Them Young program. And because of that, our program, we have been able to attract young ones to the profession.
Awards are presented to outstanding members of the district for exceptional service and dedication.
Madam, congratulations. On behalf of the ICANN Lagos and District Society, we present these gifts to the President of ICANN. So the more you belong to a chapter, the more you belong to a district, because that's a
At a line estate in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Lewis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua, offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather a people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Louis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. He was Kabiyesi Adeposipo in Mainframe Productions, Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kelani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2, we are going to pay a tribute to his memory. So may his soul rest in peace.
The first daughter of the deceased, Adiola Folabi, says one thing no one could take away from his father was that he was apologetic whenever he was wrong. She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. It was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when he hurts. And I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy will tell you he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Louis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the males, should marry an Igbo person. But that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I'll miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right? And also that his desire for this nation, as we call that's cultural unity, is something that would really come to be, not in the not so distant future.
Vincent Dejumo Louis, an accomplished TV producer and director, played the role of Kabiyesi in Nigeria's longest-running soap opera, Village Headmaster, which aired on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He was one-time lecturer at the NTA College, Jos, Plateau State, and manager of programs at NTA Ibadan until his retirement in 1999. The late TV star was born on the 28th of July, 1943, and passed on the 22nd of December, 2023, at the age of 80.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo, bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of like big records for like Case. This guy, his name is Kenny Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days, veteran producer. From that I met somebody else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not gonna mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, you know, this was gonna be like a great look for me. And I mean, I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was like big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. You know, I was looking forward, you know, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, you know, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was like, I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, oh, I produced this song on the album, I produced a song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, like that was obviously like way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said,
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. And it's going to be a very interesting conversation today because I have a very dear brother, friend, and personality that we all know, Dede. Thank you very much. Now, Dede and I, we go back many years. Now, he is somebody who shoots straight, who doesn't know how to hold back, but he gives information based on his understanding. So Dede, again, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, let me ask you this question. You read theater arts, you practice, as you say, theater arts, but in a different way. You're using music as the propellant for that practice.
Art itself, yes.
Okay. How has life been for you as a musician and entertainer?
It's been very interesting. If you take a spectrum of it from whence I came, to me, it's been a journey worth its salt. It's been a journey worthwhile. From the era where because prior to my time into the field itself, artists were seen as ne'er-do-wells in the society.
Yeah, true.
So it was difficult to have parents accept, even in my time, that a child would want to be an artist. They would call you all kinds of names. You know now.
Yeah, I know.
And but you had to rebel in one way or the other, especially if you come from families like the one I come from, to get into this field itself.
Yeah.
And for us to see that today, the spectrum has changed, comparatively so, because some of us have paid the price for it. You know, for the new generation to have a freer sphere to operate in the arts sphere as a whole.
Yeah. Okay, so you're successful. You're known. You're a known brand.
Well, I'm a known person. I don't know about brand.
Well, you see, there are no two Dede Mabiakus.
Oh, yeah. You know.
So that's a known brand.
Okay.
All
Let's
right.
put it that way.
Shortly before we came on now, one of my people was asking you, Uncle Dede, when are you coming on another show? Right?
Another reality show.
Yes, that's recognizing you as a brand because you shoot straight.
That's right.
What had been those things that prepared you for it?
Would I say, first of all, the grounding I received from home.
Okay.
Prior to that, or added to that.
Grounding you received from home prior to your rebellion?
Yeah, prior to my rebellion. But within that sphere itself, I mean, when I was in secondary school, I was in the musical society. Okay. I was in the cultural society. Yeah. I was in the school band. Secondary school.
That's Federal Government College?
Federal Government College, Warri.
Okay.
When I was in the primary school, I was even among the people playing the drum for
your school band?
Yeah, school band.
Yes.
And I was in the cultural society also. So it's like my life has been more or less entwined within. But family-wise, you know the usual things that happen. They will kick against, they will fight against, and you have to prove that you are deserved of being within this sphere. Okay. If not, that wouldn't have worked. Okay. But, you know, for me, I would say it's been a very open-ended journey. You know, best way to put it. Okay. Because you cannot say that it's one angle you want to look at particularly. You know, coming through the journey, primary, secondary, I get into the university. I was in a school band. Yeah. In the university, I was in a band, as well. Sonics. When I got to University of Benin, when I was in University of Jos, in every cultural activity in the Department of Theatre Arts, I belonged. I was also in I was drum me too, self, in Power Drinkers Club. Okay. You know, way back 78, 79, you know, stuff like that. And it was fun, because then it was just about music, fun, and more fun. You know, and I never knew that I was preparing myself for the journey to be this way, this time. Coming forth, working through with the NTA era and all of those things, you know, I found myself comparatively unfulfilled at a certain stage. And my mind was searching, reaching out for that thing that gave credibility and credence and value to this that I profess to be handling. I did stage, lots of it, in the National Theatre, which you are aware of. Yeah. And I did television also, and won that award as the... I think I was the first person to win that award in this country.
There are many
the
firsts.
Best actor, yeah. Best actor in the country. Then we never had so many awards. It was the Naifetep Telefest thing. It was just one. Yeah. It was like our Oscar.
Yes.
And I won the best actor then. Well, I did. And my script with Roland Henshaw won the best script also. You know, and so that was value. But I only gained the essence when I moved finally into the sojourn I went into with the great one, Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Yes. I wouldn't lie about that. I need to give that to him.
No, you have to.
I know. Come on, nobody can take that from him.
You see, it's 25 years after Fela passed, right? That's a quarter of a century.
Yes.
What has that been like? That vacuum his passing created?
Well, the vacuum was just his physical presence exiting. Because it was, to me, it was a marker of his ancestorialization. You know, Fela transcends the physical. If 25 years after, he is the most sought out, talked about act from this part of the world, the whole of Africa, then that tells you the strength and the essence of the being he carries. So Fela classed very easily. That's the heavy Orisha.
Okay.
And to sit there and learn at his feet is a blessing that I don't know why Olodumare put me there, but the journey is still on. Okay. So saying 25 years after, it's a spiritual thing. And I am still within it. He's still within it with me. I know so. I feel so always. Because everything he says, everybody attests to the fact that it's true. It's coming to pass.
Yes.
That's prophetic. For you to be within a unit that is so prophetic 25 years after, that is so sought after now by the entire world, 25 years after physical exit, tells you the power of what that represents.
You know, the impact of Fela's music, locally and globally, was such that when he coined and created Afrobeat, you know, that Fela had played a bit of high life, a bit of soul, and all that until...
And jazz, lots of jazz.
Lots of jazz, yeah. And he settled for Afrobeat, and particularly now using the music form as a platform for sensitization of his people.
Yes.
Years after, music from Nigeria by the younger generation now, everybody now, is no longer called Afrobeat, but Afrobeats.
Well,
what's your take on that?
My take on that is simply this. For want of a better way to place what the younger generation are doing, some group of people, a Ghanaian and some British, decided to play act a name coinage. And it stuck because of the present day social media gap.
Ghanaian and what did you say now?
Some white.
No, there are also Nigerians.
No. See, the Nigerians came into the picture later.
Okay.
Came into the picture later. Let's be frank. The picture here is wanting to harness benefits from the root source itself. So the only way is to retain the name, just put an S at the end. So that there's more focus towards what they're digging into and digging out from. Listen, the young ones, the present day generation are tapping from the root itself, from the source.
Yes.
But the value of what they do is not within the realms of what the source created. Fela's genre of classical African sound was very serious, very dogmatic, very pragmatic, very studious. Fela remains the most atonal master as far as music is concerned in the world. It took so many discordant notes, fused them together to create harmony. And it's something you cannot take from him.
Yes.
Fela created sound based on bands.
Yes.
So the essence of what he did was live. And so it's standing the test of time. The reason why is because he did it for real. There was more of the spirit essence in it. The arts is a very spiritual medium. So many of the younger generation now who are coming into it as a means to an end need to wake up and start to readjust what they've been fortunate enough to benefit from. Because they did not know the works that went down to create the pedestal under which, on top of which they stand today. Musicology, musicianship, artistry is dying. There's a dearth of musicianship in the system. And it needs to change a little.
I was coming to that.
Yeah.
See, this is it. When you look at what has happened, Fela laid a foundation, a credible foundation.
Solid.
A younger generation came into it, saw it, and copied from it, took from it,
yes,
and let's say expanded a little bit of it. When I say a little bit of it, I mean that, for instance, they don't have they couldn't replicate the showmanship of Fela. They couldn't replicate the political side of Fela.
Even the musicianship.
No, wait. The musicianship stands alone. However, the traits that they've been able to take from it cannot be denied.
Good. Be that as it may, because concretizing on that, it just shows that they just picked some parts and it is blooming, because the present day world of the social media blitz creates a situation where the modern trend makes it possible for thoughts to happen that easily. Why? The computers are there where you can loop sound.
Yes.
Right?
You sample.
And you sample it, sing upon it, auto-tune if that be the case, to adjust and correct, and then throw it out quickly.
Yes.
And people receive vastly.
The world
Very
is
unlike how it used to be in those
The world
days.
is yearning for something.
Yeah, so give them a little, and they think it's a lot because of the way it is pushed forward.
Many of today's performers are not performers. Many of them are not singers. They're just vocalists.
Well, they're not
No
vocalists per se, they're entertainers.
Well, they vocalize.
Well,
but, right, the real dearth is that they are not musicians.
Musicologists are missing. And see, look, those days.
They're not instrumentalists.
Yes.
Few of them. A few
Yes.
days ago, I saw someone's YouTube performance, and I was thrilled that he was performing alongside a live band, and that was Burna Boy.
Yeah.
You understand me?
He's metamorphosed.
So thrilled.
He's
that
metamorphosed
he was,
into playing with a live band.
Yes.
And he's also learning instruments.
Yeah, that's good.
He's playing the guitar now.
Yeah.
And very soon he's going to come out with things like that, which is good. The more they listen, the more they learn, the more the system earns, because the more we generate more of the value of our sound, our culture, our essence to reverberate a lot louder, stronger around the world. Because doing it live is what our ancestry has taught. And there is power in doing it live. You know, that means you are committing to it.
Yes.
It's about committal. Most of them are not committed, which is the truth. They rather just do the skip and flip, go to the studio loop, as far as they can just drop the voice there. Oh yeah, how you sound now? Hey, good, you like him? Oh yeah, put this on small. Sample something there, you know? And they keep moving because they will get on the stage and do DJ, track 1, and it will come. Track 2, it will come. Those days we couldn't do that.
You couldn't even do that.
You couldn't even do that.
Well, maybe we had a more discerning audience then than now.
See, and added to that, which is one other thing people have not really looked at credibly. The generation before our generation was more patient than our generation. The present generation is so hyper impatient rather, about everything. The time of Beethoven, time of the great old masters in Africa of music. You see them, they start the music, it has its beginning, it has the sub-middle, before it gets to the middle, gets to the crescendo, then starts to descend to the point where it gets to the end part of the song. It takes time. You know, you build a song and let it ascend and gain its essence and value. But nowadays, their attention span is limited.
Very.
3 minutes maximum, they are tired.
Yeah.
So what they do is just go in there, loop something quickly that they can listen to and just dance quick and let it go. That's how their life is being micromanaged by the Western system.
Well, you know, we're going to take a break now. We'll come back. We'll still be talking to Dede Mabiaku. Thank you. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Dede Mabiaku as my guest on this program. We were saying something about the impact, the influence of micromanaging of the music scene or the entertainment scene by the Western world. I don't think that's really fair.
I think it is.
No, wait. If we want worldwide recognition, the standards of the international community would have to be taken into cognizance. Or how would you explain yourself with that, your statement?
I would.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll break it down a little for you.
Yeah.
If you let the essence of one people's culture thrive and be propagated the right way, the values therein will come out. The reason why the Fela factor reigns dominant today is because he forced his way into letting the culture he was trying to build out for the world to see thrive.
Yes.
So he built the musicianship, he cultured the sound, he cultured his principles and dogma, and he wove around that essence of values, which he could carry anywhere, undermining whose ox is God.
Yes.
Now, and he did all of these live. The present day generation, they just want them to quickly bring something that can hit the dance floor. So they made music much easier for them to access and dispense or disperse to the world out there. So people will not take it that seriously to want to sit down to learn instrumentation for quite a while because they believe there will be a studio there they can press one note, the computer just gives them, they say, I like that sound, loop it. Our people believed in principles that we needed to follow for quite a while. Mentorship, very important. The mentor and the mentee have to groom over a period of time the essence of values they need to create. For that reason, the present day generation does not, they want to make it, but they don't want to learn it. They want to earn it, but they don't want to learn it. They want to gain it, but they don't want to train in it. You see, so there's been a big marked difference because of the way it's been thrust upon, because the West will grab it. But don't tell me that it is because the West wants it. No, it is because we need to put our feet down to be able to establish it the right way, for them to now finally accept it. This is the way it must be. Because that is how, you cannot tell me that the Mpokiti dance, for instance, the Atilogu dance, for instance, or even if you go to Western culture, the Yoruba land, where you have the Bata drummers and the Omele and the Gongon together coming to preempt the arrival of the singers and then get the dancers to come into fray and express the culture with the value it has. Then you say, for instance, that I cut all of that out and just do something from the studio that sounds like Gongon and do something for the studio that mimics the Bata and the Omele and get just one person to come and emulate, and then they use the cameras and then put figures and different points. It will represent the culture the same way? Hell no. The essence of us is people. We are people-oriented, and we are driven by the essence of the values we create. The African value is what we are losing. We need to reculturalize their mindset based on what they say they need. They need to see our values, not their values.
But you know, the internationally, there is the threat to cultures everywhere.
Thank you. But you are the same person who attested to the fact that you are very happy when you saw that now you saw Burna Boy playing live.
Yeah, I said
Thank
so.
you.
I said so because
here we go.
Also, as a professional, I know the essence of a live band.
People-oriented, people-driven sound,
a
not
performance
machine.
that is based on reality, not an assumption of this is what the sound is. Because in the long run, in the long run, right, the musicianship that is not exhibited is what we yearn for.
Thank you.
Because we had seen it before.
See, if you
However, what I'm saying is, I don't agree with you that it is the international community, the international controllers of music or the entertainment world that are making our people do that. I think it's a situation of people finding an easier way to produce sound, right? And then when they go for live performances, like shows that they have, right? And then they can't perform with a live band. They now have Mr. DJ, roll it.
We just said the same thing.
No, I'm telling you.
If they learned it,
yes,
the way the rudimentary style pattern of the African format cometh, i.e., you are mentored, you are trained, you learn. Okay. When you learn, you earn the knowledge.
Okay, let me break your thoughts. How would that be possible in today's world?
That's why I'm saying attention span is patience, tolerance. Look, listen, every world that you see comes with its own cliches and dogma, right? There has been an erosion of certain values from the system. Tolerance, patience. Those things are very important.
I'm saying, how do we make the younger generation learn it?
Simple, by starting from the base like it used to be done.
So
in those days, please, bear me this.
I'm bearing you.
In those days, in primary schools, you had music lessons, you had music teachers. In secondary schools, you had music lessons and music teachers. It's not going on anymore.
Many
you don't have
schools
them.
still teach it.
No, No, sorry.
That they do.
Except you're talking about the school you are able to afford to send your children to.
No, I'm talking I'm talking of the school that I attended.
No, bro. Look, your time is long time gone.
No, it's
the
there.
It's
there right
not
now.
there.
It's there. Go to CMS Grammar School. They're doing it.
My brother, how many schools are like CMS Grammar School? CMS Grammar School is doing it now because the old boys came into the picture to make sure that some of the things
that we benefited from
are reintroduced. Now you are coming to my point.
Yes.
You see, the system has to be recalibrated to make the present day generation fall in line. If it is done in CMS Grammar School and it can be replicated in other grammar schools
Even
and in other
Federal
secondary schools,
College,
Federal Government College Warri is not doing it the way that we used to do it.
So what's your old boys association
They are
doing?
struggling to make sure that these things are put in place right now.
You see, Dede, what I'm trying to show you is that we can't just leave it to the younger generation alone. All of us have a responsibility to make this thing happen.
That's what I just said.
We have a responsibility.
It is our responsibility to make sure that we push the powers that be plus us ourselves, being part of the powers that be, to make sure that these things work.
Dede, you are also part of the powers that be.
I've just said so.
No.
I said we need to push the powers that be.
No.
And
you said we as
also. I said, and we also as part of the powers that be.
Do you know how the younger generation see your generation, which is also my generation? Do you know how they see us?
Omo, the story different too.
Oh.
And
so we have to admit that we have not done enough.
That's what I'm saying, that we need to retrace this back.
No.
You cannot let what is coming from the West be a total dictate to what the present is receiving. We need to reculturalize the mindset of the generation we have.
We have phones. They come from the West. We use the phones.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm saying we need to recondition, reposition the mindset of our own in the present. There are examples beginning to come into fray. I'll give you this. Okay, many years back, we are thinking that it's just only of recent that people are tapping into the fella thing and the rest. No. Very, very many years, but look at people like Missy Elliott.
Yes, sir.
Song like What You Gonna Do. If you listen to it, that's authority stealing now.
Yes.
You know, and these things have been there, but people did not really look at it the way we need to start looking at it. They were taking samples and looping. Whereas what we need to do is training the people to know how, so that they can handle these things the right way. We're giving room to the phone to control the children instead of making the children understand that they should control what they seek and use the phone for. We're leaving room for the children to be looping instead of teaching the children how to be the instrumentalists that will take control. Fine. So at the end of the day, the control is left in the hands of the person who holds that. Your chip is just the access. They hold all your documentation. They are your storehouse. But your storehouse, which is live, cannot be taken away from you if you culture it. That's what I'm trying to say. The fella genre, fella generation taught all this to so many. Don't cave in to what they will give you in totality. Use the essence of those values, but it should be based on what we are culturalized, our ways of life, our cultural attributes. And this cuts across all spheres, music, because fella is not just music.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
Oh, it's a culture which is bigger than music. You and I know that. You know, because he transcended music, politics, economics. He was into
all over.
All over.
He was all over. Yeah.
Medicine,
yeah.
You know, and everything you want to talk about. Because, you see...
No. In fact, let me break into that. You know, when you mentioned medicine, I recall that for a long time, forever, he actually kept singing about and talking about the need for us to go
back to African medicine.
I remember that song. It said, herbal medicine, that's the solution. Why didn't we go back to herbal medicine? Well, we're going back now, I think.
Yeah, isn't it funny now that in the present day and time, some people seem not to even realize some certain facts. For too many years, that's Oyibo Queen when they for yonder. Iyachali, Queen of England, Oniwayo. She has been on herbal medicine for donkey years. During research, we found this out. And they have been pushing to us synthetic drugs for so many years, to the point that Nigeria, as a whole, is dependent on China and India for medicines.
But that's more of a business...
Thank you. It's the same thing we're talking about, your cure. If we cure ourselves with what we know are natural, That man from outside will not pump in the synthetics into us, because that is not us at all. The truth of the matter is, the essence of what we live as human beings must be reappraised. For everything that afflicts man, Olodumare has left an answer in plants.
Yes, you know, herbs, plants, generally have a therapeutic impact on the lives of humans.
It's nature for nature, nature to nature.
But there is also the need to be able to measure what doses or dosage would work.
Therein comes the problem of what the system has been faced with for too many years, the dogma, i.e. the health scheme put up by the governance over the years. Because commonsensically, when you look out there, you find that in nearly every major stores you see, even pharmacies, you find Chinese herbal medicine in every nook and cranny.
Even Indian.
Even an Indian,
yes,
in every nook and cranny, and people dive for them.
Yeah.
People go there.
Yeah.
But this is Olodumare's natural bed, God's own natural bed. If you take a trip, for instance, like we were talking some time back, from Lagos and say you're traveling to Benin, look left, look right.
Yeah.
Omo, what will you see?
Yes,
untouched, untapped,
rainforest,
unhindered, uninhibited natural resources. And in those places lie these things. But what has the Ministry of Health over the years done? What has the policy on health in the country been? Look, arguably, about 80% of Nigerians cannot afford to patronize the orthodox medical centers. So what has been keeping them alive? Has the health principles in the country been able to juxtapose their findings based on these, so that at the end of the day, you bring your pharmacologist, your health scientist, your biophysicist or scientist, and bring them, sit them together with the Ilewe Omos, take data for data about their claims, do a recce on these findings, do a test to find the efficacies therein or otherwise, so that we can now have a concrete database of what we know is proficiently patent to cure. We can cure the world.
But I can say this, that the policy has been evolving. All states in Nigeria, for instance, have boards of traditional medicine. Yes. And then some universities that I know of also have programs in traditional medicine.
How many universities?
It will start somewhere.
But
maybe we just want to mainstream it now.
If you want to start anything in this world,
yes,
it has to start from the grassroots.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say grassroots, it comes from base up.
Yes.
Start from the primaries. Start to teach the children. We need to go back. See, those people went down there 18 and above, you go hard to teach them new things. So those people went there for down. We go there, start to teach them the essence. This one is dogoyaro. This is lemongrass. This is why these people are using okpain. This is why they are using.
But that is being done even in villages, in towns, in hamlets, and all that.
It is not done the way we need to make it nationalized.
That's why we need to, allow the evolution of the study aspect of it.
See,
of the codified aspect of it.
We cannot leave it, because this is the time for them to have even tapped deeper into it. Why do I say this? There are certain priests in Nigeria, somewhere around Edo State, that are carrying out researches on herbal cure.
Yeah, and they're producing a lot of solutions.
Yes. And they're working.
That are certified even by NAFDAC.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, I remember during when the COVID outbreak started,
yes,
they came out with 2 principles. And what were those principles? 1, wear a mask. 2, social distance.
Yeah.
Good. In Ajangbadi, Idi Arere, Idi Ope, Idi Mangoro, Mushin, Agege, Isaleko, Apo, Ogwanja, Isapele, urban area, all those areas, can they social distance? No. 2, when they stay 10 in a room, 20 sometimes in some room, they feel wear mask when lights not there. Not be die with that. No. But we saw these people wake up in the morning, struggle to survive, go to any work they could find, look for the small food they could find to eat, come back in the night and sleep. Don't forget, dead body not they hide. And there were not many cases of fatalities during that period. As the World Health Organization done themselves a favor by showing the world that this happened within the period of the so-called, in quote, pandemic. Hold it. I'm coming to my point here. Did they show this to the world? That these people, how did they survive it? There were no hospitals. All we saw was that they kept some isolation centers that were like poster centers. And then in no time, all the isolation centers, nobody there inside again. Now, amala, ewedu, rice, mama, dodo, and the rest. And they give those people, they bring people coming. They're smart and they faded everything out.
Yeah.
Right? And the people were living steady. The major problem the people had then was what? Hunger.
Yes.
Next, the West propagated some certain theories medically. If I walk into the Western world today, or to Americas, and I stand in their midst and say, it looks like I have COVID, they will tell me to self-isolate for 14 days, max. But if I walk into their airport today and I say, it be like I get malaria, right there they will quarantine me. Instantly, they won't let me move. Which means that the efficacy of that so-called malaria, which they fear so much, is higher than the one they just brought in now from their laboratories. Bobomi, Rora.
No, you too, Rora. First, the World Health Organization, I know they are researching how it was possible for Africa generally
to survive. But
that.
I want to postulate
you understand
to them.
And I'm waiting for the publication of their findings.
But you and I know some certain truths. That one, our ancestors coded this from the present date from knowing that they made us take our medicines as food.
You know, you see,
check this out, brother.
Humanity generally did that.
No.
Generally did that.
No.
See, for instance, I have read and I have found information online concerning the fact that our eating habits were okay up until the 70s. And the 70s is just like about 50 years ago.
No, 60s. It started in the 60s.
Yes.
When they started to talk about...
you could eat like about 4, 5, 6 times in a day. The human body is not designed to eat like that. It's designed to work a bit, eat a bit, rest, then work again.
Recuperate.
You understand?
Let the system itself...
So, and that's when we started having issues of obesity, so quote and unquote pandemic of other stuff.
That's not when we started having obesity. Obesity has it's been a way of life. Look, see, obesity.
Go read. You too go read. You find that up until
my brother, go look back to the ancient days. Many of those people when they say they're affluent, Calabar, go to Calabar land from way back to marry the girl. They go take and go where. Fattening room.
That one is a concept.
It's a concept. It's a dogma. It's a culture.
It's a concept.
It's a culture.
As part of the culture.
Thank you. It's a culture.
Right? But we're saying humanity generally, right, until the late 60s, early 70s, we didn't eat so much. We'll take a break now. It's Dede and I today. Stay tuned. You're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Dede is my guest. Now, Dede,
yes.
The things we do off the air is what we're doing here.
Very precisely.
Right, but that's how knowledge is shared.
That's the only way we can do it.
Now, as humans, we need to get a good control over what we eat.
True that.
And the purpose of eating.
True that.
Then what we even ingest into our system, either by way of drink, eat, or smoke.
Or knowledge. Ingestion is multiple.
Okay, knowledge.
So important. You see, if not for the knowledge cast down, the other will not understand what came before.
Yes.
Others will stumble across some certain things. And by stumbling, they try to research and find out how and why. Yes, but passed down knowledge is power. Because it gives you a base first to start from.
Yes.
Now, when we talk of ingestion, I remember that they used to say in those days that if you chop so many this, cholesterol this, cholesterol that, only for them to come now and debunk all the so-called cholesterol.
Oh, yes.
And they had made so many
Plenty money.
Hundreds of trillions of dollars from this hoax.
Yes.
Now, you see, it is the big pharma at play.
Yes.
When they came with AIDS, they made us believe that it was green monkeys.
Yeah.
And it came from us as a people. Only for them to come and reveal now that it was from their laboratories. When they came with Ebola, they came with the same talk. Only for them to reveal by themselves that it was from their laboratories. They have now come with COVID. And one no, not to Bewa. What is the intention? Is to see that which can biologically, it's biological warfare, biologically eliminate a group of people from this world. Because it is not us that have been doing it, it is them that have been doing it. And they have been using, in quote, wanting to use us as guinea pigs. Waiting they take cure Ebola, for instance. Ewedu, last. That the common man wakes up in the morning in the whole of the Western region and is the first thing he goes for. Unknown to him, he has been curing himself and preventing himself from any of such.
Yeah, but that is the impact of knowledge.
That's why I'm saying this is the time.
The knowledge of food and food types.
As medicine.
Yes.
You see, people must accept this fact or come to understanding of these facts. That things like ofe onubu, ofe oha, ofe owere, edikaikon, afang, ikokore, ekpankukwo, and herbs like ewuro, efiri, gbegiri, and all these things are very, very useful to the human. They are medicinal.
Yes.
Why do I say the time is now? The time is now for the health policy of this part of the world to change. Because they're beginning to find out that what those people claimed in the past, they are debunking by themselves in the present.
Yes.
The medicinal claims they are debunking. Now the same Oyibo people come all of a sudden, they begin to package bitter leaf into capsule.
Hey, because people cannot tolerate the taste.
No, that's what they claim. The point is this, what in people, they don't take and power now.
Yes.
They don't take and power. Now the thing when we know, we don't use them as a way of life. Our people don't chop them as their own mainstay that has been rebuilding and regenerating them over the years.
You know, we need to be careful not to stigmatize research into modern medicine.
No, I've just said that
wait,
those who have gained the knowledge of the research methodology of modern medicine should now come and sit down and take details and dossier from those who profess the knowledge of the herbal.
Yes.
So that we can now carry out a
exactly.
And we start to make the trillions or more that the Chinese and Indians are making today.
I think more of making more people healthy.
That is the whole idea. Now, if you make person healthy, you know go end for the thing.
Not just the money.
You sell amala to me, you know, collect money now free. My Uber boy, you know they see all the yaw them, and those people they make money. Now, every day they don't do money. All those people they sell paraga or pie and the rest won't pay.
Yeah, they do.
So that's the whole idea.
But then there's a need for regulation of their
That's
trade.
why I said
there's a need for regulation.
That's why I said
trade.
we should get our pharmacists, pharmacologists, health scientists,
yes, you said so.
Biophysicists, in conjunction with NAFDAC and the Ministry of Health to correlate this together so that we are coordinated in a very organized manner.
A further reason is because sometimes, in fact, oftentimes, what is good for you may not be good for me.
True that.
So we need to regulate it. For instance, you have a lifestyle that I don't have.
Yes.
But it has not affected our friendship or relationship. Right?
Can it?
You take
if after 35 years we still relate the way we relate,
you take your Igbo. I have never taken it.
Yes.
But you are still my very good friend.
Till tomorrow.
You understand?
And you see, coming to that point of the Igbo factor again.
Yes.
Hold. All those years they will be stigmatizing us, castigating us. Hey, I'm bored, this, that. Now, Uncle. 80% of the hospitals in America, Europe, and the rest of it, once you walk in, the first thing you see, CBD oil, THC available. That's not Igbo now.
That's the oil from it.
No, you see, here we go again now. You start to tell me that's the oil from it.
Of course
what else will it be again?
Of course it is, because for years, for ages, they had always used hemp or what is it called from it, the derivatives of it, in medicine.
Thank you now.
They had always, but then what was frowned upon was the smoking of it, because a lot of the people who did it then didn't have even your own persona.
Okay.
It didn't affect you.
No, but you see, there we go again with something else. It is the level of use and abuse that we need to you need to paraphrase in anything. Look, abuse water, wahala de. Abuse ogogoro, wahala de. Abuse even eba, gari, wahala de. Abuse anything for this world, wahala de. But tell you what, most of the guys who were, well, the poster stigma for things like the use of cannabis, where maybe some of those people who they go wake up in the morning, they never eat, they go drink ogogoro. Small time friend tell us, say, you go drink stout. Say, give me that because it's free. He drink on top, then he can't go smoke Igbo. When they smoke the Igbo, go smoke one full big jumbo, all by himself. Smoke and finish, waka go. He never eat. What will happen to that person on the street?
He will misbehave.
Thank you. At the end of the day, they will say, but
that's the truth.
But the real picture is not that.
Yeah.
Because there are many other paradigms that he had crossed before getting to that last stage, which is the use of the weed. Tell you what, the Jamaicans have always called it the herb. Back at home, we always call it the herb.
Which home?
Every home.
We didn't call it herb, but we didn't call it Igbo.
Kinigbo. What is Igbo? Herb, the bush. Everything that is within, it is the strongest, most ethical plant. That's why they gave it the name of the bush as a whole. See, come on, is it not amazing that in America, the whole of America is legalized now?
No, not the whole.
No,
not the whole.
When you have 75%, when you have 75% of the country,
some parts.
When you have 75% of the country,
there is still no federal law legalizing it. So
I say when you have 75% of the states in America,
waste time. Let's not waste time.
No, the whole of Canada, uncle.
I don't know about Canada.
Ghana
they're in the process.
They have started exporting.
They're in the process. Even here, Governor Akeredolu said some time ago, let's say it. But you see, that's the thing about
it's reset. Back to that same thing, my brother.
It's about the evolution of society. It's the truth.
We are too slow in this evolution. That's what I'm trying to make you realize.
But you can't rush it.
No, it has been with us since. We're not rushing it. We are saying that this is the time we need to key into what we need. This is where you will get the most natural from. It is curing the world now. They are confirming it, affirming it, attesting to it. So we need to now key in. All our natural medicines, our vegetables are now being packaged.
Oh, yes, that's
We
true.
are the ones that should be doing the packaging, is what I'm saying. The Igbota and Soro that we're talking about, they are using it for many things all over the world now. We have the natural bed. Take seed from your mouth. Just remove and throw it. It will grow. So in essence, it is time to paraphrase the policies and principles, because we need to start now building those paradigms that make us producers of the essence of life and living. It is through the things we have as natural God's given gifts, the herbs, the foods. Starts from there. The culture. It's embedded within. The tradition is built within. We culturalize how we build on our own heroes. Instead of flashing everywhere other people's heroes, we flash our heroes. We're sending the message in. Look, the first African ever to be represented in the height of theaterdom in the world is who? Fela Anikulapo Kuti. And we are not tapping into the resources the way we need to tap into it. The system is supposed to have critically focused on that and done a proper research on the Fela factor. Its essence, its values, its growth. They're tapping the money from abroad now like no man's business. You all saw how Fela Live on Broadway went.
Yes.
Money spinner. Yes. And they made a lot of money from all kinds of things, memorabilia from all kinds of things. That would have come home here. To the extent that, well, our people are also guilty, some of our people. They did not allow for our people to be embodied within that, to lead the trend of that. We would rather sell out than sell in. But we need to re-acculturalize our mindset from outward to inward.
But what if money comes from outward? You have to go there.
No, you can build the essence of letting the outward come with the money to collect the value from inward. That is all I'm trying to say.
Retain the essence.
Retain the essence because the value is therein. You trained in it. You were mentored in it. You learned in it. You are now well versed in it. So you are the authority in it. So they would need to come here to get it because the value therein lies within. So the returns will be commensurate with its value because you will dictate that which is the value, not them to dictate to you. Because they just come here, lift off your raw materials, carry your cocoa, go, bring chocolate, come.
Yeah, but that's because you here, you have not taken the concrete steps towards making it happen.
It is not about you
no, wait now. Wait, for instance, you have a situation where, whilst we were growing up, the imported finished goods wasn't so much in our open markets. We had more industries working in this country then.
And the industries were from where?
Yeah.
Doing what thing?
We had industries.
No, give me the examples. I'll start coming in for you.
We had industries that were local, producing local products and selling within the Nigerian and West African markets.
Give me the products you're talking about. Let's go in.
I don't want to go into
You want to talk about USC products?
Yeah, well, USC too.
Don't you know what USC is?
No, that's historical.
Historical?
At the point they became indigenized.
They did not.
They did.
No, they looked like.
No, they did.
Bro, see, when you tell me that something is indigenized, it means it is in its embodiment, its principles, its policies, its dictum, it's local. But when you do not do that, and the last base is Western, then it's not indigenized.
No, it is.
No. MDs for too many years remained Oyibo to start with. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Cadbury Nigeria Limited.
This is how we always did it.
Cadbury Nigeria Limited was not remitted. It wasn't a Nigerian fully owned company. Neither was Coca-Cola Nigeria Limited.
But then...
They all are offshoots of Cadbury International. What I'm trying to tell you is it is time for us to now realize that that era has gone. The era of us wanting to want that should die finally. We should start acculturalizing the present day generation with that empowerment process in the mindset.
That era would only die when we stop craving imported stuff.
Precisely what we're talking about.
Yes.
It's not imported stuff alone. You see, look, when we stop not training hours to value hours, it is our responsibility, like you said, and we must always keep doing this. We must teach them to understand the benefits, values accrued therein, and returns if need be. Because many of them, their mindset has been tuned. Look, in our time, you would take your time to go through a process. And through that process, you learn. From that process, you grow, right? Why do you think, for instance, the economic order in the world is understudying the Igbo mentorship system?
Yes.
In the business schools all abroad, they're studying it. Why? Because they've seen that it is a very, very strong model that works.
It is, it
Now,
works.
good. That is our cultural way. We as a people, we need to start going back into understanding the rudiments of what our cultural trainings were meant to have given to us. True enough, we talk of interregnum of 40 years of whatever, where they forced by force. Now we turn our eyes away from that which is ours and focus directly on what we want to feed us with. That time is gone. The time is now where the world has been taken from where it was to where everybody is singularly reconnected.
Yeah.
Now, in those days, if our auntie open calabash with water inside, come clean, come say, hey, come talk to your brother for London. I say, come talk to your brother. Then you can't look inside the pot, you go say, now witchcraft. Yes?
Yeah.
But today you go hold your phone, press button. You talk to your brother for London, you go call on technology.
No. One is technology, the other is metaphysical.
No, brother,
It's
look.
true,
No, see, come. We must start to understand that everything in this world is spirit-driven. It's spiritual. It's an essence. You call it metaphysical?
Yeah.
That's a spirit zone.
Yes.
That's a spiritual zone.
Yeah, but then,
everything in this world, we must empower ourselves with the essence of the African spiritualism and spirituality
I don't have
to know the values therein.
Did it? I don't have anything against the metaphysical aspect of our lives as Africans.
It is about repackaging.
Hold on, no. But technology, we must admit that technology is technology.
Technology and witchcraft.
Well, you may choose to describe it.
How you want to describe it? When person just press button, light come. According to fella, technology.
Yes.
You just dey here, you sit down, you dey look me for television. You just dey there. Before you go, you don't enter motor, you kick him, he move.
Okay.
You do. Oh, now winch.
No.
The man will make like
okay,
don't go
so
school.
which kind of which you could describe this one as? We are recording a program that will become content for a television station.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So is that witchcraft? No.
Big time.
No.
Because you are using what we have. No, listen. We are using what we have within stored, the knowledge we have stored within, to share with the world out there, for them to gain the essence of what this world coming should be better thereof.
But what we are doing is we are deliberate. We are preparing something. Precisely. So the metaphysical thing is different. Yeah, the metaphysical thing is different, and the technological thing is different.
Can I tell you something?
No, don't tell me anything. Let me ask you a question.
It had to come through that to get to technology.
Don't worry.
What I'm trying to say is that the power of what we saw of our mothers doing, or our ancestry doing, we could rechannel that. Look at what they did in that movie, the Wakanda. What do they call it again?
That's
Black Panther.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
If you study look at the Black Panther world, you will see it's just an expression of what we had been doing as in our mindset as children.
Yes.
Those kind of ideas that came
as African children.
Thank you. So they now brought it and built a persona around it, putting essence and value in movie format.
And for commercial purpose.
For commercial purpose. What that has just told us is that there's so much untapped within us here that we have not packaged.
I agree.
And we need to now start reorientating, re-educating, and reinvesting into building that ground-based knowledge development.
I agree.
That will now take from here the power and essence to sell to the world.
The difference is your characterization of it. But don't worry, let's do this.
Because I think your grandma do all like this. Now say, look, your mother talk to her.
It's like
you go say that wish, but you go take phone, you go say that technology. No, Papa, about me so yeah, man. It's which?
No worries. See, now winch, Abi.
Now winch.
Okay. Now, you know that within our culture,
yes,
there are different types of foods. And there are some people who will say, okra, for instance. We know the chopper for my family.
Because they take and do jazz for them family.
Yeah.
Yes. And they take self their juju. The essence of spirituality is about the value you calibrate according to the area you come from. It resonates with everybody.
Exactly.
Muslims, for instance, typical Muslims will tell you, they chop pig.
No, it's not typical. That's just it.
No, not many of them they chop. And they see them. Wait, I know they want. See, look, this is not about mentioning names.
You don't need to mention anybody's
It's not mentioning names, but
yes.
I'm confirming to you that I know some of my Muslim friends.
Yes.
Who eat.
Well, maybe they have eaten. Yes.
They eat.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just telling you. But the point is, some are liberal about what is requested. Well, just like those same people you talk about. Their family tree no go agree, make they chop snail.
Yes.
But many of them, they chop snail.
I even know a gentleman who is an Igbo guy, very close to me, who said, in my hometown, in my village, right, you can't kill a snake.
You see now?
You understand? So those are the metaphysical parts of our ancestry, our culture, our ways of life. We need to understand it. I agree.
Modernize our approach to it by researching it the right way.
Okay,
so it can gain essence in the present.
Yeah, so now let me ask you a question about food types. What food types resonate very well with you?
Natural foods. I cook.
Yeah, I cook too.
So for me, I do foods like our typical Nigerian dishes. I know how to cook. Plenty, true. Many people do it. And they cook banga soup like crazy. And they cook gbagbo fofo, gbagbo kogiri. Those are shekiri foods, Yes. And they cook owo well. Yeah. And they do epuru, like the Robos call it.
What is epuru?
Ukodo.
Ukodo, okay.
That is yam and pepper soup,
soup, yes.
With the typical pepper soup, traditional pepper soup ingredients, I dey cook 5 different types of egusi.
Yeah.
I dey cook ofe oha, ofe owere, ofe onugbu.
No. Tell me the 5 different types of egusi.
Oh, Gbagba-Kpogiri, which is the first, the Shekiri style.
Yes.
You know, there is the Cameroonian style, where you pack the balls.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
There is there is the Efa Elegusi,
yes.
which is the Yoruba style.
Yes.
And there's the Igbo style.
Yes.
You know, and these are, everything have their own, you know. Then like the okra we talked about also. I cook about 4 or 5 different types. Shekiri type first. Yeah, you know.
Why you always putting Shekiri first?
Because that's my roots, man. Hello. Sell not yourself and then you are nobody.
I thought you wouldn't proclaim it easily.
No. Amy. No. No. Don't go there. You must find the essence of where thou art from.
You have to be comfortable in your own skin.
You must,
because
before
you
can't give what you don't have.
Before you can project.
You can't give what you don't have.
That's true.
So from home first,
yeah.
You know, Bago Fufu, then I do the Igbo style where you cut the okra in a different style, then come mix with different vegetables, in particular like bitter leaf, and if you like,
yes.
Then they do the ila sepo, Yoruba style.
Yes.
Then they do the ila separate again with crayfish, with our you know, that you can use with stew, you know, by the side. You know, all these things are, and they are medicinal. It's proven.
So how much of foreign foods do you eat?
Of recent, I never see myself really eat foreign food. So
these things we just talked about, especially as it relates to food and locally produced stuff, resonate with a song by Fela.
By Africa.
By Africa. How much of Africa should we be buying now?
We should do more. We should propagate more. We should signal and symbolize more. Look at you, African fabric.
Look at you.
It's an African T-shirt, please. It's a Nigerian T-shirt, Nigerian-made cotton, with Fela as an insignia, as a symbol.
Don't worry.
And I'm proud of it.
I caught you.
Very proud of it. I don't want to join the rest of them.
Let me thank you so much.
But you see, let's be frank.
Yes.
Before you round up, let's be frank. I think it is time that the governance, whoever they will be that will coming, will look deeper into what we have so that we start to regenerate.
Hello and welcome to the news update. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. An unspecified number of people have been trapped as a 4-story building collapsed in Unity House, Area 11 by Inquiry Street in the Garki area of the Federal Capital Territory. The incident occurred on Monday night when occupants of the building were asleep. The Federal Capital Territory FCT Police Public Relations Officer SP Josephine Ade confirmed the incident on Tuesday. She said the 3 victims have been successfully rescued from the rubble, while search is still ongoing. The Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RCEC, has announced that the local government chairmanship and councillorship elections for the 2023 local government councils in the 23 local government councils in the state will hold on October 5, 2024. The chairman of the commission, retired Justice Adolfo Zenebeli, made this known during a stakeholders meeting and unveiling of the 2024 election timetable guidelines at the commission's office in Port Harcourt. Justice Zenebeli called on stakeholders to work with the commission to actualize the set goal of conducting credible elections.
I am here today to obey the guidelines and timetable of activities for the 2024 local government elections. I humbly appeal to all politicians aspiring to contest for positions to do so in a simple and disciplined manner. You are expected to play by the rules. The guidelines are set for the good of all. They are not defended or skewed against any party or individual. We all have a collective responsibility to consolidate our national democratic view, to respect all stakeholders, to act with professionality, good ethics, and civility before, during, and after the election.
The RCEC boss appealed to political parties wishing to take part in the election to play by the rules to ensure a hitch-free process. Chairman of IPAC in Rivers State, Solsuema Osaro, emphasized that political parties are well represented in the Nigeria Bar Association NBA, youth groups, women, press, faith-based organizations, as well as other stakeholders, except for the All Progressives Congress, who refused to attend the meeting.
In exercise of the power conferred on the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission by Section 5 of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission Law, number 2 of 2018, and all other powers invested in that behalf, to provide guidelines to political parties, stipulating the rules and procedure for the ordinary campaign for the 2024 local government elections and any runoff, and by-elections that may arise themselves, the Commission thereby makes the following rules and guidelines. 1. Local government council elections. There shall be local government council elections on Saturday, the 5th of October 2024, in all the 23 local government areas listed in column 2 of the table and first table of this provider, in which case one councillor shall be elected in each ward. 2. A chairman and vice chairman shall be elected for each of the local government areas.
Government councils expired on June 17, 2024, prompting Governor Siminalayi Fubara to appoint caretaker committees for the 23 local government areas. In the meantime, a High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has struck out a suit filed by Abuja-based lawyer Chidinma Udebwani, seeking to remove former chairman of the Body of Benches, Chief Wole Olanipekun, SAN, from office. Justice Anthony Ebong, who struck out the suit, held that the issue in dispute had already been overtaken by events, as Olanipekun had completed his term. He also noted that the plaintiff and her counsel had abandoned the case. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Chief Kanu Godwin Agabi, SAN, represented Olanipekun in the case. Justice Ebong struck out the suit following Agabi's application, citing the absence of the plaintiff and her counsel in court. The court agreed with Agabi that the plaintiff's absence strengthened the argument that the matter had become academic. Chidinma had filed the case at the FCT High Court Registry on August 2, 2022, asking the court to compel Olanipekun to vacate the office of chairman of the Body of Benches and to declare null and void the call to bar ceremony he presided over on July 27, 2022. The Nigerian Bar Association NBA Adamawa State Branch has inaugurated a new executive committee with Idi Ali Esquire assuming the role of chairman. The oath of office was administered on Monday by the Chief Judge of the state, Justice Hafsat Abdul Rahman. In his inaugural speech, Ali pledged to leverage the influence of the bar to ensure justice administration within the state. He expressed gratitude to Governor Amadu Umaru Fintiri for his support of the bar's activities. Justice Abdul Rahman, in her goodwill message, expressed confidence that the new committee led by Ali would elevate legal practice in the state to align with international best standards. This new leadership marks a significant step towards strengthening the judicial system in Adamawa State, focusing on the welfare of NBA members and the unwavering impartiality of the judiciary.
Elected Executive Committee, we are united in our resolve to unify the entire Yola Bar, aiming to realize the vision of enhancing members' welfare, upholding the judiciary's independence, integrity, and impartiality, and furthering the rule of law.
The leadership of the bar and all cooperate one way or the other in making this event successful. This David member as one of the finest women of the bar.
In a bid to curb crime and criminality within the South-South region, security agencies have collaborated with the Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Services to rid bandits, kidnappers, and armed robbers from the country's bushes and farms. The Deputy Commandant General of the Hunters and Forest Security Services, Adam Nwachukwu, who briefed newsmen in Port Harcourt, affirmed that they were working with the Nigerian police to fight crime. Nwachukwu said the essence of the event is to strengthen their operations and called on states and the federal government to advance their activities.
So if you call any of the Commissioner of Police or even to the Commissioner, to DPOs of different divisions, they will tell you how the efforts from Nigerian Hunter and Forest Security Services. We are not sleeping. The forest will make sure that all our forests, we are doing the needful. Well, the reason why we gather today is to make sure we address the issues bothering us and to relate a message to governors of South-South. The last time Mr. President gave the directive or an advice that the governors of South-South should arm and empower hunters to secure the forest. In the South, we only have one governor, that's the Akwa Ibom State Governor, who has adhered to that advice. And we begin to wonder why some other governors, like Rivers State governors, Delta State governors, every other state governors in the South are not heeding to this advice. And they have not really invited us and see how they can co-opt Nigerian hunters in their state into function. That is why we gathered to discuss and see how we can push it relevantly to all governors to address them and inform them that this is the time. Let us empower us. We have done a lot already. The empowerment will make us to do more and even do the best. The forest is secured. We believe that the whole nations are secure.
The Hunters and Forest Security Services further emphasized that there will be no hiding place for criminals in the forest when there is effective collaboration and empowerment support from the state governors.
Encourage our synergy with the state police officers to achieve the essence of Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Service in all the states of the South-South. A large ungoverned space, which is the forest and the bushes. And that's our core mandate, to make sure that we destabilize all the criminal elements in the forest and the bushes.
His Excellency Governor Basi Umoilo for recognizing Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Service in Akwa Ibom State. That is a sign of seriousness and acknowledgement.
The Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, in collaboration with the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, SPSP, said all is set to hold an annual international conference and General Assembly with the theme Community Engagement, Networking Kinetic and Non-Kinetic Capabilities for Tackling Insecurity in Africa. The conference will explore diverse ways of engaging with civil communities and military roles to address lingering security challenges and building resilience and stability to tackle the root causes of insecurity and promote sustainable peace in the country and the African continent. This was contained in a statement issued by the Academy Public Relations Officer, Major Mohammed Maidawa, who said the conference is scheduled to be held from 1st to the 5th of July at the School of Postgraduate Nigeria Defense Academy, Old Site, Ribadu Cantonment, Kaduna. The special guest of honor to grace the occasion are Executive Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Ubasani, Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Umaru Zulum, and Chief of Defense Staff, General C.G. Musa. With us. We move to other parts of Africa. Turkey mediated talks between Somalia and Ethiopia on Monday to ease diplomatic tension between the two African neighbors, according to the Turkish Foreign Ministry. Foreign Minister of Ethiopia, Taye Aske Salesi, and his Somalian counterpart, Ahmed Moalim Fiki, had a candid and forward-looking exchange concerning the differences, facilitated by Turkey's Foreign Minister, Hakan Fidan. The tensions arose after Ethiopia signed a memorandum of understanding with the breakaway region of Somaliland in January, which Somalia condemned as a violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. The memorandum aimed to grant Ethiopia access to the sea through Somaliland in exchange of Ethiopia recognizing Somaliland as an independent country. The second round of discussions is scheduled in Ankara on September 2, as both countries reiterated their commitment to peacefully resolving their differences and expressed appreciation to Turkey for its facilitation and constructive contribution. And that's it on the news update. Thanks for watching.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
May 29, 2023, President Bola Tinubu assumed office with an announcement that had grave impact on the people. Subsidy is gone. The president exclaimed during his inaugural address at the Eagle Square, Abuja, shortly after he was sworn in as the 16th president of the country. He also promised to lead the country with compassion and amity towards all.
Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assumed office and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
Despite the assurance by the president's team that the subsidy removal was not immediate, the announcement sparked reactions across the country. As soon as the decision was made, fuel queues popped up across the country as most filling stations quickly saw an opportunity to profiteer off the situation. As expected, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) announced an upward review of its fuel prices across filling stations in the country, setting the stage for a nationwide increase in fuel prices. Also, at the dawn of this administration, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) abolished the country's multiple exchange rate system and effectively floated the naira. The nation's currency had seen a free fall ever since. Like every other Nigerian, this civil servant is struggling to eke out a livelihood. These decisions by the government couldn't have come at the worst time, when he is struggling with high inflation, unemployment and poverty. Even the rich are not left out.
Honestly speaking, I think in Nigeria right now, anybody that tells you that is not feeling the pain is lying to you. Cost of living is very expensive in the market. All the landlord has added money for their rent. Transportation is not like before. So Nigeria is too healthy.
It doesn't be easy. The high rack of fare, feeding, no matter how, no matter what, it will survive.
In the wake of all of this, experts say the impact of the subsidy removal on the cost of living among Nigerians is expected to be significant and negative, at least in the short term. According to figures by the National Bureau of Statistics, the inflation rate could rise to 30% by December. Professor Christopher Imomolen is a serial entrepreneur. He speaks of how businesses have been impacted negatively.
and would have been done in a way that, despite the fact that subsidy needs to be removed, because we cannot run an economy where large chunk of our revenue is being used to pay subsidies, and these subsidies has a kind of racketeering that is not even helping the economy. So if we are going to, which we must do, it must be done in a way that it does not largely affect the economy, which we currently see today. Inflation rate is at the highest rate ever. It's also have a ripple effect even in the exchange rate. We see how the exchange FX has shoot up tremendously just in the space of 6 months. We've had the kind of increment that we've not had since 1960. And this has period effects just from one commodity which the nation is largely dependent on. I believe that before we can totally lift subsidy from the PMS, we must also ensure that we provide power, we provide alternative source of energy for the people. The world today is embracing green economy. It's not something that will happen in the space of 5 years. It will take a lot of time, but we must gradually do that. Everybody have their leadership style. So, but of course, we've seen the ripple effect of that decision on the economy. So we can at this point say that it was not really a good idea that was announced at that time it was announced. I felt that cabinet should have been drawn up because you need people to help implement policies. Your team, the team should have been on ground. As at that time, there was no ministers, there was no anybody on ground, and just that same day it was announced. It so happened so that all stations were shut down. It was very harsh. And looking at the fact that we are coming out from a very bad situation where Naira was scarce, people could not have access to Naira, and immediately you were going into, at the time when people were looking for hope, when people were seeking to say, okay, maybe this person could be the Messiah to rescue us from. So that it's obvious. So it's not. It's obvious that that decision at that time was not too good to the economy. It should have been done at the time where you would have consulted, and you cannot consult as a president, and you would have gone through your team, and that would have been done through after you have set up at least to a large extent your team inaugurated them. Then immediately you start running.
Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Although he supports the removal of fuel subsidy, he sheds light on how the Naira float and recent policies are affecting the economy.
You just tell them that they pay high duty for bringing in those costs of those goods and services. That could encourage them to begin to think of establishing it here in Nigeria. Instead of you telling them you're banned, they'll find other ways to gain FX. And most of these 41 banned items are items that Nigerians generally want to make use of. So you need to also look at that also. So it all depends on the implementation of this policy.
As it stands, the elimination of fuel subsidy has brought both challenges and opportunities. It has led to a 150 to 200% surge in fuel costs. That is about 500 to 600 Naira across the country, that is per litre. Food inflation is also skyrocketing.
It's not cheap at all. Many people are suffering. To even get the money to buy food is a problem. And the market also now is very expensive. You are not making it at all. Even you that are selling it, there's no gain on the market these days.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are facing difficulties in accessing affordable power.
Come and tell us, how much did you buy it? How much are you buying it for?
Residents say they cannot afford even alternatives as they are disillusioned by the hack in liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
We don't really, they should try and help us. The thing is tough, everywhere is hard, but they should, at least gas is what we survive with, we cook with it, so they should try and help us. So what alternative do you think you will use outside of gas? Charcoal stove, that's the alternative for me, because here you cannot use firewood inside your house.
The gas 1 kg is 900. So before we are buying it, is it 350? Yeah, so it is our cost now. So I think they should help us to reduce it.
As the debate on the merit and demerit of fuel subsidy removal and Naira float continues, how are ordinary Nigerians finding ways to mitigate the impact of these policies on their daily lives? While some have reduced unnecessary trips, others have adjusted their budget and spending habits.
we had to do away with so many things and just do with basic needs, and that is food, water, go and sleep. No unnecessary outings, nothing, because the pocket go tell you now.
The food matter, now that one was pass. Because before, how much be the acre of rice? Not be 120. Now we dey buy at 1,900. 1,900. Just consider the person that get 4 children now. How you want to survive? I beg. Now beg we dey beg them. Make them help us so. This thing too much. Too much. Ororo, palm, rice, everything. Wetin happen? Wetin we do them? Make them help us. No smile, nobody dey smile. As I dey talk to you now, I dey vex. Yo, because e no even easy. No water, no light. Fuel wey we dey even dey manage to buy, we no fit buy am. Everything just dey stand still for this Nigeria.
It's not been easy. In fact, it's only by the mercy of God that people are being sustained now. What you buy today, tomorrow it has added. What you buy this morning, by 2 hours time, the price has skyrocketed. In fact, we don't know who to cry to. We are only at the mercy of God now. Our children cannot feed well. Mothers are going hungry because of the children. Because when it's not enough, you have to feed your children first. We don't know who to cry to. All we are begging is that God should come to our intervention.
Persistent inflationary pressures in the economy have accelerated poverty in the country, with purchasing power continuing to slump over the past few months. As a measure to address these difficulties, the federal government had announced a 5 billion naira palliative for each state, including the Federal Capital Territory, to cushion the impact of the removal of subsidy. The fund was shared in the ratio of 52 to 48%. Experts are voicing out their opinions on the workability.
We spoke about student loan. We said September. Nobody's saying student loan. We talk about CNG. So everything is just like ghost. It's as if nothing is happening. And when people start talking, it's look as if maybe we are not against government. We must just talk so that this country will grow. We want this government to succeed. And this is what we are saying now. If everybody just keep quiet and everybody is nodding their head, no, you are doing the best, and this country will fail, and every one of us fail. So government needs to start looking at the right thing to do, and the people need to also adjust.
Going forward, here are some suggestions by experts on how to cope with fuel subsidy removal in the country. Reduce dependence on petrol-powered generators. Invest in alternative energy sources like solar panels, inverters, or batteries. These can provide electricity and reduce reliance on fuel-powered generators. Use energy-efficient appliances and bulbs to minimize electricity consumption. Adopt energy-saving habits such as turning off lights, fans, and electronics when not in use. Use public transportation or carpooling. Utilize public transportation options like buses or trains, which are generally more cost-effective than driving private vehicles. Consider carpooling with colleagues, neighbors, or friends who travel similar routes. This helps share fuel costs and reduces traffic congestion. Plan your trips and errands ahead of time. Make a list of places you need to visit and tasks you need to complete. Combining errands into a single trip minimizes fuel usage. Utilize online shopping and delivery services for groceries, food, and other items to reduce the need for physical trips. Adjust your budget and spending habits. Review your income and expenses, identifying areas where you can cut down or save money. Prioritize essential expenses and reduce discretionary spending. Consider taking up a side hustle or exploring additional sources of income to supplement your budget. Minimize air conditioning usage and explore natural ventilation options. Insulate your home to retain heat during cooler months and reduce the need for excessive heating. Make conscious efforts to conserve water and electricity, reducing associated costs. Explore fuel-efficient transportation alternatives. Optimize driving habits by maintaining proper tire pressure. Avoid rapid acceleration or braking, and keeping vehicle maintenance up to date. These can improve fuel efficiency. Engage in advocacy and dialogue. Participate in discussions with policymakers, community leaders, and relevant organizations to voice concerns and propose sustainable solutions. Advocate for policies that promote renewable energy sources and support initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Avoid long and unnecessary commute. Optimize your travel routes to minimize distance and time spent on the road. Consider remote work or flexible work arrangements, if possible, to reduce the frequency of commuting. For shorter distances, consider using bicycles as a mode of transportation. Cycling is not only cost-effective, but also promotes physical fitness and reduces carbon emissions. Invest in a sturdy bicycle, proper safety gear, and accessories like bike locks and lights to ensure a safe riding experience. Familiarize yourself with bike lanes, paths, and safe routes in your area. And remember to take a walk. Walking will save your life.
Now, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has expressed concerns about the increase in transaction volumes by non-banks posing a threat to financial stability in West Africa. This was highlighted during the 10th meeting of the College of Supervisors for Non-Bank Financial Institutions of the West African Monetary Zone. Now, Cardoso, who was represented by Abayomi Arugudade, the acting director of the other financial institutions department at the Apex Bank, emphasized that fintech loans are a commonly reported innovation. Although the volume of these loans may seem small compared to credit by deposit money banks, DMBs, there is a noticeable upward trend in some global jurisdictions. Now, non-bank financial firms provide financial services without holding banking licenses, which means they cannot accept deposits. A recent report by the National Bureau of Statistics revealed that total capital importation into Nigeria surged by 210.16% to $3,376 million in the first quarter of 2024, up from $1,088 million in the first quarter of last year. Now, this increase surpasses the $1,132 million recorded in the first quarter of 2023, marking a 198% rise. Now, the report indicated that portfolio investment led the way with $2,075 million, representing 61%, followed by other investments with $1,181 million accounting for approximately 35%. Now, foreign direct investment had the lowest share at $119 million, that is 3.53% of total capital importation in the first quarter of this year. Stay tuned for more insights on this economic development and business insights today. I'm your host, Justin Akadonye. All right, before we get into the discussion proper, let's take what's really happening in the fintech sector, specifically what's happened with the CAC and the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria over registration of POS operators. Now, Justice Nkema Kolam Ogazi of the Federal High Court in Ikoyi, Lagos, has once again adjourned the case between the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria, AMBAN, and the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, regarding the registration of point-of-sales POS operators. The new date set for ruling is July 5, 2024, due to CAC's failure to appear. The plaintiff's lawyer, Barrister Samuel Umesi, challenged CAC's directive for all POS agents to register before July 7. In his application, he requested the court to hold CAC's mandate for POS agents to register with the commission. Now, since the case was first mentioned in court on June 24, Justice Ogazi has adjourned the matter twice.
We are asking the court to issue us with an order of interlocutory injunction, restraining CAC from enforcing the directive, enforcing POS operators to register their business before the 7th of July. As you will recall, that the court adjourned the matter to today for the hearing of that application. And of course, today the court have heard our application for interlocutory injunction, and also it was adjourned to the 5th of July. That's Friday, 5th of July, for ruling on that application. So we are coming back to the court again on Friday, this 5th of July, for the court to give ruling on our application for interlocutory injunction against CAC, against them enforcing the 7th of July deadline for POS operators to register their businesses with CAC. So we are hoping that whichever way it goes, that justice will serve its purpose.
All right, so that's the lawyer for the AMBAN talking about how it went in court on Monday. So let's talk about more recent development in the country. Now, just on Thursday, the National Assembly acceded to President Bola Tinubu's request to extend the 2023 main and supplementary budget from June 30th to December 31st. As a result, the federal government will now be running four budgets concurrently this year. The two extended 2023 budget, the 2024 budget, and an expected 2024 supplementary budget. Budget has rightly described this situation as an anomaly with no precedent. Well, I have international finance and economic analyst Mukhtar Mohammed. He joins me every week to discuss more on economic matters. Good morning to you, Mukhtar.
Thank you, Justin. Good morning.
All right, so just where do we start? Let's start with the budget. Mukhtar, I don't know if it's, like I said, like I just read, now, there's no precedent where we've actually run four budgets concurrently. I hope we're not biting off so much that we can chew. What's your opinion, really? Let's start from there.
You know, we always say something, Nigeria always come up with their own strategy in terms of unorthodox way, because they will tell it's an orthodox way. Where in the world do you have four budgets running concurrently? I mean, and the challenge I have is that the normal budget, I mean, the one that is even a single budget, would not be able to even achieve 40% in terms of execution. Now you have four budgets running concurrency. How do you monitor it? How does the National Assembly get to monitor it? What are the key objective of each of these budgets? Budget 2023, budget 2024, I mean, what are the objectives? Supplementary budget 2023, supplementary budget 2024. So what are the objectives of this budget? What is the aim? Where are they really, what are they really trying to achieve with this budget? For me, that should be our takeaway. But it just looks like a budget that is run, a budget that will be run with lack of transparency. And I think for me, that's a big issue.
Okay, see, you are the international finance analyst here. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why we always need a supplementary budget. Okay, fine, we're not able to conclude with that of 2023. We started the 2024 budget, and of course, there's a 2024 supplementary budget, in the pipeline. So my question right now would be, what impact does it really have directly on key sectors of the economy?
Justin, it has impact because remember before now, during President Olusegun Obasanjo, he came up with a policy that said once a budget fund is not executed, it must be returned back to the national treasury.
Yeah.
That is one. So, so what you see then is that towards the end of the year, a lot of ministries or parastatals try to make sure that they use up all the money for their budget, and that gives room for corruption. And then came the other National Assembly decided that to say, you know what, instead of just rushing up and this is giving room for corruption and lack of transparency, they came up with the doctrine of necessity that say budget can run for the next 6 months, even after his period have elapsed. So they now have a 6 months time given to the budget so that you could finish that budget cycle. But President Buhari came and said that they want to return to the January-December cycle. And they came up and more pulled everything. So you could see that that's why the challenge we are having now is that we were not really prepared to have the January to December because of the peculiarity of our government or of our country. Now, it has. I said it before Bola Tinubu came to power. I said there is no time in the history of this country when a new administration comes to power and decide to run with the previous administration budget. It's always been that they will send a supplementary budget because they seem to have an idea of what they want to achieve in the next 6 months does not correspond with the idea of what the previous administration, even when they are the same political party. So we begin to see that there's no ideology to say, okay, this is what is expected when APC is in government. This is what is expected when PDP is in government. I think that, for me, is the major challenge. The key takeaway here is that it will be difficult to really achieve any meaningful results from this budget because it is scattered. And so what we are achieving, are we achieving based on 2023 or are we achieving on the 2024? So I think what the government should have done at that time was to see how they can extend the lifeline of the 2023 budget and then prepare a very good budget. But again, when they came to power, they did a supplementary budget. So they should allow the supplementary budget and the 2023 budget to run and elapse. And then you can now begin to present the 2024. But like I said, this government seems not to be so prepared for governance. And so they seem to do all about trial and error. It's unprecedented in the history of the world that 4 budgets will be running concurrently. For me, it gives room for chaos, it gives room for lack of transparency, and majorly it gives room for a lot of corrupt tendencies.
Okay, you've said a whole lot concerning, the governance structure in the country and how previous governments have done in terms of planning budget now. But what are the key lessons, really, especially for our budget office and the budget manager? Because it seems to me that we still have a whole lot to do, maybe overhauling the budget processes in the country so that over time we'll not be having all of these challenges. What should be the lessons for the budget office?
I think the lesson for the budget office is to be very proactive, especially in the year that administration will change hands. You should know that it's supplementary budget that is going to come, so you must be very proactive. And in being proactive, then you need to stand up to the institution and let them know what is workable and what is not workable. Because what we have seen is that they seem to think everything is workable and they just go in even if they are key professional in the budget office. So I think the key lessons I think they should learn, they should be proactive in terms of when it comes to budget.
All right, let's slide over now and talk about financial stability. The central bank is in the news. Just yesterday, it talked about risk concerns about growing transaction volumes of NBFIs, that is non-bank financial institutions, and of course other financial institutions. And it is citing that its significance is impacting on financial stability in West Africa. In my head, I thought that it is a good development with what the fintechs are doing in the country and deepening financial yes, to every aspect of Nigeria. And most Nigerians now have access to some sort of a financial transaction, which is what we didn't really have before. But right now, the central bank seems to say that they are even doing more than they should have done, even without appropriate licensing. What are your thoughts?
Well, the fintech space is a phase that has come to stay. And some of them are not even, like you said, some of them are not even monitored. That's a very big challenge in the fintech space. So that for me is the biggest challenge. But I think the fintech space have come to stay. Those fintechs that are being monitored are those that are under maybe as holding company or under the banks, because they are allowed to operate. That's the way it is. But again, it's something that the CBN and others should really come together and begin to come up with modality on how they can be regulated, because funding is involved, even if it's non-financial, but it's still somehow financial because it's an exchange of funds from one account, one person to another, rather digitally. I think with outside, when it comes to license, in terms of financial license, you have to go through the Security and Exchange Commission and also have to go through the Central Bank of Nigeria. But unfortunately, what we have seen is that some fintech companies operate without this license and nothing seems to be done. I think they need to begin to sit down and begin to look at how they can regulate this fintech company, especially like the CBN said there about the loan app, which we have called the Loan Shark. These are people that are professionally, they are not, their way of doing business is not professional. They tend to take advantage of people because the collateral you have to use is to use the phone numbers of the people on your phone, and then you send them. And when these guys are not paying, or the people that collect the loan, you start sending threatening message to some of these start sending message to them, and then also you begin to send message of deformation of character to a lot of those people that you have you have their details, because you have used that details as a means of collateral, telling them, oh, these are thieves, these are criminals, these are wanted. So I think the Central Bank of Nigeria clamped down on them to block all this Loan Shark app on any system in Nigeria. So that, I think that's what they should keep doing, to begin to see how they can regulate them, and where they cannot be regulated. I think it's not rocket science to shut them out of Nigerian space. That's why you have NCC, and that's why you have the Security and Exchange Commission. And if you find out that there's a particular loan app, there's a particular company that's involving in transactional financial transactional business that ought not to be, I think it's necessary that you just shut them down.
All right, but then again, you will agree with me that the fintech space is actually a welcome development. But there must be a way where both the traditional banking institutions and this fintech, other financial institutions, can actually work pari passu in terms of maybe getting to the unreached or the unbanked population without necessarily, doing away with it. Because recently the central bank came with some regulation to some of this fintech space. I know Pump, and so they stopped them from onboarding new customers, and just not too long after, they were asked again to start, onboarding new customers. So how do we strike a bit of a balance so that way we can actually meet the unbanked and of course also ensure financial sanity in the system?
Justin, we've tried so many things when we tried to reach the unbanked in Nigeria. We tried the People's Bank, remember? There we came up with the Microfinance Bank. We came up with POS terminals in local places. and then the fintech has come to digitalize all those processes. Now, in digitalizing those processes, again, it has created another problem, which is a regulatory framework and problem. And so what the CBN was saying is that most of these fintech companies do not know your customer. There was no know your customer database. So for you need to know your customer, because you're talking about financial transaction, because a lot of transactions were going on that were illicit. You talk about the money laundering. They were using some of these fintech companies to perpetrate money laundering. So the CBN said no, because those fintech companies were registered just at the comfort of your house with using your phone number, and then you have an account. So they needed to be regulated, and that's why the CBN told them, look, you need to clean your house and come back to business. And I'm happy that some of them have really come back to business after going through what the CBN, they say it's work in progress, they are still improving upon it. And sometimes you realize that some underage people begin to use this platform also. It also became a platform whereby criminal activities were happening. Just like the POS terminals these days, if you listen, a lot of criminal activities have passed through that space, whereby people take people's card and they use the POS terminal as an easy way to access those funds. So I think they need to be regulated. I totally agree with the CBN on this, and I think they should work hard to make sure that the fintech companies are fully regulated. I mean, because you have, as long as you have doing a financial product. You are doing something that has to do with financial product. I still believe that the Security and Exchange Commission, the CBN, should come together and make sure that any of these fintech companies that are not genuinely registered should be taken off the space of doing business in Nigeria.
All right, let's slide away from financial stability and inclusion and talk about our last issue for today, which is capital importation, FDI, and all of it. From reports from the NBS, Nigeria's capital importation rose by 210% to $3.37 million in the first quarter of this year. Break it down for us, Mukhtar.
Well, when you see this, you are excited.
I was anyway. Yeah.
But when you go to the nitty-gritty of it, then you begin to realize that it's not something to be excited so much about. But what I'm excited about, when you look at those numbers, about 61% were portfolio investors. Where about 61% were portfolio investors, which I always say they come with the hot money. They came to our own market because they begin to realize the kind of yield they will get in our market. But that will translate to what we are supposed to see on our reserve bank, because we're actually making that space attractive for them to come in so that we can get FX to boost our reserve. And that has not really happened, but it's good to see that a lot of them are coming in. And then you look at the manufacturing, the foreign direct investment space, you realize that this
was the least.
It was the least, and that again is a big challenge, because foreign direct investment are those that are coming in to stay for the long term. Portfolio investors are here for the short term. And so what it means is that whatever fund they have brought in, at the time they want to exit, if you don't have so much of liquidity on the system, then you end up, that will also end up affecting your FX reserve and also affecting your foreign exchange market, because they will have to sort for FX to leave. So, and when you look at those numbers, you realize that the banking sector was the key driver of this foreign direct investment. And when you look at those banks, Stanbic IBTC is majorly because of the yield in terms of fixed income. They seem to be specialized in those spaces. And so a lot of Nigerian diaspora like patronizing Stanbic IBTC for that. If you look at Citibank, I think the fund that we are seeing from Citibank coming in is towards the recapitalization of the bank, because they will want to recapitalize, because the CBN have already said they should recapitalize. And that's why I keep saying that the CBN policy of recapitalization will drive FX into the Nigeria market in the long run, and we are seeing that already. Ram Merchant Bank, the same thing, is a South African-based mortgage bank, so he's trying to beat up his activities, especially with the kind of mortgage activities that this administration was saying that they might be engaging. I think so. What we are seeing from them also is that our capital imputation in terms of building up their capital base so that they will still be in business. So, but when you look at that and look at others like manufacturing, it seems to be non-existent, and that is where you really want to drive investment growth.
All right, well said. But I'm still tempted to just chip one thing in before we just call it a morning. Just get a reaction in a minute, so we can just wrap it up. Let's still talk about minimum wage. Some people may not forgive me if I don't mention the minimum wage. States. There are concerns that it may push some state into bankruptcy, and recently there were talks about states, talking or handling their own minimum wage by themselves. What are your opinions concerning all of that?
Well, I like I said one time in your program, I will say it again, the cost of living in Lagos is different from the cost of living in Ekiti. The cost of living in Ekiti is different from the cost of living in Sokoto.
Yeah.
The cost of living in Taraba is different from the cost of living in Rivers State.
True.
So the minimum wage ordinarily is the minimum you can pay any worker in Nigeria.
Yes.
But when you look at the peculiar situation that we have found ourselves in, we must come up with a strategy on how to address it. First and foremost, I am not an advocate and in support of what the governor says, because they are saying all this now when we are almost at the end to start to implement the minimum wage, because they should have said all this before now.
Yeah.
And when they never showed up in the negotiation, and all of a sudden they are beginning to put spinal of the work that everybody has been doing. So that's why I have
reservation
and reservation about them. So, but outside of that, I think the state governors have no reason to say they cannot pay, because their revenue has also improved.
All right.
I said it before, their revenue have improved, and not just by 10%, 20%, but we're talking of revenue of up to 50 to 60%. And how much are you going to increase the minimum wage? How much worker do you have? So the challenge with some of this government is that most of the workers are political appointees, and it seems to pay them so much. So for me, I am not. I want the government to look at a living minimum wage for now, and then in 5 years' time, they keep on updating this minimum wage, because the minimum wage bill says that every 5 years there should be a meeting on ways to improve the minimum wage. And if we have been doing that, we may not have had the challenge of increasing it at this point.
No, we won't have.
I stand with the workers; they need a minimum wage.
All right.
I think the least that they should be given is between 90,000 and 100,000.
All right, thank you so much. I have been speaking with international finance and economic analyst Mukhtar Mohammed on these economic issues. Many thanks for being a part of the show, Mukhtar.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. My name is Justin Akadanye. Many thanks for being around. See you again next time. Bye for now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening. "I am in my house, come and beat me" is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction, a situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comment. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others with your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
2024 United Kingdom general elections a preview. I am this is Plus Politics. At least 30 individuals with Nigerian ancestral ties, both men and women, will be contesting in the United Kingdom's general elections to fill some of the presently vacant 650 seats of the House of Commons. The elections are set for Thursday, July 4. The leader of the party that secures the most elected members of the chamber will be appointed by His Majesty King Charles III as the Prime Minister. It is widely anticipated that the Conservative Party, led by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, will face defeat to the main opposition, the Labour Party, after holding power for 14 years under 5 checkered leaders. Joining us is the founder and parliamentary candidate of the Yoruba Party, Dr. Shola Oni. Also joining us is a UK-based political analyst, Otumba Hashim Olabode Oseni, and Festus Tokumbo, another UK-based development analyst. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Otumba, let's start with you. What is your general take of how the electioneering campaigns are going on and some of the predictions that we've been hearing from across the media platforms? Your take, your intro.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying I'm very happy to have been part of this journey. I also want to appreciate the chairman, the founder of this political party, who has this kind of big vision. And all I've been doing is to support him. And I also believe that those who have also have been here for years, who knows that the reason for this kind of a political party means more than wanting to be a member of parliament. It's a party that is founded under the belief that Nigerians, as many as we are here, that we have no political strength. We don't have any base. We don't have anything to show for being here for many years. The party was formed in formed in February this year, and from just like that, 6 weeks after the commission of the party, general election was called, and we decided to go for it. We were unable to field more than one candidate, and the candidate is the Dr. Shola Oni, who is here. So far we have been he's going to contest in one of the constituencies in Southwark, that's Peckham. And also, it's one of the biggest constituency in Southwark. So we have done all what is possible. We campaign and canvass for votes. We try to show the people of the area there's a new sheriff coming to town. And all what we've been asking people to do is to vote for us because he's an outstanding candidate. So up to yesterday, up to today, we have been leafletting, we have been canvassing, we have been using all possible means to get the people of the constituency to know who we are.
Okay, Otumba, at least it's good that quite upfront you are letting people know that you are here as a partisan of the Yoruba Party. The question I asked you was more general in nature, but you choosing to remove the gloves, and that's that in itself is a mark of honor. At least you are not pretending as some do. They pretend to be a political analyst and be speaking particularly in favor of their partisan disposition. Do we have Festus on? Is Festus on?
Yes, I mean, thank you for
that. If you're a partisan of any of the political parties in the UK, but I know you are UK based, and I know you featured a couple of times on the show as a development, analyst, economic analyst. First, what is your take of the electioneering campaigns and the direction that the ballot will go on Thursday?
Thank you very much for having me on your show. As my colleague Kafali said, the election is coming up on 4th of July. One thing about the UK election, like the Western election, is based on issues. It's based on issues, and not like what is being done in Nigeria, that is based on ethnicity or religious factors. It's based on issues. And as you have rightly said, there are 750 MP that will be elected on the 4th of July from various parties. And I'm in the Buckingham Council, and I'll be working with, we have two MP. We have two MP from Buckingham Council, which are Labour, and I'll be working with them to campaign to go to the field, talk to the electorate, and why they should vote for Labour, and like that. So, and the response will be quite. Hello?
We can hear you.
The response will be quite.
Again, the background noises are coming from the studio.
Okay, fine. So, I mean, various government polling results have predicted that Labour will likely win the election because the Conservative Party has been for 14 years. They produced 5 prime ministers, and today everybody is talking about a change because there are a lot of problems that the UK is facing, both domestic and international problems. And like the local election that happened about 2 months ago, you see, the Labour have the majority of the vote, followed by the Liberal Democrat, and then the Conservative. Conservative lost about over 400 of their local, or their members or their posts in local council. So we are very optimistic about it. We know people are willing to vote. I think the first time that people vote with their ID.
That's the Labour Party, because come to think of it, I also asked you a general question and you choosing to exhibit your partisan disposition. Okay, one goal is to at this juncture. But having said that, Dr. Oli, in every material particular, you cannot be expected to do anything but at least espouse your candidature.
Yeah, I'm on an international.
Otumba, please mute your device. That's Otumba, please mute your device. Thank you, sir. We get to hear your voices a couple of times. I thought it was a studio from Lagos.
No, it's not me. It's the studio, but it's me this time.
Please mute your device when you are not on, sir.
Okay,
thank you very much. Dr. Oni,
I'm listening. I'm here.
It is just reasonable for me to ask, what are your chances? You are like swimming against the tide. Against the electoral roll in your constituency would have nothing less than 70,000. And how many of them would you think will be voting for you? And what is the likelihood of an upset?
Okay. I think I should start by explaining
how difficult it is for a small party to get a look in this country. That's because the media is already decided who is going to win or who is going to lose. And they've already decided that parties like Nigel Farage's reform are so sufficiently outlandish that they needed airtime. So that people like us who are reasonable people, who look at the local problems and try to provide solution for local problems, we have difficulty. In the 6 weeks that this election has been called, we have sent out by hand, talking to people, putting it on cars, and so on and so forth, over 30,000 leaflets explaining who we are and what we intend to do. We have also sent out 40,000 copies of the manifesto through the post office. Not only that, we have been on the street. We have held rallies. We have been on the stump. We have been doing what elections are supposed to be about. People who say they want to represent you, they go on the streets, they talk to you, they talk all over the place. But because the big parties have taken the votes for granted, they don't go on the stumps anymore. They don't bother anymore. They think, everything is done on television, the leader is there, and that's it. But in fact, a parliamentary election is about representatives. It's about people representing you, not representing their political party, but representing you. I'm going to come to our prospects in a minute, but I would like to say this. In the last 40, 50 years, the issues for election has been exactly the same. Taxes, immigration, national health service, housing, climate change, inflation. So these problems are recurring every time, which tells you that neither the Labour nor the Tory party is competent enough to solve the problem. If the same problem, every election cycle, you get exactly the same. If you have a television program from, say, 1968, and you compare it to today, it's exactly the same problem. And it is the same problem, as I said, because the two main parties are too incompetent to be able to deal with what the problem is. What you get on television is two parties who are tittle-tattle between themselves. That's what they do. They're really nothing in depth about anything. And that's where we've come in. If you read our manifesto, we have gone in depth into everything to explain how in this country the failure of the government is because they tax and spend. They don't create any wealth. They don't bother to create any wealth. All they do is they take the tax from you, they take your money and spend it for you. That's why they are unsuccessful. It's never occurred to them that they need to create wealth. Yeah. And the way for this country to create wealth, being a small country, an island, is to go outside this country to create the wealth. That's where we come in. That's where parties like us, intellectually, we're above all of them. Now, the question of how we are going to do, I think we are going to surprise a lot of people. At the end of the day, there are over 70,000 electorates in Peckham. Labour can probably count on 10 to 20,000 of them as their core supporters. Admittedly, they are starting from a very high threshold. They are starting from 10 to 20,000, whereas we are starting from zero. But the fact of the matter is, as I said, they can probably count on only 10 to 20,000 electorates that will vote for them. So the other votes, the other 50,000 votes are up for grabs. And that's what we've been pitching.
Okay.
Most of Labour, just give me a minute. Most of Labour's vote has been personal to Harriet Harman, who was their MP for 42 years. She's not standing now. So we are starting from ground zero. And I think we are going to surprise a lot of people in this election. Thank you.
Okay. Otumba,
yes, I'm here.
You know, as a political analyst based in the UK who has seen a number of election cycles, you should know that it is an uphill task to defeat the two major parties when it comes to mustering the resources, reaching the constituents, because like Dr. Oni has stated, they seem to have some seeming advantage or advantages. The media naturally flexes after the main parties, except as rightly stated, melodramatic characters who give them a degree of sensationalism, like the Nigel Farage of this world. So how do you think your party that you have openly declared for would do against such odds?
Thank you, Bala. The main tool, the main instrument, the main way to win any election in Europe, having been around for about 54 years, is when you have a selling point, a selling point like a good manifesto, offer to the people what you can offer them, what you want to do to win them, to convince them to change their regular vote has been cast for a particular party the last odd years. Take example of Peckham. Labour Party has been there the last 42 years. And like the candidate for Peckham, Dr. Olushola Oni, said, all what we can do is to spring a surprise. And to get a surprise is to campaign 4 times or 5 times more than the regular parties there. And we have done that. I have no doubt in my mind that we can do what we call in many political and elections offset. We call it offset. We can offset, we can change. Just like as we speak, it's not unlikely that many big wigs in Tories are going to lose their seat. And you'll be surprised that the newcomer in some of their constituencies will be chosen. So it is also likely that the way we have positioned ourselves, what we have put into in a campaign, all the our manifestos, the canvassing and so on and so forth, will afford us the opportunity to generate a kind of offset that we can defeat the incumbent party in Peckham. So it is not going to be easy, no doubt about that. That is a long shot, but at least we can take care of that. And again, like I said, the main tool we are using is how much campaign we put into it.
First off, it is almost like a coronation for your party. And I'm thinking the intellectual grilling that the leader of your party ought to be subjected to is not getting it, because this election seems to be an election where the UK electorate is just saying, we are so fatigued, we are so tired of the Conservative Party. So first off, whether you go out or you don't go out with your Labour candidate in your constituency or any other constituency, you don't see that the UK electorate seem to have had enough. How would you respond to that, Festus?
Of course, I mean, people want to change. They believe that the Tory party, the Conservative party, have been there for 14 years, and things are not getting better.
I hope and pray that the change will not be the change that one particular country got when they bought into a change that changed them in the direction of the other.
Yeah, so exactly. They want to change. They want a new party. I mean, some of the Conservative voters that have spoke to us, when they are not willing to vote, some of them will say, no, we are not voting for Conservative. And I've been there for more than 20, 25 years. They are tired of Conservative Party. Some of them will say, well, we may not vote, or if they don't want to vote at all, they consider a Labour Party. And the fact is that if you look at the 2019 election, Labour and Conservative have about 84% of vote, of the total vote, while the many parties were less than 16%. So it is obvious, and I mean, as my colleague Afali said, probably in Peckham, they have, I mean, where there are a lot of foreigners, a lot of Nigerians, or other nationals. They can be all stay there. They want the council there. But when you talk about the general election, I mean, the point is going to Labour Party, and they're going to be offset as all. Offset, the other party can get good vote and make a surprise. It will be Labour Democrat, as was the case during the council election, because they came second, the Conservative came third. And if there's going to be any coalition at all, it will likely be Labour and Labour Democrat. It's not going to be one from Conservative.
You must be a very circumspect Labour supporter, because at this juncture, you are the first Labour supporter that I see who in any scenario of his analysis has posited a coalition. It is almost going to be a steamroller, because the Labour will likely get all its lost seats in the northern part of England. The SNP has shot itself in the foot in Scotland, so Labour will inherit some of their majority of their seats. So I'm sitting there now thinking, you are a very, very conservative analyst. I'm not saying you are a conservative member, but let me go to your colleagues. Dr. Oni.
Yes, sir.
Just on a general note now, it is almost certain that the Labour Party will be forming the next government. It is almost certain from the statistics out there, from the polls and projections. I wonder what an ultra-minority member, let's even paint a perfect case scenario where you and the efforts of those who are supporting you, where it eventually precipitates an upset, and you ultimately made it to the historic chamber of the House of Commons. I wonder what a lone voice amongst very aggressive debaters. You seem to me like a gentleman, cultured, coming from the background of medicine, where politeness and refinement and civility reign supreme. I wonder what your representation will amount to in such a scenario. Just thinking aloud.
Thank you for that. But there's also, people say things, the pen is mightier than the sword. There's also the fact that when you put things concisely, precisely, intellectually, sometimes you are able to change minds. One of the tasks that we are going to do is to see how we can change minds. For example, when it comes to the question of creating wealth abroad, at least we have thought of that, and we could then use our position, even though we have only a lone MP, we can use our position to say, this is how you create wealth. For example, in our manifesto, we describe what we call the desert economy. As you know, the desert has been encroaching on the Sahel for quite some time now. And one of the ways of stopping that is to plant trees across the Sahel. Not only will that help this, reduce the ingrowth of the desert, it will also deal with climate change, because trees eat carbon, and carbon is the cause of climate change. Now imagine the scenario where this country spends some money to create this desert economy, which involves planting trees in the Sahel. That is going to create jobs in this country. There'll be planners, there'll be environmentalists, there'll be geologists, there'll be water engineers, there'll be agriculturalists, all sorts of professions will be involved. That is one way of creating wealth externally, which not only helps this country, will help the Sahel, will also help climate change. Instead of people sitting around and talking about zero sum and all this kind of nonsense. That's where we come in, that we are able to intellectually articulate what we think is the way forward. And that will allow people in government to think. So this is another perspective. Can we go down this lane? So I am not fazed at all that we might end up with just one MP, and what can he do? And I usually give an example of when I was at the General Medical Council as the lone black man there. Before I joined the council, there were two registers, one for overseas trained doctors, one for British home trained doctors. And the point that I was making in those days was this: when the patient comes to you, the patient doesn't ask where you qualified. The patient is only interested in the competent doctor, somebody to look after you. That's it. The patient does not care where you come from. In other words, the idea of two registers was not to protect the patient. It was for other reasons apart from protecting the patient. And that argument won the day. So we then ended up with just one register. So that whether you trained here or you trained abroad, you're all one register. So I'm listening.
How would you respond to a cynic or a skeptic listening to you now and is saying this man is wittingly or unwittingly espousing colonization all over again?
That's my response.
Let me finish.
Okay.
He's speaking to reforestation of the Sahel when ordinarily the Sahel is literally spanning the territories of sovereign nations. When ordinarily those sovereign nations would have the sovereign right to decide how they even want to feel. As wonderful and as good as the idea may be, you are speaking as though it must be only UK botanists, UK geologists, UK professionals who will go and do it. And for you, that is wealth creation. How would an average country in the Sahel feel that, they are bringing money, they are bringing personnel? What about our own project? What about our own professionals who can do it?
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
Okay, your professionals can do it. They are not doing it. This idea that you've got people on the ground to do, they're not doing it. It's really an empty an empty boast. We've got people to do it, but they're not doing anything. You don't have the money to do it.
But you would then do a diktat from 10 Downing Street.
With due respect. With due respect, that has got nothing to do with it. I mean, they're not just coming and just saying we are going to do this. They negotiate with you. I mean, all this nonsense that we talk about sometimes, they've been taking oil from Nigeria since 1950s. Not a single refinery was built in Nigeria. They built it in Singapore. To take Nigerian oil to Singapore and then import oil for us to what is that? Is that not worse colonization? That they take from us, they take to Singapore, thousands and thousands of miles away, refine it and bring it to us, to sell to us at a high price. This nonsense, as if we are passive people. If you are talking of desert economy, the people, what is wrong with the government of that area saying, let us negotiate, let us see how we are going to do things. But I mean, there are so many things that
then you must be supporting Richie Sunak's idea of deporting so-called illegal immigrants.
Please, come on. Don't let's degenerate to that level. Come on. This has got nothing to do with immigration. And if you want to talk about immigration, let's do it now. Sunak, let me tell you, Bremerman, Sunak, Patel, they did it for racist reasons. So don't let us mince words. Let me finish. The United Kingdom is a signatory to the 1951 Convention on Refugees. It is a signatory to the 1967 Protocol on Refugees, which says that when somebody comes to your land and says, I'm a refugee, it is your duty to look after them. It does not matter how they got there, whether they were imported by some thieves or brought on a boat or whatever it is. That is what this country signed up to. If this country is not satisfied with what it signed, it can always get out of it. But you can't have a situation. This is what happens to us Africans all the time. That you just accept this kind of nonsense because you don't go back to look at what the facts are. Britain has no right to deport anybody to Rwanda. None whatsoever. Because Britain signed a protocol, signed a convention. If they don't want it, they can cancel it. But as long as you pretend that you will look after refugees, and in any case, if you go down in Peckham today, there are buildings that are empty, vast numbers of buildings that have been left empty, where you can house refugees once you are dealing with their problem, rather than putting them on boats. That's why I said the policy was racist right from the beginning. There are places in Peckham today where you can house refugees. They don't have to go to be put on a boat. They don't have to be taken to Uganda, to Rwanda. Yes,
I'm listening aloud now. I'm thinking a racist policy by Richie Sunak, who is of Indian ancestry, Brahman, who is of Indian ancestry, racist against the black, or which of the race of color or the what?
Okay, let me tell you, well, maybe you don't know about Indian society anyway, because they have a caste system. So don't let's go into that. But the fact of the matter is that what Braverman, Patel, and Sunak are proposing is racist. Their parents came here, but they are not preventing others from coming. They are being used because they have a brown face. So don't let us go down that path at all, because I have my own personal views, and I'll let you know. Braverman became Liz Truss's Home Secretary, I wrote to her about this. So what I'm saying to you, I'm not saying it in a vacuum. I wrote a letter to her. She didn't have the courtesy to respond to it. I wrote to her about this. They're spending millions and millions of pounds wasting it. Then what is Rwanda to Britain? Rwanda was never a colony. You are sending people to Rwanda. Why? Why?
Political
Ukrainians are okay. You can bring Ukrainians here. They're okay, no problem. But from other places, oh no, they can't come here. So please, let's go back.
Otumba Ashil.
Yes, sir.
How would you respond to if somebody then says, beyond the nomenclature, Yoruba Party, how could somebody of your political knowledge be espousing a candidate of Yoruba Party beyond that nomenclature and the fact that your ancestry and your sentiments are in every material particular that connected to the primordiality of Yorubanness? How would you respond?
We come across this your question. I mean, this is your question. I hope you are not distributed to the people of Peckham because most of them have been asking a similar question. And what we told them is this: we could have called it Bola Party in the UK. We could have called it Yanga. We could have called it anything. At the end of the day, the visionary, the person who has spent most of his time doing medicine in this country, law and some other things, I have to give it a serious thought that it is not the name for now. For those of you, especially you, when you heard about it, you said to me, oh, you wish you could have been still living here. You will have probably wrong because you've done it before. You have been there and you know exactly how it works. So the thing is, I don't see any problem in the name of the party. Because like I said, if we call it Anglo, Wasobia, anything, Festus, Festokia, anybody, people will still say to you, why did you not add their own preference? So for me, it was what the political party offers, I think is the most important. And like Dr. Oni said, for the people of Peckham, what they're about to get is an outstanding candidate who will be looking at their interests, who will be fighting for their rights. He talk about housing. Housing in Peckham is horrible. Let's even talk about security. Here we have a large constituency like Peckham that has thousands of, registered voters, 76,000 or so, and they don't even have a single police station. The only one there has been closed down. You will need to go 5 miles away to get to get to a police station. These are issues that we have discussed, and I have no doubt in my mind that if we get the position there, these are the things our candidate will restore. We talk about it in the House of Commons, and when issues like that are tabled, it has to be discussed. And the thing is, again, for me, we are not afraid. Yes, we come across, and the only people that have been challenging the name are your own Yoruba people, which is fine. But we always said to them, the other, it also has to be said that the party is not targeting only Yoruba, because to be honest, the total number of Yoruba in the constituency, we don't have the statistics. We only have statistics for the constituents. So having said that, I don't think if we even have 2,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 Yoruba that are registered from our typical way we do things, not all of them are going to vote. And even all of them are going to vote, it is not likely that all of them are going to vote one Yoruba party. So it comes down to the fact that we have been campaigning to all the registered constituents of that place. And I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to pay off.
Okay, I think at this juncture, I need to make some confessions. I was positively enamored to have had the Yoruba Party. Like Otumba rightly alluded to what I said. And for me,
thank you.
For somebody who has read much about the Yoruba diaspora, especially from about 400 years ago, how the Yorubas articulated or used cohesion as an instrumentality of preserving their culture in Latin America, from Bahia in Brazil, even when they were being murdered in Argentina, how they supported themselves when Argentina was eliminating their blacks, to how they have preserved their culture in the Caribbean. And now, as we speak, the fastest growing religion in Latin America has been Santeria. Santeria being a religion that is based on the mythology of Ifa. As a student of history, I was particularly enamored that a Yoruba man, especially an erudite Yoruba man, could take that step. Because on one occasion in the past, short of the mutual respect that Otumba and I have for ourselves, I was not one who supported Yoruba nation because of Sunday Igboho. I felt we have been too blessed intellectually for such a character to be espoused as a central figure of identification by Yorubas. I think I went to from Obafemi Awolowo to all the erudite this thing. But you see, when I even looked at the background of the person, I said truly that if I was still fully living in the UK, I probably would have taken up the gauntlet of running on the platform of the party in Woolwich. Because come to think of it, I have a rich electoral antecedent in that area. But having said that, that's not the issue here now. Let me be fair enough, because on this occasion, I have to be fair. At least the only opposition member we have here now, quote unquote, is Santos. These people will not choke you.
No, I can tell you, I'm a mind reader. I can tell you as we speak. He will get home and call his friends and family in Peckham to vote for, definitely. But well, tell me if I'm wrong, Festus.
No, at all. I've never seen. When I talked earlier, I said, it is possible that the Yoruba Party could create an offset in Peckham, as a political party.
Because of your own Yoruba sentimentalities too.
He's also affected. He has been affected.
No, not really, because election in the UK is about the issues, and as a political party, it's actually your political manifestos to the voters. Is that what it matters? I mean, pretty like
this. First off, because you are a development economist, and we've had you on the show a couple of times speaking to development strategies. What do you see to some of the ideas that Dr. Oni is positing regarding the fact that this is an island, the level to which you can use internal resources to develop is limited, and just as the UK once did historically, going out there, when the British Empire, when the sun never set so, the British Empire, and that was the period they had they took the most development strides at the expense of the colonies. From India, the crown jewel of the colonies, to places like Nigeria, and as small places as the Gambia or the Caribbean. What is your own take as a labor colonist again?
say I have a lot of reservation about the idea. In a survey conducted by YouGov about the electorate, 52% of them they are more concerned about the economy. The inflation rate in UK is about 4.4%. It was 2% for the Ukraine crisis.
That's why it is now 2 point something.
It's 4.4.
Because the party member is not here.
The high cost of living, the aids, about 10 million people in the UK could not afford for their GP because the NHS is not well funded. So those are domestic issues that are more concerned with to the electorate. And when it comes to that of climate change, the UK is the leading country in climate change. For example, in 2008, UK was the first region in the world that created a legislation that was meant to reduce the global greenhouse gas emission. And when you examine the G7 countries, UK is the most decarbonized in those countries. For example, when you examine the electricity sector, over 50% of electricity sources in the UK is from fossil fuel. From renewable energies. But when you examine the energy sectors, about 70% produced from energy sector. But among the G7 countries, UK is a leading country, and the government has proposed to phase out diesel cars and petrol cars by 2030. So UK is taking a giant stride in climate change. So what I'm trying to say is that the electorate are more concerned about domestic issues.
Okay, let me go to Dr. Onena, and I really want to take a leap from Festus's conclusion. I would want to believe, Dr. Oni, that domestic issues, as it pertains to your candidature, will relate to issues in your constituency.
Yes.
It will relate to issues in your constituency. Yes. And I'm thinking the per capita income in your constituency is relatively in the UK and across Western Europe seemingly low. That's number one. And that also is a function of the fact that the level per capita of education, forget about the fact that some of you people who started from this end, especially those of you from some bookish, quote-unquote, bookish Anglophone country, like Nigeria, like Southern Nigeria, Ghana, and say some of you have made good for yourselves by acquiring multiple degrees, medicine, surgery. From medicine, surgery, I wonder how you even took the pain to go to law school, law, and other, Otumba from insurance, district management to law. So some of you, but the general average, the per capita in your constituency is such that, especially the Gen Zs, the youngsters, they need skills. I'm not hearing you talking to that.
I have been talking to that, and there are fundamental issues. Okay, because what happens in a community? In fact, I was discussing this with somebody a couple of days or so ago. That when you see the statistics of how well government is doing, it is not the reality of what people on the ground are feeling. You can do all the statistics you like, but the reality is what the life of the people on the ground are. Part of the problem, and why you need political parties like mine, is the fact that people are making decisions for you. People are saying, this is what your school should be like. This is what policing should be like. This is what your housing should be like. They are not asking you what you want your policing to be like, or what you want your housing to be like, or what you want your schools to be like. The decision is being made for you. There's nobody holding a town hall and asking the people of Peckham, what do you want? But as I've been going around talking to people, and see the difference between what they want and what they are being provided. The difference between what they want and all the things that the politicians are talking about. I think it was somebody who, I can't remember which politician who said that inflation is created by government, not by people. Inflation is created by government, not by people. So all the economic disaster and so on, it's not caused by the people, it's caused by government itself. And what happens when somebody else decides for you what aspects of your life you'll be, is that you end up the way we have ended up with increased crime. Your children are not doing well at school. And in fact, when black children go to school, all the teachers are interested in, can he play football? Can he run? Can he jump? Not can he think? Those things will change when we have a political party that shines some light on our community, that says, we too can do this. We too can do this. Once others know that we too can do this, they will listen to us. They will not come and build houses on our land, and houses that we cannot afford to rent or to buy. So that slowly, you are turning Peckham into Islington, into central London. Because the people here cannot afford the new housing. You call it affordable housing. Affordable by who?
Hello, candidate Oni, because we must grill candidate Oni well enough to show that whether you are abiding. I hope you are not a Trump. I'm hearing, are you against gentrification that is happening? As I'm talking to you now, I'm literally speaking from your constituency. And given what I've known of Peckham, say in the last 30, 35 years, or even up to about 20 years, I've seen enormous amount of gentrification, enormous amount of uplift in the aesthetics of the environment. Are you against that, or what are you speaking about?
If you remember how I started, I said it is what the people on the ground feel is the reality. What you are talking about appeals to you. Does it appeal to the people on the ground? Because what the people on the ground see is that they are being priced out of living in Peckham. That's what they see. You see the beauty, you say, oh, well, it's like a New York outline now, is beautiful, is this, is that. Is that what the people of Peckham see? They see differently. Because I talk to them, and they tell me exactly what I've told you. That they take our houses, they demolish it, they put this apartment blocks.
Please educate me. Coming from the background of somebody who used to live in the UK, who understands how this society functioned and how some of us were ushered into the opportunity of right to buy, growing equity on some of the council flats that we ultimately owned. If anybody choose to sell, that person would not have been pushed out. That person would have earned good money from such a transaction. So, and some are choosing not to sell and just grow the equity on their residencies. What could be wrong with that?
I didn't say anything was wrong with that. Let me remind you again what I said. You are looking at a minority where everything looks rosy. I am telling you about the people that I've met on the streets and I'm talking to. Their reality. I can see. I have an idea of the sort of place I would like to live in, and so on and so forth. But that's not the point. The point is what the people on the ground say they want. That's the reality. And it's the same thing with the National Health Service as well.
What do they say they want?
That's what I'm telling you. That they are building houses that they cannot afford to buy, they cannot afford to rent. That's it. So you build something, you say this is affordable housing, but they can't afford it.
Which is a general phenomenon across the Greater London area.
It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter where it is. I can only tell you what the people of Peckham are saying, and it is important for politicians. I mean, I know I'm not, I'm just a neophyte when it comes to politics, but it is important to listen to what people on the ground are saying. That's my job as a doctor, as an orthopedic surgeon. I listen to what my patient is saying before I offer treatment. I don't just see the guy and say, this is the treatment.
Our time is quite well spent.
Oh,
in 10 seconds, Otumba, your closing remarks. Hello, Otumba, is Otumba there? Okay, Festus, your closing remark.
Okay, thank you. I think I wish the Yoruba Party they will good luck in Peckham.
Thank you.
I listen to you and I'm very.
So at the end of the day,
but the election.
At the end of the day, Festus, at the end of the day, your own neighbor has a caveat when it comes to Peckham.
I'm not talking about Peckham. Generally, I think the election is Labour Party. I mean, every
but when it comes to Peckham, you rather want your Omoluabi banner to fly. You see,
that's not fair. That is not fair.
And go and read about how the Yorubas were said to have a very, very high community in Bahia, in Brazil. That you would still do your egugu, you will still sell akara, you will still sell this thing. You see you now.
You are being unfair. You are being unfair.
I do the sign of the cross to you Yorubas for whatever it's worth. But I have to confess too. I was positively first of all, not peculiar to you. I was also positively enamored. Yeah. I was tripped, and I wouldn't know where that primordial instinct came from that this was what supported. But yeah. I no longer hold the vote in the UK because my name should be somewhere on the electoral register, but I don't see myself voting on Thursday. I wish you all.
Can I quickly, just before you go? Yeah, no. I just want to appreciate Plus TV for giving us this opportunity because we are going to.
Charge.
Yeah. Well, at least you and many other Nigerians, whether here or not, are going to have, for the first time in many years, a voice. Yesterday, I was watching on television. I saw Sunak going all over the place, going to the Sikh temple, going to different Indian temple, and so on and so forth, seeking for votes. And the same thing the Labour leader was doing. They gone to the Jews, they everywhere.
As a candidate gone to the Ifa temple in
Oh yes, oh yes. I've been to churches, I've been to mosques.
Thank you.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Sometimes it's not just the distance we travel, it's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy, It's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Hello, you're welcome to Timeless Conversation. My guest today is a very well-known Nigerian. He's an international figure. He has inspired quite a lot of young Nigerians today to speak out, to be non-conformist when things are going wrong. And at the same time, he's someone who cherishes his culture, his upbringing, the societal value, and the family place. My guest is none other than the man we all call Charlie Boy, but he has the birth name of Charles Oputa.
Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, was born on the 19th of June 1950. He hails from Oguta in Imo State. Multi-talented Charlie is a singer, songwriter, television presenter, publisher and producer. One of Nigeria's most controversial entertainers, Charlie Boy is best known for his alternative lifestyle, political views and media productions, including the iconic Charlie Boy Show. He once served as president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN. In 2011, he was also a judge on the Nigerian Idol set.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, good to see you.
Happy to be here as usual.
Indeed, you know, since we've known each other, I'd always looked at you as someone, this man is too different. What's the difference?
How different?
Yeah, what's the difference in you? There's something that
I don't know.
Different.
I feel very regular and very normal.
Are we going to start to
In fact, over normal, they worry me.
You want me to define regular?
I don't know. I don't see anything abnormal or different about
Okay, let's
me.
try this now.
Yeah.
Sometimes they list your birth age at 70. Another set of people will say 71.
Because I've decided not to say anything about my birthday. I don't know why
irregular.
that one is
That
an
is
issue.
That is irregular.
That is irregular.
Most people your age will talk proudly about their date of birth.
Eh.
Before we start this program now, you know waiting they talk now.
Waiting at the talk. Remind me.
I know go
You know,
remind
too many spirits they pass. So
no. Make one
sometimes.
spirit bow for another spirit. Eh?
Okay.
Why don't you want to talk about your actual date of birth?
Because, you know, we get football age, we get passport age, we get spiritual age. You can assign any age to any of these different compartments or departments, you know. And because in the beginning, I don't give many dates, so I don't get confused. I don't know really what it is.
But one real age that is there is what?
The real age, the last time I looked, it was 70. That was
last year.
Last year, 2020.
So 19th of June,
But
1950 led us to 70 in 2020.
That's what they said.
There you go again. That's what is coming up.
Unfortunately, my mom is late now, so we would have asked her. She would have been the only one who would have
to remind you
specific.
To remind you, because I know she told you. I, for instance, I know that you were so close to your mom. Describe your relationship with her.
Oh, it was heavenly. You know, that was what kept me in Abuja for a long time, taking care of my parents. And I'll tell you that that is the proudest job I ever did in my life. And I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to take good care of them, shower them with love, you know, because I'm sure in the beginning they didn't even think that that was possible, that it was going to be me. Because I give those people, I give them a tough time. I show them pepper. I show them pepper now, you know, as a growing teenager, you know. But I think in a roundabout way, I hold my father responsible because he always taught us to speak up and speak out, you know.
So you got that from him?
Yeah. He will always say things. I remember some of his famous quotes, you know, anyway, you see injustice, you know, you fight it. If you don't fight it, it will come back and chop your head off, you know, things like that. We always had that in the household. We always had things like, do you know who you are? Do you really know who you are? I'm giving you this name, or don't go and spoil it, or, you know, you have to preserve it. So after, do you know, every time, do you know who you are? Do you know? I say I know who I am. My name is Charles Chukwemeka Oputa. I live at number 11 Borokiri, Ahofia Road, Port Harcourt. He said, no, you are an Oputa. I said, so? What does being an Oputa mean?
Well, can I pose his question back to you now? Do you really know who you are?
Yeah.
Or have you found out
Because of knowing who I am. That gives me the confidence in the things that I do and in being comfortable in my own skin because I know who I am, I know where I'm coming from, I know where I've been to, and I know exactly what I want to do with my life. And praise the Lord, I've been doing that for the past 70 years.
70 is back.
Sure you wanna test my ride? Power back here. Sure you wanna take a ride? CB, you know me.
Now, the journey to discover yourself, to know who you are, took you out of Nigeria in your teens. And your dad wanted you to be a lawyer.
Not necessarily.
So,
He wasn't fussy about. He wasn't. He would have loved everybody because he sees anybody, you know, they start talking law, or if you have some love for law and things like that, then he made a friend in my father. But no, we were just allowed to express ourselves, you know, any which way we wanted, because that was the first freedom, to be vocal, to be curious, to ask questions. We were taught that.
Probe your environment.
Yeah, not to. We're not like the kids. Like when you have elders come over to the house, you know, you tell your kids to go to the other room. Elders are there. No, we weren't brought up like that. We were brought up to stay with elderly people, you know, and we were encouraged to be curious, to ask questions, even though we didn't know what the hell, you know, the issue were about those days. Yeah, and then from early enough, that kind of made me very comfortable with people who are much older than me.
Yeah, I read somewhere that you studied communication.
Yes, I'm a mass comm major. You know, I did mass comm, radio, TV. You know, I used to run a public relation, you know, outfit. You know, we specialized in TV program, radio program, adverts, stuff like that, the documentaries. We did a lot for state governments, federal governments, back in the days.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Now, let's relate that to your life as a performer, as an artist. Was your education helpful in putting it on track?
Yeah, it taught me how to look at things from different perspective. It taught me about being open, being my authentic self. My father raised us very well, if I must say, because early enough, I always heard him say, "Man, know thyself." A person who has a full understanding of him or herself and knows exactly what he's been given grace to do will only find fulfillment in the things that he or she does.
That's deep.
Yes, and I think my parents set us up on that track. Yeah.
So, reading mass comm was very useful to you in your engagements as a performer.
Oh yeah.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding the human psyche, understanding, you know, arty people, they like to exaggerate a lot, you know, and where you know your stunts, your hypes have become effective is when people start to see you in different lights.
Yes.
Because Charlie Boy means different things to different people. It's only from where you stand. If one stands on the side of ignorance, that's all you think that whatever this brand is doing is just something weird about him. There's nothing weird about it.
Talking about something weird, you know, when you hit the scenes in the 80s, everybody was saying, he's the son of a Supreme Court Justice.
So
how can he dress like that? And you're still dressing like that at 71. Well, almost 71.
I've calmed down a bit.
Calm.
Yeah.
This one is calming.
This one, they come now. I remember when my head used to be red, yellow, green, and all of that.
And you don't get hair again.
Yeah, I don't get hair again.
So it's not calming. You're toning
when I used to wear 2 different shoes on, you know, each leg, my craze that time, computer no reach am.
You even use the word craze.
Yeah.
You have noticed that craze.
Although my mom was very understanding. My father, on the other hand, actually thought I was crazy. I say crazy because a lot of people out there too thought that the flamboyant image I built as Charlie Boy was crazy, weird, too loud, too flamboyant, not acceptable, perceived as not responsible, especially for the family image. You see, it's it's a different kind of craze because this craze, wait a minute, this craze is organized. It's well.
It's intentional.
It's intentional.
What was the intention about?
You know, when you have a famous father,
good.
It's like a big thing hanging over your head.
A huge umbrella.
No, not an umbrella. It becomes a burden. Like, I like to give you an example.
Yeah.
Like, what's his name? Femi Kuti.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah? Fela's son.
Yeah.
Fela was that big.
Huge.
So, can you imagine the struggle Femi at the time was going through to be
Femi?
To be Femi.
Not Fela.
To find his own identity.
Yes.
Because no matter what he will do at the time, he said, you can't be like Fela.
So there you were. There you were.
Yeah. I hated to live under anybody's shadow. I didn't want that.
But that man gave you covering.
Say?
Your dad, his name gave you covering. He pushed you to go get education.
No. Yeah. Yes. I mean, from that perspective, sure. He gave me all I required.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that.
And then you came back, you rebelled against all that you got. We need to say, I want you to say it.
Yes.
So why?
Yes.
Because you don't want that cover.
Why? Because you can't just call me up one morning and say, here, take a letter, go there, pack your bag, go and start work. No, I'm not going to take that from anybody. I never told anybody, I never had any discussion. Say, I'm going to go into paid employment 9 to 5. Yeah, we not discuss that. So when I got that letter one morning, that was in Owerri. I didn't say I know they go anywhere. That was when our fight really started.
Okay.
You say, why? Everybody, once they finish university, then find work. We don't find for you, you no one work. I say, I didn't have that discussion with you. Oh yeah, what do you want to do? Because I was tired of living under this shadow. Yeah. I wanted to break away. I wanted to do my own thing.
Not break away, break out.
Break out, yeah. I wanted to do my own thing. So when it came to a head, when they asked me what I wanted to do, and I said, I want to be an entertainer. Of course, now, everybody was disappointed. So that was when I decided I was going to cut the umbilical cord between me and my parents. At that time, we were in Owerri. So luckily for me, he was promoted as a Supreme Court judge. So he went to Lagos. Then me, we from America, come back. Now village I go enter. You don't see that kind of thing.
Yes, now. You wanted to
for 7 years.
He was hitting the reset button.
Yes. Now village I go start to build the brand Charlie Boy. And for that, those were the darkest 7 years of my life.
Wow.
Because that was when I came to appreciate poverty.
Poverty?
Struggle, yes.
Why?
Why not? Because what grows in the village, really? Villages are where people go, elderly people, senior citizens go to relax and fade out. There's no prospect in the village.
But
even though I had a recording studio.
There's rejuvenation.
Rejuvenation?
Yes.
When you are young, you're not talking about rejuvenation. You're talking about your burning ambition.
Yeah, but if somebody give you contact, you say you don't want.
Why go on to 9 to 5 now? I want to do my own thing now. Other people know they succeed when they do their own thing.
They do.
Must I
but that was all he knew.
Huh?
That was all he knew. He was offering you what he knew.
No. Well, I don't blame him. Okay. You know, parents are usually, sometimes they're overbearing and they worry a lot about their children. I've learned from
That's very true.
My parents to worry less. Because look at how I turned out. I'm sure in my father's wildest dream when I was like 15, 20, he wouldn't have believed it. Because I always said, oh, you just want to throw your life away. But I knew exactly what I wanted. And I wasn't going to throw my life away, but I was going to do it my way.
So after 7 years, what happened?
After 7 years in the village, well, an angel I met in one of my rare trips to Lagos to, scout for a recording company, see who will, take my body of music. And, I met Tina Onwudiwe.
Onwudiwe, yes.
Yeah, the African Oyibo. Yes. She's late now.
Yes, she is.
And that woman did a number on me. She was the one that restored first my confidence, because 7 years in the village robbed me of my confidence. I started to have an inferiority complex. I was avoiding my friends who I thought were doing much better than I was, and I swore never, ever in those 7 years to go back to my father to say, help me out.
I was just going to ask that in those 7 years, what was your relationship like with your dad?
It was really messed up. We weren't talking. In fact, I can boldly say that I disowned my parents. It got to a point where, I couldn't really take care of my family. I was living with my present wife in the village at the time.
Yes.
So you can imagine, from America to the village, no running water, no light, nothing. So we're like stuck. But the beginning seemed all right. I just had some few gadgets and stuff. I did one emergency studio where guys would come patronize me.
Okay.
But after the first year or so, everything dried up. Nobody was coming again. That was when I learned how to chop bread and granite for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And it's usually very tasty.
It's very tasty, but too much cholesterol and all of that, not healthy. But that was what we could afford at the time.
At that time.
So 3 years, when me and poverty would do face you challenge, I had to ask my wife to leave, to go back
to the U.S.
And walk and see whether she can send some little monies for us, because we just had our first baby, my last boy, before she traveled. So I think my son was just about 9 months or a year.
Okay, before they both left.
Before, they didn't both leave.
Oh.
My son stayed. I was taking care of him. My son. Yes. I mean, they changed nappy. Now me, they cook within the boy, they chop. Yes. I didn't have a maid. I didn't have anything.
It would be okay to conclude that you're a stubborn man.
Yes. If I want something, I can die for that thing.
And you took after your dad in that stubbornness.
I think it's my mother. I got that from my
both
mother.
of them?
Oh, my mother is, you can't shut my mother up. A big winch. Yeah.
So your wife went back to the U.S.?
Yeah, she went back. She stayed almost 4 years. I didn't see her. She was sending money. God bless that woman. So
You guys are still together, right?
We're still together now. We'll die here.
But after 7 years, you now broke onto the national scene properly. Then.
Yes, thanks to Tina Onwudiwe. I'll always say you can't talk about the history of the brand Charlie Boy without mentioning that name. That was that time now I was like a Mumuna. I was Tina's like pet. She noticed my self-esteem was low. She noticed I didn't have confidence. But she admired me for all the creativity at the time. And she saw in me what at that time I did not see in me. Because she was convinced that this was something special, this was something different, and it was going to blow. I didn't see that, because 7 years in the village, like I said, took its toll on me. I started to even feel sorry about myself. So she was the one who gave me my confidence back.
Now you got back that confidence, and it was easy for you, or wasn't it, to chart a path for yourself, to say, this is where I'm going?
Too easy.
Too easy.
Yes, too
so
easy.
those 7 years were necessary then?
Yeah, you have to go through. You have to go through a baptism of fire. I mean, you just don't. Things don't just happen like that. You must suffer. You must sweat small.
Okay. In the 80s, you were in your 30s. Now, you're at the beginning of your 70s. Now you're 71 in June. Now, what has it been like?
Up and down. Because sometimes I have to be Charlie Boy. Sometimes I am me, Mr. Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa. And all the time that I'm me, sometimes I wake up in the morning, there's one ankle ache, one wrist ache, one headache somewhere.
The body.
So the body is not adjusting to the commands that
but
I'm
the engine
giving.
here is still...
But the engine here and Charlie Boy, they seem all fresh.
They're in
and
sync.
Youthful. Okay? And that is why when I leave the Charlie Boy brand, there's that thing that attracts young people, little kids, that lives in that brand that I don't want to lose, because it is the brand's simplicity, openness, authenticity that also keeps him youthful.
Now, talking about the youth and being youthful, you have been seen as a huge father figure to the younger generation of Nigerians, at least in the last 3 to 4 decades. And to all intents and purposes, you seem to have influenced the flow of their thoughts.
The brand has crisscrossed generations.
But there is a problem in our society today, and it is drug abuse. East, west, north, south, everywhere. What can we do about it?
We just have to keep fighting it.
How?
The people who young people look up to, they need to start to talk about it in a more positive light. For me, like, I'm open, I'm blunt, sometimes I'm wickedly blunt as Charlie Boy. I smoke weed, but I will never advocate that for young people. I can't, but I'm old enough to know what's good for me and what's not good for me. So I do my thing. Okay? The drug issue is a scourge as far as I'm concerned. And that is why, like with my kids, I want to be in tune with them, that I know everything. I mean, they can come up, they can be as open as I was taught to be with me. And they look upon me as their friend. Okay? Because I've been down that route before.
You said as their friend. That means that you are improving on the perception of the relationship. Because at some point, you didn't see your dad as your friend.
No, every child, you go think say your papa na wicked person, you know. But all the good things that we were taught when we were little, those are the things I've run back to. Those are the things that are helping me in my life, even though that it's not in sync with the environment. But I've had to fall back on the values, the morality, the integrity as handed down by my father. And thank God, I'm not so much in a bad place not to say, I'm not going to do this. Putas don't do that.
Yes.
I'm not going to do this. I'm going to be like this. Even if it kills me, yeah, I can afford to do that. And so that's who I have become. But you know, the difference between me and my father, because in the beginning, my father used to punish also. He whipped me tire. And he scared me from learning because he would want us to be cramming things. Cram and come and recite for him. That's not learning. So we're not learning because we had fun learning. We're learning because we're afraid. If you don't get this thing, you say make you go cram. It go whip you. It wasn't till I got to America that I knew that even learning could be fun. And I never looked back since then.
Since then. I was going to say that, you know, you're a very brilliant man.
I don't know about being...
It's me talking now. You don't need to agree.
Okay. If you say so.
I mean, that's something that I needed to say so that I could put you a bit in a position that would be uncomfortable, because you don't like talking so much about what you have achieved.
I don't think I've achieved anything.
Oh, yes, you have.
It just maybe a little.
If you had it, for instance, there was a time you were the one who came out and quelled the uprising that Okada riders were about to embark upon in Lagos about 2-3 years ago. And at that time, you had even stopped riding publicly. That's an achievement. You were a voice, and still you are a voice that people listen to.
Yeah, I know that a lot of millions of youth have been inspired by my lifestyle, by my story. They've been inspired in such a way that they now understand that they can't give up on themselves or their dreams. And it doesn't matter whether it's your father, your uncle, don't let anybody run your life. Live your most authentic life. And I don't know how it sounds now. It may sound too analogish, but hard work does pay.
So, hard work pays. Still on the youth. I don't hammer. I want hammer. That's what you hear. That motor winning they drive. That's what I covet. I claim it. How? What can we do?
Because the young people are looking at the elders. They're copying all these things from their elders. They are not living in isolation. Monkey see, monkey do. They are waiting how Papa live their life. Now then they copy so. How the people who, by God's grace, are in a position of leadership, how they messed up. They messed up our environment. They messed up the system. You can imagine the plight of young people. Government has failed them. Community has failed them. Parents have failed them. Where should they turn to? In our time, in your time, we had support system. If you are naughty, you're not in your neighborhood, and you're in some other neighborhood, and you do something naughty. In our time, somebody could see you and say, who you be? Who be your papa? After you don't ask that question, say, oh, no, they behave like this for this house. He go correct you, he go send you back, go meet your parents, say, this is what I found your kid doing. Everybody's eye was on the young people, the teachers, the community.
Yes.
Because for my time, when you don't finish like class 5, before you go to the university and you have a good result, before you come back to your house, many people don't call party for your head.
Yes.
It was a thing of pride for parents to say, my son is doing so well in school. It wasn't about the money.
But would you say there's also the part played by population explosion?
It's population explosion wrong priorities, wrong values. You know, after the war, when we now started to adopt the system, my teeth better pass your teeth. Now there everything crash. Because a thief is a thief. There are consequences of stealing.
Yes.
So all thieves should be prosecuted the same way.
Same way, yes.
No be when your man there for position of power and he's a bloody thief. You say, no, it's okay. But when my own thief come now, it becomes a problem for you. Until we can solve that. It's a mindset thing.
Yeah.
Your thief is better than my thief.
You're saying there must be equality in justice.
Precise now. Precise now. Do A as you take do B. The problem we're having in Nigeria today is because of the too many injustices everywhere. In the north, in the south, in the west, in the east. Injustice everywhere.
Let's evaluate the problem of insecurity in our country. There's so much call for breakup. North wants to go, East wants to go, West wants to go. Where are we going?
We're entering a big dark ditch. We don't know who is flying this plane. This contraption called Nigeria, where is it from? Is it our creation? Or is it the British creation? So, if you have leadership from the 19th century, it can't fit in the 21st century, can it? It can't work.
It can't, yes.
Yeah? If you have a building with a faulty foundation, with the foundation of the building, they're not doing well. Then after it don't be like 2 stories, you want to put the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th on a faulty foundation, will that house stand? My brother, it no go stand now.
Yeah.
So
what's the solution?
The solution, bring down this house, start again. Because whether we like it or not, what is coming, what is about to happen to us is worse than what we've seen already.
By bring down the house, are you saying restructure?
We start, it could be restructuring if we go agree. Because you see, this is a give and take situation. Husband and wife live together. They no go talk. When they come to the table, if they have differences, they talk it out.
Yeah.
They have equal respect for one another.
Yeah.
If now the husband just they do what you do, na me dey here, na me be Lord and Master, how the marriage go work now? That is it. Because before we used to have this regional system where we made contribution to the center.
Yeah.
Why monkey go to walk babu the chop? I don't understand. That is the injustices that I'm talking about. That is why Biafra people want to go their own. Oduduwa people want to go their own. Arawa people want to go their own. Because they can't stand these injustices. So until we come to the table to have that conversation sincerely and genuinely, I'm sorry, it's going to get worse. Then we now bring down the house. The house will fall, bata, bata. Then we can start from beginning and correct that faulty foundation that we failed to correct in the first instance.
That's your prescription.
That's my prescription.
And
that's the only way I can see it working.
Talking about prescription, have you taken your COVID-19 vaccination?
They were supposed to come. They were supposed to come to the house this morning. I don't know what happened. So I'm hoping that this week, they come to me.
Supposed to come?
Yes.
You're your father?
Yes, sir. I say father now.
But what would you say to people about the vaccine and being healthy?
Well, how much time remains for me now?
Not to talk like that. No scare us now.
No, just being realistic. How much time remains now? If na poison be the vaccine, they give me that. Man must die. Something killed a man. Yeah, it can't be that bad. Prevention is better than cure. So I rather know that I've done everything to be safe. So whatever happens, happens. So it's a good thing. I think I like to encourage people to go out and have the vaccine. How bad could it be? Yeah.
Yes.
And still wear the face masks and practice good hygiene.
Good hygiene. Now, you don't like being reminded of your age. You love being the one to tell us that you are.
because age. What is
Wait
age?
now, I
Age
never
is neither-
finished the thing
okay,
now.
sorry,
Make you hear me now. Which
Okay,
one?
Okay.
See, in regular society, everybody will be calling you senior citizen, elder statesman, and all that. All of those things don't resonate with you. How does it feel to be a grandfather?
I don't feel any different. I feel the same way I felt 30, 40 years ago.
But how
It's
do you
not a big
relate
deal.
with your grandchildren?
I have 16. Like my relationship with my children, not like father and son. They're like two adults, two playful, spoiled kids. And that's the way I like it, because my children tell me everything. You can't imagine sometimes I'm dazed by what they're saying to me, but I try not to show it, so they will always feel that they have a hip father, that I'm with the times, Because the kind things they come out for their mouth, I say, okay, let me bond them anyway. And when I remember as I shaking my parents too, I will just laugh. I go, calm down for Jesus, because what goes around comes around.
It comes around. I wish your mom were alive.
No, my mom, I had a good time with my mom after my father left. It was 3 years, so all the love was showered on her. And my mom pulled the biggest trick. I don't think she knew that I would have loved to be with her as she passes along, but she waited till I traveled when I wasn't around and decided to leave. And for a few days I didn't forgive her about that. I thought it was that wasn't the plan. But yes, I had fun with my mother. I always joked about her vision, and that's why I call her a witch, because she was very futuristic in her thinking.
She was like a prophetess to you.
Precise.
So the kind witch where you say your mama carry, you never seen type before. Why?
Simple. She was very futuristic, forward thinking. She held my father. That woman held the house. My father was a player. But my mom tamed him. And tamed all of us, more or less.
But she was also very soft towards you.
Oh, yes. Because she was the first to see that boy in me. She used to call me from the very first day I did hear something. I could comprehend things. She used to always call me Charlie Boy. So that's how that name came about. Because that was my pet name.
So the Charlie Boy actually came from her?
Yes. Yeah. That's why they call her witch. Yeah. And when people want to get into issues about how old are you, I say, I beg when I leave that thing. If my mama be witch, waiting things, I have vampire blood now. What do I have to do with old age?
You had your first child at 17.
At 16.
16?
Yeah. I'm from Bele spoil now.
From Bele?
From Bele.
Tell me.
Now make if to say all these funny pastors they for that time. Now night vigil them for the carry me go now, deliverance. Yeah,
But your mom took care of that's your first child. What's your relationship with him now?
I didn't even agree that it was my child now. Now when I come, things begin work out for me that I became more mature, that I went back to look for him. But then, at that time, we were supposed to be in school, not going around and getting women pregnant.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
But your mom did not, she didn't give up on you.
No, just like I can't give up on my kids. You know, like I told you, children are like monkey see, monkey do. I've always seen my mom and my father together since I was born.
Yes.
Even when they have challenges and issues, before I turn my head the other way, I see them stealing kisses, holding hands, you know.
And that's why you're still with your wife.
I guess, because I wanted to be better than what I saw. You understand?
Will you give yourself a pass mark now? Or would you grade yourself, looking at their sheet and your sheet?
Yes, I've tried. 45 years is no more now.
Yes.
Staying with somebody, no. The same smell, the same body, the same face, the same routine. I try. Over-try worry me.
Something to say to her?
She's my best friend. She knows that.
Look into the camera and tell her.
I don't have to be looking into the camera to tell her. She knows what she knows, and that's why we're all dying here. Nobody's going anywhere.
All right, we're about to round off this session of talk, but we won't go without talking about how to sustain older people in their old age. You're an old man now. What are your needs? What really are the needs of an older person?
You see, I'm always, like I say, I'm such an exceptionally blessed person. Only God fit understand. Okay? The kind blessing where I get, sometimes I don't think I deserve it because it could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
You understand? But I think that I'm living my life on purpose because I'm doing really what God had always intended for me to do via people. I love people. I don't like to see suffering, people in agony. So my heart is always going out for the underdogs. And I got that from my mom. My mom was generous to stupidity. And my father had a little bit of that. And I know that I'm not even supposed to be alive as I'm talking to you. No, because my youth was rough. I got into all kinds of things. Okay? Even drugs. But I healed myself because those were the American years.
Dark days.
Yeah. And I said to myself, this is not how I was brought up. So why are you doing this? I had to even go and see a shrink to figure out, is there something wrong with me or my, only to be told that what activated my misbehavior at the time was the racism I experienced one-on-one in America. At the time, I was with my baby mama. Her sister came to visit. So there were 2 white women. And here I was sandwiched between 2 white women. We're just taking a leisure walk downtown Boston. And then 7 white, excuse my language, white trash comes out of the Cadillac, all with a baseball bat, nigger this, nigger that, just because I was walking with 2 white chicks. One was the mother-to-be of my baby boy. They beat me that day. I thought I was going to die. The only thing that saved me that day was the police. You know, as police just they go around everywhere and are crime now. So they thought that, you know, the white women I was with had run up to call the police. That's how they let me out. That's how I was saved, and I ended spending almost 5 weeks in the hospital. I never forgot that experience. That was just barely 8 months staying in America. I never thought I had racism in my blood. But then my hatred was potent because I just couldn't figure it out. In our house in Port Harcourt, when my father was a lawyer, he was a legal attorney to Mobile and stuff like that. So we did see Igbo people, they come house. I didn't think that there were any, I look at them as equals, not as superior to me. Only to go to America, then they asked me where I sabi speak English, whether I live in trees and all that crap, and to call me a nigger. So it wasn't till I saw the shrink when I was now questioning my modus operandi in America. Why am I doing all the stuff that I'm doing? That is kind of alien, you know? That came up.
Okay.
And that was how I was healed, and I said, I'm getting out of this country. I agree now, sir, old. No be lie you talk.
So what
but
does
Charlie
an
boy
old man
can be
need?
old, you know now.
Yeah, now.
Me as Charles, but I agree. No be me they talk now. Sometimes I wake up, my knee is not in the right position. Either my neck don't bend, go one side. You know, little things like that. I'm more into myself, always checking my prostate, checking this, checking that, you know, as a health freak.
What does a man need, an old person need to survive now?
An old person needs a lot of companionship.
Companionship?
If you have children that are good, that are like Charlie Boy, who took care of his parents, you'll age so gracefully. And because an old person, I think that's the major investment that everybody should make in themselves to make sure all the things are working when they should.
So let me throw you this final one now. All right. Are you okay financially?
Am I okay? Financially. Is Dangote okay financially?
On that note, thank you very much for coming on the program. You didn't disappoint me at all. I was expecting something like that. Thank you so much, Charlie Boy, for coming on the show. That's how we greet now. Eh?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nice having you. I hope to come back so we can talk again and look at deeper, other deep stuff.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh Harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
Welcome to our lounge. This is TW Conversations. In the lounge today, we're going to be talking about birth control. I'm particularly interested in birth control because I want to know, I already have 2 kids. Do I have more? Can I stop? Can I hold up for a bit? We'll be talking about all this in the lounge today. And we're not alone. We're 2 co-hosts in the house, but then we have 3 guests. We'll introduce you to them after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, welcome back. We're still in the lounge. We're talking birth control. Who am I to be talking birth control when I have so many children? I have no control. But anyway, that's topic for conversation in the house today. And I find it interesting because we still have in the house Dr. Aliyu, my gynecologist, who is a guest on the show for that reason and many more, for his expertise. Dr. Aliyu, say hello to my audience.
Hello.
I also have, still in the house, Dr. Williams, who everybody, no, I think it's Anna is most excited to find that you are actually a FEC and you're here. Thank you for staying back to talk about this with us. And then, of course, our beautiful, they call them MUA.
Yes.
That's it. I used to wonder what it was, Moi, makeup artist, who's been responsible for all our faces on the show. And we brought her on camera today because she's a concerned young mother.
So happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. And then Anne is in the house. You are fast becoming a mini meal. No. You are you for who you are. So what are those concerns? Welcome, everybody, right?
Mm-hmm. Welcome.
Let's get to it. And I'm glad that you allowed me to wear my salubata so I can be at the same level.
Comfort is very important. Comfort is key. So as young mothers, when we've had 1, 2, am I speaking for us? When we've had 1, 2, we start to wonder.
No, let's start by how many do you have?
2.
How many do you have?
3.
Do you want more? You're not sure?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Okay, so
no, be sincere.
What are the options? What are the immediate options that we can take that can hold us for a bit?
Well, I do not believe
Why are you starting with
in contraception because I am an expert in natural family planning. And this is what I recommend to couples, even just before they are getting married, to make use of all the natural methods of family planning. I specialize in the Creighton model system and NAPRO technology. Gynecologist, and my gynecologist told me that, well, you can't actually use any of these methods. And my husband was not, he didn't want to hear about vasectomy. And I had to learn the natural methods by myself.
Wow.
And since then, I have not had any
more kids.
Wow. No, but your kids are grown now. Hey.
No, I haven't. Since the 4th one,
yes.
I have totally, in fact, that was how I came into the system in the first place.
No, but I think the question here, the question here was birth control. Now, you're talking about contraception. You're saying birth
what methods? What, I mean, if I don't want to have a child in the next 5 years, what do I do?
The question is, why don't you even want to have a child? But let's ask from Dr. Aliyu, first of all. Because I've heard about all kinds of things about, she's talking about she's not for contraception. Definitely, I'm sure you prescribe contraception.
Very well.
100%.
Very well.
So the fears that people have about those contraceptions, which one works the best?
Let me state a general principle that there is nothing that man has made that does not have one comma or the other.
Okay.
Take, for example, you want to fly abroad, you're at the airport. And they say, oh, the plane that flew just now has crashed. Everybody died. When your flight is called, you don't say, no, I'm going to carry my luggage and trek to London. You will still enter. And plane flight is the safest. But occasionally, you have that. So whenever we talk about, well, let me call it artificial contraception, because even the natural one, which is what my colleague... Yes, it's still a form of contraception. When you avoid intercourse at your dangerous period, you are still practicing contraception. It's just a question of which one are you using. Is it natural? I classify it that way, or artificial. So each one has its drawbacks. And that's why there are many methods when you consider the artificial one so as to determine which one suits a lady. But definitely, I am for contraception.
What worries you the most?
Is the bad experiences I've had. I mean, not me. I mean, friends.
You've heard of?
Yes, I've heard of. I've heard of, I should have said. I was with a friend, we were sharing a hotel one time, and she went out and ran in quickly. I'm bleeding. What happened? Her, whatever that was placed in her vajayjay, she was seriously bleeding.
She had the... Okay, let the doctors explain. I don't know what that could be.
Yes.
So I panicked for her because she had to lie down and call her doctor, you know. I just said to myself, I'm never going to try. I'm never going to, because I think I just got married at the time. I hadn't had any baby yet. So I'm just like, you know, this is not for me.
Let me just come in a little. I want to believe that what she had just described is what, on a general basis, maybe the common person would call coil. For us, that's the intrauterine contraceptive device, IUCD.
Okay.
Right? And it's a known side effect. For that singular patient that had heavy menses, I can tell you that there may be 1 million people that don't have any problem. The only thing is, when somebody has a complaint, that's the one you hear. That's the one you hear. You don't hear of the millions that are using it. But from statistics, we know that millions are... Like I tell my patients, many market women use it because it's very convenient.
Market women?
Yes. When it's there and it's not causing trouble, they travel a lot. They even forget it is there. I've had patients, the one of 10 years is there before they suddenly remember, oh, I had one 10 years ago. She didn't even obey the rules.
Though? I mean, I wonder, aren't there some side effects?
Okay, there's this one I heard about that stops your period. So you do not have a period. It's inserted in you and you never have a period. But so a friend of mine has it. So when she's supposed to have a period, she feels the cramps, but then there's no bleeding. Then I'm thinking, where's the blood going? Is it diverting it some? What's going on there?
Is this healthy though? I just wonder about it.
Dr. Williams, you want me to you want to talk about it?
Well,
you don't.
No, but
yes.
you would know.
No,
It doesn't
I'll
matter
gladly.
what you believe. I'm talking about the practice now. Forget about the belief.
I'll gladly take it on board so that I can let people know that it's a very convincing thing. First of all, like I said, that's why you have various types. Selection matters a lot. For somebody, let me give you an example. For somebody who has been having irregular menses, because there are some of us, we have menses every 21 days, but there are some every 3 months, some 2 months, some 4 months, the same patient, 2 months now, then 4 months. If you give the injectable, any form of injection for contraception to such a person, it's likely that she won't see her menses. So it's a question of selection.
Doctor, do me a favor. Tell me how these things work. Because I do know, for example, I've read about how there's a direct correlation between breast cancer and the pills. Because you're messing with people's hormones.
Especially the hormones. They say some
you
are
know?
hormonal, some are
So
not
how do these
hormonal.
things work?
Even when you take the pills, you feel very different.
How do you know that?
I know, because I do pills now and then. I don't feel too good.
First of all, the pills that we give, they are the combined pills.
Yeah, I know.
Estrogen, progesterone. It is meant to simulate the body.
Simple word, copy.
Yes, copy, mimic the body. We ask ourselves, why does a woman not ovulate when she's pregnant? It's because the hormonal level has risen because of that pregnancy. So again, and therefore, it suppresses the ovary and say all eggs continue sleeping. Nobody should wake up until I've disappeared. So if the woman is on it for months, the eggs will not wake up. And those hormones you have given are what the eggs would have produced, so the woman sees her menses even most regularly. Even for those who don't have regular menses, they see their menses regularly.
I see that doctors
because
prescribe
you regulate it. But coming specifically to your question, haven't mimicked it. There is no direct evidence till today, as far as I know, that it causes cancer, any form of cancer. There are a few people that will say, okay, because there is even this controversy, do not go there. That's all. It's not that it's been well established that it causes cancer. And again, when some people have breast cancer, there are those that we normally say the cancer depends on estrogen because of the cells that are inside. If they are checked, we tell them, stop it. So it's not a general principle that because of that, it causes cancer.
What do you think? Why are you against control?
Well,
it can be a debate, so no problem.
It's not a debate.
What is it?
I would like to differ from my learned colleague because we know for a fact in the medical world that most definitely the combined oral contraceptive pill is definitely associated with a higher rate of breast cancer.
Why?
There's no doubt about because it has hormones. Even when you're doing hormone replacement therapy for women who are postmenopausal, we know that those women have a higher rate of cancer because of the estrogens, because of the hormonal content.
So we have hormones normally now?
Very good.
We have hormones normally. So why would...
Yes, because first of all, the hormones in your body are what we call bioidentical. They have a particular structure. Okay. The hormones that are in contraceptives are not of the same structure as the hormones in your body. They are not what we call bioidentical. That is the first thing. So all of them, they have different bits added. I don't want to go into technical language. So that it is not actually the same estrogen as your body produces, and it is not the same progesterone as your body produces.
Okay, but the point is...
And then the doses are different also.
Young women are there, they're thinking of what are the options that are available. We've only talked about the pill and the coil. But there are other things, aren't there, doctor?
What's the one that they put in your hand? Because I know someone that has the... I can see it's black and it's a line, like a vein, and it's...
Yeah, it's under the skin, like she said.
Oh, it's visible.
It's not visible if it's well inserted. But when
so that's the point.
When
It's
you put
visible.
your hand, you will feel the line. It's as thick as and as long as toothpick.
Oh,
That's
is a
what
bit
I-
longer. It's about this, by this place, and then I
So
can
she can't
see
check
it.
her
It's
doctor.
black. I can see it.
No.
Maybe it wasn't
if
properly
it's
done.
this, do you have an idea what
Well,
she's talking
I know they do insertions, but I hate those insertions. But in my own clinic, 2 people collapsed in my clinic who came for something else, and we just found that they had the insets. On those, I'm not saying it's for everybody. On those particular 2 people, when one, the blood pressure went out of control, the other one, her thyroid hormones went out of control. She's hypothyroid. She's normally has a low thyroid. When we now try to remove those insets, we send them back to the clinic, and the nurses told us that they are only trained to insert them. They are not trained to remove them. And this is a very important issue in Nigeria, where you're looking at the level of delivery of your health services to the average woman in the streets.
Well, I think now the point is, doctor, I will take a break, and I want you to respond to, at least to help people who are looking for options. We'll take a break and we'll return to what are we talking about? Birth control? What are the options? Which ones work and which ones don't? We'll be back. We're in the house, we're talking birth control. And I think it's at this point I will, do you need to control your birth or not? I remember that sometime last year, President Macron said something about those who have many children are not educated. You should come and see me. I don't have friends who have 12 and 13. I went to school, it was a choice, so people have their choices. But I know, doctor says choices are available to people who want to control their birth artificially. Please, doctor, share some of them with us.
Yeah.
We've talked about 3, haven't we?
Yes, we've talked about the intrauterine contraceptive devices. We've briefly touched on oral contraceptive pills. And now we were discussing the dermal implant.
Are there 2 types?
No, when you talk of implant, there are various mix.
Okay.
Implanon and all the other, those ones are trade names. But we have the general name that is put under the skin. Usually under the skin, usually at the arm. As thick as and as long as toothpick.
So, doctor, sorry, I'm sorry to question. Her friend, who she was seeing her own, must be in danger then?
Well, not really in danger. I'm not too sure what has happened. Occasionally, like I said, some people react to certain things. Like my colleague said, yes, a few people can react to any hormonal implant. Even when you are giving medication to treat somebody, somebody can react to the medication. Some people can even take paracetamol and collapse. It's possible. So it's not as if, because of that, everything is thrown overboard. The majority still has something to benefit from it. But definitely, we must know that there are side effects. And so when you have that, which is very possible, and I agree with her, but it's there, and it controls...
What about the regular other forms of birth control, like...
When I was about to have my second child, the doctor asked me, because I was doing a cesarean, the doctor asked me if I wanted to...
Tie your tubes.
Yeah, tie my tubes, and the phone was like...
Correct.
I'm 29 years old. How will I tie my children?
Well, you don't have children now.
But
So why are you afraid to tie
It
your
just seemed
shoes?
so perm because I asked them, is it reversible? I think they said it wasn't reversible or something.
Is that true, doctor?
Is that reverse? I don't remember what.
Unquote, not reversible.
Ah.
Yeah, but you can still just take
You
it.
can't guarantee that you can.
No, it can be reversed. But we are not doing that in Nigeria. That's what I mean.
Okay.
We are not doing that. You need a special microscope to widen it because you are talking of technical details. If you are going to cut off that area that you have already blocked, you have to cut it off, then join the open ends. We call it end-to-end joining.
I think we should first let's address the issue of why do we want to control birth. And I'll ask.
Good.
Economy.
Yes. Why are you talking together? Talk one after the other now.
Sorry. Economy. Do you know what school fees is? Ha.
Yes, and then a lot of mothers want to look hot. So after they had 2 kids, you'll be like, I beg, I'm not doing again. Let me, look nice for my husband for different reasons.
So that's another thing
So
that
are you
concerned
telling me
me.
that having children destroys your body?
To be one of the
Is
things.
my body destroyed after 6 children?
You're lucky to have a
Excuse
good.
me.
Well, you're one of
Another
the
thing, another thing that someone said to me that was very, very key. I think it was my husband that said it. He said, "How much of myself can I really give? How much of impact can I really make on these children? Because the more you have, the less. I mean, you're working. How many hours you're coming back? Sometimes you're exhausted, and that's why grandparents are not the best to raise their grandkids. Because at that point, they're really tired, and whatever you want to do. How much of myself can I really give this child? If I had 10, how much of it? So
But let me
food for
tell you
thought.
something, though. I mean, that's because I said here like a grandmother, technically. Those are the concerns I personally had. My husband actually told me that can you love them? But I can tell you very categorically, whether they are 2 or 12, there's enough love for it. The only concern you will have is managing the costs
of taking care
and the
of them.
truth is, let me tell you the truth. After first one, my children were tired of hand-me-downs. When they finish, you pass it on. They finish. So I had a girl, 3 boys, so they were already, so show you, go to the next. And there's fun. They share Coke in my house. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a matter of choice. So it's not, at the end of the day, it's a personal thing. And you think about it, so don't ever give the excuse of, whether we look good or whether I will be able to afford it. How do you know that your child will even have the brain to go to the Harvard?
But you see the thing, another thing is that in Nigeria today, the economy is very...
I agree.
So in the sense that, for instance, I have a help. Sometimes I have a, for instance, I have a help. There are many things that I'm going to have to do for her. So I see her children as she lost her husband last year. Her children are now my children.
Oh,
so in other words,
you
don't have to necessarily have how many, I have 2 biological children, but those 2 children are also mine. So if I was having 4, when would I have time to help other people? When would my husband be able to think of other people?
But
the more
if
you have, the more...
permit me just to make a statement, I keep saying that even if you have all the money in the world, your children need time. How do you have, like, I thought you said you had 10 children or something? No, I'm trying to remember.
7.
Oh, 7. Oh.
But then after number 4, they take care of themselves, though. My kids are very responsible. They take care of themselves. I didn't come to this world for a child.
But you brought them to this world.
Exactly.
My mother had 9. No, once you decide. I have friends who have 12 children. Come on. And none of them, in this Lagos, and none of them is the worse than the other. The kids have all gone to school. The only 2 that are not graduated yet, they look just like me. So let's all stop giving excuses and do what we want to do.
Your sanity?
No.
It's not insanity.
See, hello. Can I just say something here?
Sorry.
As a grandmother. It's about being responsible parents. It is not, a responsible parent is not a matter of the number of children you have.
Okay, thank you.
So whether you have 2 children or 15 children, if you have 2 children and one of them is a Yahoo person and the other one is into gangs, you are not, yes. So it's not about, the numbers. It's about the quality of children that you bring up who become responsible members of the society.
Dr. Williams, you're talking now because your children have grown. These ones are the ones that are living the matter now. Oluchi, what are your greatest concerns and what are your experience been? Are you want to control birth, obviously?
Yeah, but I think I would like to do the natural method because, I don't like how I feel, like I said before, when I think since I got married, I've taken pills maybe like 4 times. And I feel nauseous, constipated.
Wait, how about your weight?
No,
did it affect your weight?
No, it didn't affect my weight. Just one night, you just take,
Oh, is it
some people
just one night thing.
Just one,
Just one night.
The ones that you take it, not the hormonal ones.
That's the
Morning after
mean,
pill.
Morning after pill. Morning after,
That's
yes.
the one
That's a lot of
I
trouble.
particularly don't even encourage.
Wow. Why?
Because it is called emergency
See, yes,
contraceptive.
yes.
You see, when you are
It's
using
written
it on a regular basis, that's no longer emergency. Emergency means maybe somebody's been raped, you know, something like that. You have no option. Maybe you are not on any protection. Then you use it just once.
So what
in a
does the
day.
thing do?
Why
It's hormone and it's on high doses.
Wow.
So when you take it, the tendency is that you can feel like vomiting. Some people
Immediately
actually
your body
vomit.
changes.
Yes, it is.
Immediately.
It's meant to change the environment so that even if sperm was there, it will not be able to interact with the egg. That's all. Meant to be so. It's meant under prescription.
It's written there.
Yes.
It's written
I
there.
made the point earlier that in Nigeria, the level of healthcare delivery to the average person whom we classify as the man at Oshodi bus stop at 5 o'clock, for me, is not enough for us women to use contraception.
Okay, why are they not talking about condoms? Those are easy. Because this contraception, we keep talking about as if it's a women's problem.
We were actually going to that. We're going in series, and like you've rightly raised it, we have condoms for the men. I think that's simple enough.
some men don't like
There are also condoms for
some men don't
women.
like it.
There are also condoms for women. But the popular one is condoms for men. Yeah.
Some men say that.
Just like some men don't like it, some women don't like it.
Yeah.
I know some couples.
Why
yes,
don't
some
you
women,
just, I mean, all this is garbage, is English to me. Why are you going through all this trouble just because you want to control birth? When you can easily just abstain. Come on.
Please, I want to ask about
You
this.
want-
then the last one,
Just
just before you ask your question, the last one, which is vasectomy.
Yes, I was going to ask you about vasectomy.
Yes, vasectomy. The equivalent in women are the tubal ligation. But honestly, we are into an era where we encourage men. Why don't you do it? And it's so nice, it's so easy, it's so simple.
There was a friend of yours who had, what was it?
After he had 2 kids, he decided that he wanted to do it. He didn't want his wife to go through
That's
the
a nice
process
guy.
of going through all that drama. And then he went to do it. I mean, at some point, I'm sure the wife was very worried, like, oh my God, you know, but then he did it and it's fine. But the only fear I had with that was, is it reversible? Just in case you decide, you know, at some point you want to have another child. Some people say it's not reversible, so I don't know. Is it reversible?
Just like tubal ligation, vasectomy is reversible. It is reversible.
Safest and most effective option.
Very good.
Good.
It's
Very
a,
quickly,
it's
I
a
don't have too much
function,
money.
it's customized to every patient.
What?
For example, if I'm hypertensive, oral contraceptive, the ones through the mouth, oral, they are out of the question for me. You know, I can use other forms that are not hormonal. If I have fibroids and the fibroids are in the inner lining, because it has a tendency to cause heavy bleeding,
You can't use them.
the IUCD is not even encouraged because we already know that IUCD, which is the coil, has the potential to cause heavy bleeding. But doesn't mean that it will, but it has that potential.
And most Nigerian women have fibroids. Believe me, I'm telling
Yes,
you.
if it's in the inner lining, because it can be on the outer lining, it has no effect.
Okay, but you see, excuse me, you guys have talked about this vasectomy thing.
Yes.
They say that vasectomy reduces a man's performance.
Performance.
Doctor, answer now.
Oh, okay, I thought Dr. Williams wanted to.
I'm not into contraception.
No problem. Well,
I do not like them.
Yeah, it is possible to some degree, but it doesn't always happen, but it's a known side effect.
So it affects his ego.
So you probably need Viagra to add to You probably need Viagra. You see the trouble. That's why for me, it's easier.
Not that it will.
Follow
it
your
can.
natural
This is why men won't do it now. This is
But
why a
please,
lot
can
of
I
men
just
won't
say
do it.
something to the
Yeah.
younger generation?
Very quickly.
I want us to look at the future of birth control and the fact that those countries that enforce birth control are now the countries that have to take in immigrants to manage their economies.
Anyway,
you heard about Japan.
Yeah.
So this is a long-term effect. Nobody thinks about it. In 50 years' time, when all the women are doing birth control, you want to reverse it like China, they refuse to go back. So that country has an economic problem in the next 50
Okay,
years.
these are repercussions. These are repercussions.
That's for you. I will not be here in 50 years' time.
No, but it's like I tell my kids, which of you shouldn't I have had? And everybody says, which of you? If I had to take out one. Because you all love each other. So the question is, personally, your body, God has given you a body, because we must round up now. God has given you a body. He's giving you the means to try to manage it. I don't see why you want to enjoy yourself and cut God out of the picture. But if you trust God, however you do it, please inform yourself. That's my own final word. Get informed and do what is right by you. Just don't go out in the dark. Final words, doctor.
Final words, please.
Doctor.
What if God gave you twins or triplets? You know, sometimes you don't know what you can handle, but if you feel that you can't, please, by all means.
I think that couples, husband and wife, should sit down and agree.
Yeah.
This is
marriage. It's entertainment too now. It feels two birds with one stone.
Recreation and procreation.
It's for two purposes. It has to be for two purposes. Let's not look at it like, but the point, my own is you can't take one and leave the other. That's my own. You want to enjoy it, but you don't want the repercussions of enjoying it. You know, you have to take the two. But whatever the case is, as we lay our beds, that's how we shall lie on it, right? So I must thank you all. You know, Anne and I were alone here. Our other sisters were not here, but we still had fun. I joined you, so I will support you on the birth control. Thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We see you again. Oluchi, thank you. Thank you. We'll see you again next week. Bye.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the
Good evening. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news now. An unspecified number of people have been trapped as a four-story building collapsed in Unity House, Area 11 by Nkwere Street in the Garki area of Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The incident occurred on Monday night when occupants of the building were asleep. The Federal Capital Territory FCT Police Public Relations Officer SP Josephine Ade confirmed the incident on Tuesday. She said 3 victims have been successfully rescued from the rubble while search is still ongoing.
Came to famous days at about 8:20 yesterday, the 1st of July. And on turning out, the rescue team of FCT Emergency Department activated all stakeholders. And we all converged here. On arrival, we heard the police, DPO and her team, they were already on ground. We see people who had minor interest. They were taken to the hospital and they were out of the hospital yesterday. None of them stepped to the hospital. Other construction workers were out of the building before the building passed. This is a 4-story building, an existing building undergoing renovation. People can live inside. It's an existing building, it's a 4-story building, and we are coming in with renovation.
The Defense Headquarters has described the terrorist bomb attacks in Goza, Borno State as cowardly acts intended to protect the image of strength despite their weakness and decline. The bomb attacks carried out by terrorists on Saturday were the deadliest in recent times. Explaining how the incidents happened, the DHQ, in a statement on Tuesday by the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Buba Edward, stated that 4 female suicide bombers were used to carry out the separate attacks in Goza. He noted that the first attack involved a woman posing as a beggar at a wedding reception. The second attack occurred on the same street, while efforts were being made to stabilize casualties. The third attack happened as troops and hybrid forces were enforcing a curfew imposed on the residents, and in the fourth incident, the suicide bomber detonated the bomb prematurely after being detected early. Buba said the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, commiserated with all the victims of the incidents, noting that the attacks were a result of successes being recorded against the terrorists. He added that terrorists attacked to cover their weaknesses. Southeast governors and some stakeholders, including the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Achebe, on Tuesday arrived at the Government House, Enugu, for a crucial meeting. All the Southeast governors physically attended the meeting. The governors are Alex Oti of Abia, Hope Uzodinma of Imo, Charles Soludo of Anambra, Francis Nwifuru of Ebonyi State, and the host governor, Mr. Peter Mba. The reason for the meeting is not disclosed to the press, but it might not be unconnected to insecurity in the zone and Nnamdi Kanu's issue, as well as the state of the zone. In a bid to curb crime and criminality within the South-South region, security agencies have collaborated with the Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Services to rid bandits, kidnappers, and armed robbers from the country's bushes and farms. The Deputy Commandant General of the Hunters and Forest Security Services, Adam Nwachukwu, who briefed newsmen in Port Harcourt, affirmed that they were working with the Nigerian police to fight crime. Nwachukwu said the essence of the event is to strengthen their operations and called on states and the federal government to advance their activities.
So if you call any of the Commissioner of Police or even to the Commissioner to DPO of different divisions, they will tell you how the efforts from Nigerian Hunter and Forest Security Services. We are not sleeping. The forest will make sure that all our forests we are doing the needful. The reason why we gather today is to make sure we address the issues bothering us and to relate a message to governors of South-South. The last time Mr. President gave the directive or an advice that the governors of South-South should arm and empower hunters to secure the forest. In the South, we only have one governor, that is the Akwa Ibom State Governor, who has adhered to that advice. And we begin to wonder why some other governors, like Rivers State governors, Delta State governors, every other state governors in the South are not heeding to this advice. And they have not really invited us and see how they can co-opt Nigerian hunters in their state into function. That is why we gathered to discuss and see how we can push relevancy to all governors to address them and inform them that this is the time. Let us empower us. We have done a lot already. The empowerment will make us to do more and even do the best. The forest is secured. We believe that the whole nations are secure.
The Hunters and Forest Security Services further emphasized that there will be no hiding place for criminals in the forest where there is effective collaboration and empowerment support from the state governors.
Encourage our synergy with the state police officers to achieve the essence of Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Service in all the states of the South-South.
A large ungoverned space, which is the forest and the bushes. And that's our core mandate, to make sure that we destabilize all the criminal elements in the forest and the bushes.
His Excellency Governor Basi Umoilo for recognizing Nigerian Hunters and Forest Security Service in Akwa Ibom State. That is a sign of seriousness and acknowledgement.
The Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, in collaboration with the Society for Peace Studies and Practices, SPSP, said all is set to hold an annual international conference and General Assembly with the theme Community Engagement, Networking, Kinetic and Non-Kinetic Capabilities for Tackling Insecurity in Africa. The conference will explore diverse ways of engaging with civil communities and military rules to address lingering security challenges and building resilience and stability to tackle the root causes of insecurity and promote sustainable peace in the country and the African continent. This was contained in a statement issued by the Academy Public Relations Officer, Major Mohammed Meidawa, who said the conference is scheduled to be held from 1st to 5th of July at the School of Postgraduate Nigerian Defense Academy, Old Site, Ribadu Cantonment in Kaduna. The special guest of honor to grace the occasion are Executive Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Ubasani, Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Umaru Zulum, and Chief of Defense Staff, General C.G. Musa. The Imo State House of Assembly on Tuesday suspended 4 lawmakers of the State House of Assembly for an alleged attempt to remove the Speaker, Chike Olemgbe. The Speaker's Chief Press Secretary, CSP Peter Uwa, who confirmed this in Owerri, said it came as an announcement by the Speaker Olemgbe. The lawmakers suspended include the state lawmaker for Okigwe State Constituency, Chidebere Ogunikpa, Ahiazu State Constituency, Sam Otuibe, Ezinitembi State Constituency, Henry Agbasonu, and Oru West State Constituency, Dominic Eziroha. On the reason for the suspension, he said it was for hatching, scheming an impeachment plan and inciting members to impeach the Speaker of the Imo State House of Assembly. It was the reason they were suspended. The Senate on Tuesday plenary urged the federal government to urgently make emergency provision for victims of flooding in some communities in Abia North Senatorial District in Abia State. This is sequel to the motion titled Call on the Federal Government to Urgently Make Emergency Provisions for Victims of Flooding in some communities in Abia North Senatorial District of Abia State, sponsored by Senator representing Abia North, Senator Ujo Zokalu. In his lead debate, Ujo Zokalu noted that the ugly occurrence happened as a result of heavy rainstorm, which came with lightning and thunder. According to Oji, the downpour was so severe and devastating, thereby claiming precious lives and properties.
Worried that with the destruction of certain infrastructure affected, resident majority who are rural dwellers, artisans and farmers are presently facing existence without basic necessity of life. Most worried that if no emergency response is provided for the victims, the desolated society will be worse for it, and the incredible number of casualties may be recorded.
Has rendered the people involved so helpless, homeless, and there is urgent need for intervention at quick impact level, intermediary and long term, because the roads were washed away, houses were broken, and most of them are rendered homeless. So I support the motion.
Erosion is about taking over the entire southeast. In my senatorial zone of Idato North, Idato South, Olu local government, Njaba, erosion have taken over. In 2024 is a major issue because last year we had flooding in this country, and we were advised that this year is going to be worse. But I thought maybe some remedial jobs ought to have been done in some of these areas.
In support of the motion, Senator Austin Okubundu, Abia Central Senatorial District, Enyinaya Abaribe, Abia South, and Senator Sita Izunaso, Imo North concurred with the motion, urging the federal government to urgently intervene in the area.
The Coastal Road is a legacy project that has never been done in this country, something very, very big, and several others are coming. This is just 1 year of the administration. The Renewal Hope is working, and it will get to the root of what you're asking about. Just continue to cooperate with the government. Everything will be okay. As an opposition senator, cooperate with us. A lot will come, and things will change for the better. Call on the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation and National Emergency Management Agency to urgently make emergency provision available to cushion the effects on victims of the affected communities in Abia North Central District. Those in favor of this prayer, please say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it.
The Deputy Senate President, Senator Barao Jibril, who presided over plenary, congratulated the sponsor, stressing that the federal government was doing its best in road construction and other matters, and pledged that the motion will be seriously looked into. The Senate therefore observed a minute's silence in honor of those who lost their lives in the unfortunate flooding incident. They further mandated the Committee on Legislative Compliance and Environment to ensure compliance and support or report back to the Senate within 4 weeks. Meanwhile, the chairman of the House Special Ad Hoc Committee on Restructuring of Government Agencies, Parastatals and Commissions, Honorable Isiaka Ibrahim, says the current review exercise is to enhance efficiency in the civil service to enable it meet current realities. Honorable Ibrahim made this known at a press briefing with members of the House of Representatives Press Corps in Abuja, where members briefed the media on the progress and challenges it has encountered so far in the exercise. He says the committee will revisit the recommendations of the Orosanye report and other white papers to ensure that the President Tinubu's administration structures aligns with current realities, best practices, and the changing needs of the Nigerian society.
Talking about merging scrapping agencies, the National Assembly is still creating, that is still making making many establishment bills and passing them into an act of the Parliament. You see, the work of legislation is a going process. And the fact that one thing you should not forget, some of what we are going to look at is some agencies were created for a certain exigency of time in the past. Perhaps maybe some of them have outlived their function, okay? And it is the duty of the National Assembly now to review all those. If it's to strengthen them, I'll look for more functions for them. So be it.
The committee further allayed fears over loss of jobs by civil servants due to the ongoing review.
What we are doing or what we are going to do will now be to throw people out of job. No, definitely that will not come up. You see, not alone that merging, scrapping, or realigning functions of ministries, agencies, and departments, it's not just that. You see, it's just to avoid duplication. You see, we are doing something, and then this other person is doing the same thing within the same confine, the same ministry, or the same agency. I mean, we need to delineate all this. So it's just about the function, and it's not about driving people out of their jobs. Definitely not. And of course, we don't have such a mandate, and we are not going to tamper with that. Of course, next week, like I stated here on behalf of my colleagues, we'll be having the public hearing. The head of service is going to be there. The SGF, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, would have to be there.
A Kano State High Court on Tuesday adjourned the hearing of an application of the ongoing Kano Emirship tussle until Thursday, July 4. The Kano State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Speaker, Kano State House of Assembly, and Kano State House of Assembly, through their counsel, Ibrahim Issa Wangida, filed a motion ex parte on May 27. The applicants are seeking in order restraining the 15th Emir Aminu Ado Bayero and 4 others dethroned emirs of Bichi, Rano, Gaya, and Karaye from parading themselves as traditional rulers. The respondents are Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, Alhaji Nasiru Ado Bayero, Bichi Emir, Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar II, Emir of Karaye, Alhaji Kabiru Mohammed Inuwa, Emir of Rano, and Alhaji Aliyu Ibrahim Gaya, Emir of Gaya. Others are the Inspector General of Police, Director, State Security Services, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, and Nigerian Army. When the case came up for hearing on all pending applications, counsel to the applicants, Eyitayo Fatogun, SAN, informed the court that he was served with 5 processes on July 1 at about 6:30 p.m. by the first respondent. The High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has struck out a suit filed by Abuja-based lawyer Chidinma Udebwani, seeking to remove former chairman of the Body of Benchers, Chief Wole Olanipekun, SAN, from office. Justice Anthony Ebong, who struck out the suit, held that the issue in dispute had already been overtaken by events as Olanipekun had completed his term. He also noted that the plaintiff and her counsel had abandoned the case. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Chief Kanu Godwin Agabi, SAN, represented Olanipekun in the case. Justice Ebong struck out the suit following Agabi's application, citing the absence of the plaintiff and her counsel in court. The court agreed with Agabi that the plaintiff's absence strengthened the argument that the matter had become academic. Chidinma had filed the case at the FCT High Court Registry on August 2, 2022, asking the court to compel Olanipekun to vacate the office of chairman of the Body of Benchers and to declare null and void the call to bar ceremony he presided over in July 27, 2022. The Nigerian Bar Association NBA Adamawa State Branch has inaugurated a new executive committee with Idi Ali Esquire assuming the role of chairman. The oath of office was administered on Monday by the Chief Judge of the state, Justice Hafsat Abdul Rahman. In his inaugural speech, Ali pledged to leverage the influence of the bar to ensure justice administration within the state. He expressed gratitude to Governor Amadu Umaru Fintiri for his support for the bar's activities. Justice Abdul Rahman, in her goodwill message, expressed confidence that the new committee led by Ali will elevate legal practice in the state to align with international best practices. This new leadership marks a significant step towards strengthening the judicial system in Adamawa State, focusing on the welfare of NBA members and the unwavering impartiality of the judiciary.
Elected executive committee, we are united in our resolve to unify the entire Yuma bar, aiming to realize the vision of enhancing members' welfare, upholding the judiciary's independence, integrity, and impartiality, and furthering the rule of law.
Let me want to offer my warmest and most sincere congratulations to the new leadership of the bar and all who have played one role or the other in making this event a success. May this day be remembered as one of the finest moments of the bar in Adamawa.
The Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission has announced that the local government chairmanship and councillorship elections for the 23 local government councils in the state will hold on October 5, 2024. The chairman of the commission, retired Justice Adolfo Zanebeli, made this known during a stakeholders meeting and unveiling of the 2024 election timetable guidelines at the commission's office in Port Harcourt. Justice Zanebeli called on stakeholders to work with the Commission in actualizing the set goal of conducting credible elections in the River State.
We are here today to unveil the guidelines and timetable of activities for 2024 local government elections. I humbly appeal to all politicians aspiring to contest for positions to do so in a simple and disciplined manner. You are expected to play by the rules. The guidelines are set for the good of all. They are not intended or skewed against any party or individual. We all have a collective responsibility to consolidate our nascent democratic experience, to respect all stakeholders, to act with professionality, good ethics, and civility before, during, and after the election.
The Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission boss appealed to political parties wishing to take part in the elections to play by the rules to ensure a hitch-free process. Chairman of IPAC in Rivers State, Solsuma Osaro, emphasized that political parties are well represented. The Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, youth groups, women, press, faith-based organizations, as well as other stakeholders, except for the All Progressives Congress that refused to attend the meeting.
In exercise of the power conferred on the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission by Section 5 of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission Law, number 2 of 2018, and all other powers invested in our behalf, to provide guidelines to political parties, stipulating the rules and procedure for ordinary campaigns for the 2024 local government elections and any runoffs, re-runs, and by-elections that may arise thereafter. The Commission thereby makes the following rules and guidelines. 1. Local government council elections. There shall be local government council elections on Saturday, the 5th of October 2024, in all the 23 local government areas listed in column 2 of the table and first schedule of this guideline, in which day one councillor shall be elected in each ward, 2, a chairman and vice chairman shall be elected for each of the local government areas.
Barra to appoint caretaker committees for the 23 local government areas. The People's Democratic Party, PDP faithful in Oshimili North local government area of Delta State have expressed confidence in winning the forthcoming local government election from Okom 13th of July. A former House of Assembly aspirant, Comrade Israel Ahmadi Emina, noted that the party's flag bearer at the election, Honorable Innocent Esewezie, had done well for his people in creating so many opportunities for the youth and community leaders across the wards that make up the council during his first tenure. Comrade Ahmadi Amina made this statement at the PDP rally in Oshimili North local government area of the state. Our Sabah correspondent, Akomajero Friday, reports that Comrade Israel Ahmadi Amina opined that the state is a home of the PDP and no political party can win any local government election across the 25 local government areas of the state. Comrade Ahmadi Amina pointed out that since 1999, PDP leadership has been in total control of the state and local government level and has recorded massive development under the leadership of Governor Sheriff Oborowale since he became governor of the state last year.
In the north, I think the past chairman and the incoming chairman now for the People's Democratic Party has done greatly for the local government. It's visible in the local government and he deserves another tenure. That is why we are all a month and coming out to work for him in order for him to deliver for second term. So I think we don't need to be skeptical about anything. We don't need to be scared about anything because we are well confident in his delivery. Also, we are well confident in his capacity to deliver more for us in Oshimili North. So antecedents, all his works and results are visible to everybody in Oshimili North and even Oshimili South. Performed extremely too well in our local government. When we want to rank all the chairmen, the past chairmen, he has done extremely too well. Better than any other chairman. Because he's a man that carries people along. He's a man that does not want cheat. He's a man that believes in equity. So that's a same with it. Innocent the same with it. With this, everybody, every party is prepared to come out to contest with him. Even the other parties, they talk good of him. Oshimili North, our local government has been with PDP and PDP has been with him. Oshimili North, all the while, PDP has been producing chairman, all positions. And we believe this time around they are going to do the same thing. If you see my card, what is written there is specific. And what it simply means is coming out to the limelight.
A non-governmental organization, Wellness Africa Foundation, has urged the Ogun State government to revamp all primary health centers across the state, starting with the Lakiri Community Health Center in Odeda local government area. The organization's program director, Dr. Motola Akimolayon, made the call during the health outreach at Lakiri Community, where the foundation provided free medical care to residents. The Lakiri Community Health Center, which serves over 150 communities, has been abandoned for over 20 years, leaving residents exposed to danger and resulting in the loss of many lives due to the lack of access to health care. Akimolayon decried the deplorable state of the health center, urging the state government to intervene immediately and revamp the facility and other PHCs in the state to prevent unnecessary deaths. Residents expressed the challenges they face traveling long distances to seek medical attention, appealing to the state government to intervene in reviving the once functional health facility.
That is advocating for the revamp of primary health care centers in Ogun State. And this project has been carried, we carry the government along, the Commissioner for Health, and then also with the State Primary Health Care Development Board, Executive Secretary, and other relevant stakeholders at the level of the states. And what is the project about? What's the goal of the project? So the project is actually to leverage media and technology, with the support of the states and non-state actors to advocate for the revamp of primary health care centers in the states. So we are here today to do a community sensitization and also stakeholder engagement towards the revamp of their primary health care center. And when we talk about leveraging media, we are using media like the online media, the print media, going on here like the television, and also
Firstly, let me quickly appreciate the Wellness Africa Foundation for the support that's given to us today. I really appreciate. This is sometimes honors last 45 years ago.
The National Teachers Institute Kaduna Mango Study Center in Jos Plateau State has matriculated the first set with 96 students into 10 different departments. The event was held at Ekwa Secondary School, Mango, with the theme, The Start of Educational Journey and the Potential for Growth and the Success that Lies Ahead. Stakeholders and traditional rulers charged the newly admitted students to take advantage of the opportunity.
In his speech, he encouraged the students and then the general public to enroll into our programs, which are more flexible. We don't go on strikes, and they are more affordable for every individual that had obtained a O-level certificate to enroll and then be able to upgrade themselves.
The ball will be entirely or mostly in your course, which means though you have lecturers, some of them have skipped some classes. They're skipping those classes will not exempt you from the final exams you need to write, which means you have to study beyond what your lecturers teach you.
I should tell you that when the idea of this center came, those who pioneered it first visited the palace. He gave them his royal blessing and said this institution that the center is about to be established here will come to stand, and it will give birth to good educationists and people who will transform the land.
I'll try my possible best to study hard and to impart knowledge to the younger ones in the nearest future.
So I feel very, very, very grateful for the National Teachers Institute for bringing this amazing idea of educating us.
We'll now take a short commercial break and be back for the rest of the news. Stay with us.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Thanks for staying with us. We move now to other parts of Africa. 2 staff members of the foreign aid group Tier Fund were killed when their convoy was attacked in eastern Congo, the latest in a series of attacks targeting aid groups and residents in the region. The aid workers were killed on Sunday after their convoy had arrived in Butembo City in North Kivu province, where armed rebels have been fighting Congolese security forces, according to a statement late Monday by the organization. It wasn't immediately clear which group was behind the attack. More than 120 armed groups in eastern Congo have been carrying out attacks, often involving bombs targeting residents as they seek a share of the region's gold and other resources. More than 170 such security incidences have targeted humanitarian workers, causing at least 4 deaths and the abduction of more than a dozen people. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in Congo said on Tuesday in a statement that called for the protection of aid workers. Protests continued in Kenya's capital and elsewhere on Tuesday over a finance bill that would raise the cost of living even after the president said he would not sign it into law. Police fired tear gas at protesters in Nairobi as many businesses remained closed for the fear of looting. The main highway to Kenya's second largest city, Mombasa, was closed as protesters lit bonfires. While there are concerns that President William Ruto might change his mind and sign the finance bill before next week's deadline, some protesters also are calling on Ruto to resign and accusing him of bad governance. But some members of the youth-led protests have expressed worries that other Kenyans are using the unrest as an excuse to cause violence. According to them, goons have infiltrated, and one organizer, Hanifa Farsafi, wrote on social media platform X on Tuesday. Last week's protests were deadly as police opened fire. The 2 weeks of protests have left 39 people dead, according to the Kenyan National Human Rights Commission. Ruto on Sunday put that number at 19. The Tunisia-Libya border at the Ras Jadir crossing point in southeastern Tunisia was reopened on Monday after a closure of more than 3 months. Tunisian Interior Minister Khalid Nouri and his Libyan counterpart Emad Al-Tarabelsi supervised the reopening of the Ras Jadir crossing point to travelers, according to a statement released by the Tunisian Interior Ministry. During the reopening ceremony of the passage between the two countries, which was held at the Ras Jadir crossing point, the Tunisian minister stressed the long-standing bilateral relations between Tunisia and Libya and the rooted relationships that unite the two brotherly peoples. For his part, the Libyan Interior Minister stressed the country's determination to overcome all difficulties to continue the passage of travelers between the two countries through this crossing. Turkey mediated talks between Somalia and Ethiopia on Monday to ease diplomatic tension between the two African nations, according to the Turkish Foreign Ministry. Foreign Minister of Ethiopia Taye Aske Salesi and his Somalian counterpart Ahmed Molem Fiki had a candid and forward-looking exchange concerning their differences, facilitated by Turkey's Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. The tension arose after Ethiopia signed a memorandum of understanding with the breakaway region of Somaliland in January, which Somalia condemned as a violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. The memorandum aimed to grant Ethiopia access to the sea through Somaliland in exchange for Ethiopia recognizing Somaliland as an independent country. A second round of discussions is scheduled in Ankara on September 2, as both countries reiterated their commitment to peacefully resolving their differences and expressed appreciation to Turkey for its facilitation and constructive contributions. Outside Africa, Palestinians have been fleeing districts to the east of Gaza's second city of Khan Yunis after Israel issued evacuation orders. Overnight and into the morning, witnesses reported multiple Israeli strikes in and around Khan Yunis. A medical source and the Palestinian Red Crescent said 8 people had been killed and more than 30 wounded. Patients and medical staff have also been leaving the European Gaza hospital in the area, as the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza told them to evacuate. The Israeli ministry has not itself issued an evacuation order for the hospital. The Red Cross is reported to have helped patients in the process of transferring to another hospital. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has stated that the country's military force will soon conquer Hamas militants in Gaza. Netanyahu mentioned this on Monday, saying the end of the stage of eliminating Hamas army is nearer. He also promised that Israel would achieve its goal in in its war against Hamas, returning hostages from Gaza, eliminating Hamas military and governing capabilities, ensuring that Gaza will not constitute a threat against Israel, and also returning displaced Israeli residents securely to their homes in both the south and the north. Before launching a military operation in Rafah in May, Israeli leaders had maintained that the southern Gaza city was the last stronghold of Hamas. Netanyahu said that last month that the intense phase of the war with Hamas in Gaza is about to end, and that the military's focus could then shift to Israel's northern border with Lebanon.
I returned yesterday from a tour of the Gaza division. I saw great achievements of fighting that's being carried out in Rafah. We're nearing the end of the elimination phase of Hamas's terrorist army. We will continue to hit its remnants. I was also very impressed by the achievements above ground, underground, by the fighting spirit of the commanders. With this spirit, we will achieve all our goals: to return our hostages, to eliminate the military and governmental capabilities of Hamas, to ensure that Gaza does not pose a threat, and to return our residents safely to their homes.
Australian police said it had arrested a 14-year-old boy after a stabbing at the University of Sydney on Tuesday morning, which triggered a lockdown of the university buildings. New South Wales State Police said in a statement that emergency crews treated a 22-year-old man who was taken to a hospital in a serious but stable condition. New South Wales Police Assistant Commissioner of Counter-Terrorism Mark Walton told a news conference the boy's motive or ideology had not yet been determined, but expressed concern at increasing evidence young people were being radicalized online.
36 this morning, emergency services were called to Sydney University, where a 22-year-old student had been stabbed in the neck. And that stabbing, it was with a kitchen knife. There was a young person that fled the scene dressed in camouflage Defence Force uniform, and a knife was recovered at the scene. The suspect caught a bus and shortly after presented at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, where he has been treated for cuts to the hand and is currently undergoing a mental health assessment. He has been identified as a 14-year-old male who lives in the Inner West. The New South Wales Joint Counter-Terrorism Committee are investigating the matter. A motive or ideology, importantly, has not been determined at this time. As the matter is under investigation and the person of interest is a 14-year-old, I'm unable to provide many comments about the matter at this time. I would, however, like to indicate that here in New South Wales, nationally and internationally, there are concerns about youth being radicalised in the online environment. They are embracing violent extremist ideologies and moving towards violence. The ideology that may be related to this young person's activity is unknown, but I would say it's likely to be categorised as mixed and unclear.
Hurricane Beryl strengthened to Category 5 status late on Monday after it ripped doors, windows and roofs of homes across the southeastern Caribbean with devastating winds and storm surge fueled by the Atlantic's record warmth. Beryl made a landfall on the island of Curacao in Grenada as the earliest Category 4 storm in the Atlantic. Then late in the day, the National Hurricane Center in Miami said its winds had increased to Category 5 strength. Fluctuations in strength and later a significant weakening were forecast as the storm pushes further into the Caribbean in the coming days. Grenada's Prime Minister Dixon Mitchell said one person had died and he could not yet say if there were other fatalities because authorities had not been able to assess the situation on the islands of Caracol and Petit Martinique, where there were initial reports of major damage but communications were largely down. The flood-hit Indian state of Assam is on high alert as it braces for more rains in the coming days. The northeastern state has been inundated by flood waters for several days, affecting more than 600,000 people and killing at least 34. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said the next few days could be critical as India's weather department has predicted more rainfall in some districts. Assam experiences large-scale destruction to life and property every monsoon due to flooding in its vast network of rivers. President Joe Biden delivered a politically charged speech from the White House criticizing the Supreme Court's ruling on presidential immunity and denouncing Donald Trump's involvement in the January 6th riot. Biden, who spoke from the White House, urged voters to reject Trump, calling the court's decision a grave injustice that makes it unlikely Trump will face trial before the November election. The remarks, which he read from a teleprompter and took no questions from journalists, came amid questions about Biden's ability to campaign and hold office after a debate in which he seemed to lose his train of thought and struggled to respond to Trump. The Supreme Court, in a 6-3 ruling, narrowed the case against Trump for his alleged effort to subvert the 2020 election and stay in power. Biden said the country's decision, or the court's decision, would fundamentally change the nature of the presidency, leaving presidents with unprecedented authority.
It's the most powerful office in the world. It's an office that not only tests your judgment, perhaps even more importantly, it's an office that can test your character. Because you not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face moments where you need the wisdom to respect the limits of the power of the office of the presidency. This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law. No one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. With today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that fundamentally changed. For all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous precedent, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the President alone. This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation.
We'll now take another commercial break and return with the rest of the news.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. As Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls, This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Welcome back. In business news, the federal government has approved the exemption of small businesses, manufacturers and farmers from paying withholding tax as a way of reducing the tax burden on businesses. It also introduced key changes to the previous tax regime, such as reduction of rates for businesses with low margins and measures to curb evasion. The chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyodele, in a post on his official X handle on Tuesday morning, announced that President Bola Tinubu has approved the new withholding tax regime for the country, with the official gazette expected to be signed in the coming days. According to him, the erstwhile withholding tax system introduced in 1978 had challenges, such as the ambiguity necessitated by the increase in transactions that it covered, thereby increasing the list of multiple taxes, inequity, straining the working capital of the businesses with low margins, etc. Capital importation into the country grew quarter on quarter by 210% to $3.38 billion in the first quarter of 2024 from $1.09 billion in the fourth quarter of 2023. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, disclosed this yesterday in its capital importation report for the first quarter of 2024. Similarly, year-on-year, capital importation rose by 198% to $3.38 billion from $1.13 billion in the first quarter of 2023. The Bureau of Public Enterprises, BPE, said it will fast-track the sale of the National Integrated Power Projects, NIPPS, to provide much-needed power supply to the public. The newly appointed Director General of the Bureau, Ayodeji Gbeleyi, disclosed this at his maiden meeting with the staff, according to a statement by the head public communications, Mrs. Amina Tukur Othman, in Abuja yesterday. NIPPS privatization has been met with opposition by the state governors and some interest in northern Nigeria over the legality of the exercise, as well as some northerners who claimed it would be to their disadvantage. Gbeleyi, who was recently appointed by President Bola Tinubu, added that his administration would vigorously pursue revitalization of the Bank of Agriculture, given its critical role in the food security goal of the president. He noted that the Bureau has been entrusted with the reform of the nation's public enterprises, which must be optimized for operational efficiency and excellence. He emphasized that the ultimate goal was to improve the standard of living for every Nigerian through the diligent implementation of the Bureau's reform activities. In entertainment news, popular Nigerian singer Portable has attributed the recent crackdown by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on internet fraudsters to their excessive display of wealth. In a video message posted on his Instagram account, Portable questioned why young men involved in Yahoo, which is internet fraud, would spend lavishly while their parents struggle financially. American rapper Rick Ross was reportedly assaulted following his performance at the Ignite Music Festival in Vancouver, Canada. The alleged attack is said to be connected to a song selection during Ross's set. According to TMZ, a group of about 15 men confronted Ross and his entourage after he ended the show with Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, a track seen as a diss aimed at Canadian rapper Drake. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
this beat is mad.
Maxim, please stand. Brandon, please stand. Daila, please stand. The winner of the gang leaders game today is Dahila.
This one. Yeah, egg. I'm blushing. Try one for you. No deserve about my You just carry one. You deserve it. That's how it takes time.
Pepe,
yes.
Just the onion. You guys should waste it.
Yeah, there's onion.
I had onion. You know what's good?
I know. Please, can I use that coffee? Check. Maxim. That's Maxim. Maxim. That's the last. I'm good. Grace. Grace. Where's your food? You want you to stay? This morning. I was just saying, even last night. It's not fair now. No, if they give you food, if you can't eat it, they should drop it for some other people that want to eat. That's what. Can you use this one? You want me to? You can't take all of it. Let me breastfeed. So much.
There's still more.
It is so much.
tell you.
I don't know.
Believe me.
Believe me, it has been you. I need you. I need you for my family. Believe me, it has been you. I need you. I need you for my family. It must be you. It must be you. Oh, I believe. I need you. I need you for my family. It must be you. It must be you. I believe. I need you. I need you for my family. Oh baby, oh, been loving you for days. I don't know it for so long. Show more. I'm crazy, oh. Yeah, I'm crazy for you. I'm waiting my go do.
Make you know. But you want to leave, you don't believe me.
I will not deceive you, not deceive me. And I love the past, the love will give me. If I call your hand, I beg to release me. But you won't believe if I don't believe me. I will not deceive you, not deceive me. And I love you past, the love you give me. If I call your hand, I beg to release me. Yeah. What have you done to me?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. What have you done to me? I don't know. Believe me, it got me you, it got to you. I need you, I need you for my family. It must be you, I believe. I need you for my family. My sweetie, make I give you my name. Oh yeah, follow me, let's go. Bend down low, follow me, make we go. My pretty, my sweetie, make I give you my name. Oh yeah, follow me, let's go. Bend down low, follow me, make we go. If you want to believe, you don't believe me. I will not deceive you, not deceive me. And I love the past, the love you give me. If I call your hand, I beg to listen. If you won't believe, you don't believe me.
If you drink your Fanta, I will share with you.
And I love the past, the love you give me. If I call your hand, I beg to listen. What have you done to me? I don't know. Yeah. What have you done to me? I don't know.
is that from?
Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of Naija Kids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, you know, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, you know, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how Naija Kids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it in something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? You know, when I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Naija Kids game instead? So for him, that's, you know, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. You know, and then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, you know, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent, and that's really what brought about Naija Kids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, you know, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I'd been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring in same old stand in front and just, you know, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, you know, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did to fun. You know, I tell people that, you know, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, you know. This is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, you know, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. You know, so those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels, do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing against, you know, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, you know, Naija Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. You know, so that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, you know, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate, but all that while I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Naija Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Naija Kids. I say, yes, I'm Naija, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. That kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things, online. So we now had to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices, can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. What's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. And I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid. And we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No. The computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations. And so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited and of the various things that will happen. there's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, you know, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology. And it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it. But they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are making money? What are not? How do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money. What's coming in? How is it coming in? What are you spending money on? Do you have money, what we call runway? Do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months? What if this doesn't work out? How do you keep the books? How are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, you are so organized. I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remote learning was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big. Or when you're in the process of hitting it big. But I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money. Just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in terms of the next products we do. I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate. Let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son, so hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money. And you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think It's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house, don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company. I said, "You want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics." So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that. In terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that you can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, and we went live this week to have our games on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, "Oh, I have a 3-year-old," so we went down to people that are in nursery school, and someone says, "Oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2. Do you have something?" Then now we've gone up to junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand, and that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, we were driven by my passion, what my son likes, but I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating who are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly we get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to share some of the excessive graphics that I've put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. So when I'm going to give an example in maths, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai, I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. So we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? It was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Niger elements of the Niger kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, patriotism in the next generation through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skinned. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote, but we have other people that started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. Financial, all sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning, because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, it was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented, the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year, I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? He says, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhered to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on the particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there are some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting now. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Welcome to the second day of the second half of this year, 2024. It's a wonderful day, and as we always say, the most important day in your life is today, not tomorrow, not yesterday, it's today. So let's make the best use of today as it is. We're going to have on the program very interesting topics to discuss. The first one is going to be the federal government faces scrutiny over controversial multi-budget implementation. We also are going to be discussing the fact that the court has dismissed Nnamdi Kanu's 1 billion naira suit against federal government. There will be Off the Press, where we lift some headlines from some of our national dailies. What are those headlines that made it to the front pages of our national dailies? And then there will be top trending issues as well. These top trending issues are issues that caught our attention in the course of the last 24 hours. You might have your own top trending, but this ones will be ours. But before we do that, let's set the tone rightly by just taking the quote for the day. The technologies which have had the most profound effects on human life are usually simple. The technologies which have had the most profound effects on human life are usually simple. That's according to Freeman Dyson. And this is so true. It doesn't have to be complex, it doesn't have to be complicated for it to be very important to human life, and helping you become better, helping you have a better life and all that. I usually say one of the best inventions, if not the best invention, was the matchstick. It was not the lighter, it was not the light bulb, it was not anything else. The thing that had the most profound effect on human life was when the matchstick was invented. Just imagine what life was before the matchstick came. And you see, a lot of things that if you go to transportation, for instance, the one that has had the most effect on human life may not be aeroplane, it may just be a simple car. It may just be a bicycle. When the bicycle was invented, how many people did it affect? Now that we have aeroplane, how many people take the aeroplane? Yeah. So these are just examples I'm giving. Like someone said, the best things in life are free. So it doesn't have to be very complex. That is how it is in every aspect of our lives. When you do not take note of the simple things of life, you find out at the end of the day that you may have just wasted your life pursuing the things that you felt were the big ones, leaving the simple ones that will really make meaning to your life when you combine all of them together. It is the small steps that you take that make you great, not the great steps that you take that could make you fall. Okay, so we're just going to go straight to the top trending issues this morning. We're starting with the fact that Katsina State Governor Dikko Umar Rada has committed to leading efforts against malnutrition in northern Nigeria, particularly in Katsina State. At a high-level dialogue in Abuja, hosted by the Athena Center for Policy and Leadership and the Federal Minister of Health, Rada highlighted the urgent need to address the crisis affecting over 10 million children. He emphasized the devastating impact of malnutrition on children and families in the region, calling for immediate and sustained action. The event included key stakeholders such as governors and federal ministers, and Rada advocated for a shift in federal allocations to address the increased insecurity and vulnerability to malnutrition in the Northwest and North Central regions. I do hope that the governor knows that it goes beyond providing just food for the people. If there is malnutrition in the north, it will mean that there are some other factors that are contributing to this malnutrition, the unavailability of food for the people that need it. One of them is population. And how does population come about? It's not just because the people like to procreate. It starts from the fact that the people are not educated enough. So everything is connected. When people are educated and their minds are occupied with something different from just making babies, the population reduces to a quality population rather than a population of quantity. That is what it is. So, and then if it also goes beyond just having children, when a culture encourages people to go out to beg and not to do any other thing that will bring food to their table apart from begging, you will see that there's also a problem there. So if this cultural shift can be done, if this education can be given to a lot of people, if so many other things are put in place, then we'll find out that malnutrition will give way to something really, really good. It's not enough to just provide the grains for the people. How many people can you feed with how many bags of rice? Or how much money do you intend to budget to a people that do not care about population control or birth control, people who do not care about having something wholesome to do, but just to go on the streets to beg? There are people up north from stories that have their children, and they see it as a culture that once a child gets to a particular age, they're sent into the street with a plate to go and start begging and all that. And then how do you remove malnutrition from a population of this nature? How do you remove malnutrition from a population that is more than the food that they're supposed to eat? And you cannot say anybody who is making babies, you have to stop and all that. The things you see, the things that comfort them are different from the things that comfort you. So it starts with education. And if we cannot give education to our people, then they will just have themselves alone and think about nothing but what they're thinking about now, that is making the population to grow that much. So it goes beyond grains, like I said, it goes beyond money. We hope that the governor will look at this issue holistically and make sure that whatever leads to malnutrition, not just the absence of food, will be addressed, so that this will be a thing of the past. But at least someone has made a pronouncement and he's working towards that. Whatever he's going to do, he's going to correct the mistakes that he will make along the line, and we hope that everybody else will borrow a leaf from that and make sure that our children are well taken care of, that they have food to eat. Right now, malnutrition is not just for the children. I'm sure a lot of adults now are facing it because of the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. No matter how much we tell ourselves a lie, it cannot make it the truth. We're suffering in Nigeria. And the average person who could have ordinarily a few years ago been a helping hand to someone else is now needing help. So how do you explain that? So we need to all put our hands together to make sure that we provide for ourselves as best we can, and at least comfort ourselves as best we can. We'll take another one. The second top trending story here is that an Ikeja High Court has ordered the release of Kazeem Adesina after he spent 15 years in a correctional facility without charge or trial. Justice Oyindamola Ogala ruled that Adesina's detention was illegal and gross violation of his fundamental human rights as outlined in the Nigerian Constitution and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The court emphasized the importance of the presumption of innocence and criticized the failure of authorities to bring Adesina to trial, despite correspondence indicating he should have been transferred for arraignment since 2003. The judge ordered Adesiona's immediate and unconditional release and acknowledged that no valid reason justified his continued detention. I don't know, 15 years, 2003 to 2013 is 10 years, and then to 2023 it's 20 years, 2024 is 21 years. So I don't know the time that gave them 15 years. As far as I'm concerned, if my maths is correct, that's 21 years that someone was supposed to be arraigned and wasn't, and has stayed in custody. So let's just say it is the 15 years that has officially been given. How can someone stay in custody without arraignment, awaiting trial matters for 15 years? And this is someone who could afford a lawyer at the end of the day that spoke for him. There are people in detention that have stayed more than those 15 years or maybe 20 years, and they have not gone to court. It's not that they've been convicted. And we've been saying it on this show, our experiences when we're talking about prisons in Nigeria and what the people in the prisons do, what the authorities do, what the police does, and all that. And it is really, really worrisome. How can someone stay, maybe he's even innocent, he stays there in custody and then nobody even thinks about him for 15 good years. 15 years out of anybody's life is a wasted 15 years. You're staying in custody for maybe even a crime that you know nothing about. We know of people who have been arrested just because they were walking on the street at night. You never know where that person is coming from, what happened to the person that made him come back at that time. Maybe he was working late, or maybe he lost his transport money, or one thing or the other. And then you just take them to the prison, and they're thrown there. Nobody remembers them. Some of them, the family members, do not even know where they are. There's no way of communicating with people outside. They don't know a number to call. They don't know anything, and they stay there. Even if this person committed a crime or the person is innocent and you leave that person for 15 years, how much of the events will the person remember when he's testifying in court? Maybe some of these things will be foggy, and then you find him guilty over things that he could have, a story that he could have told better if you had arraigned him early enough for him to remember all the facts. But you know, we leave them there, and the justice system is allowing this, and we think whoever is concerned should sit up and make sure that people who should not be in prison are not in prison, and those who should be in prison are in prison. Some people are roaming free even on the streets, even when they are supposed to be guilty and sentenced to prison. They are roaming free, and there's other ones who are maybe innocent, or maybe who committed a crime that normally could have taken like 6 months imprisonment, will be in custody for 10, 20 years and all that. And then when these people come out, knowing that the system had failed them, what kind of people do you think they will be? I think at this point, we should try to fish out the people who are responsible for things like this so that they get to pay. If someone stays in prison and he's there for 20 years and he's innocent, or whether he's innocent or not, he's not being tried, when he comes out, can he sue someone? And if he can sue someone, who will he sue? Will it be the police that put him there? Will it be the judges? Will it be the prison warders? Who will he sue? People should start facing the music for bad behavior. And a lot of these people who are thrown there by the people who just don't like them because they have the power. We told a story here once how somebody was arrested because his father was, because he took something from a son of a policeman, and it was justifiably taken, but he was just taken, thrown in jail in faraway Abuja, and his parents, his family here in Lagos, didn't know where he went to. And everybody thought he was kidnapped and he was killed, and they did his obituary, there was a burial and all that without the cops, and then only to find out years later that he was in Abuja, because people went for evangelism and he was able to sneak a number into the hands of one of the evangelizers. Things like this happen. You feel it's like a movie. It is not. But we hope that we'll get to a point where it never happens, and we hope that it never happens to you if you're watching right now. Now, the Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, announced that the ministry will not pay variations of price, VOP, on any new road projects, deeming it fraudulent. Umahi criticized contractors for using VOP to delay projects' completion and stated that those unable to meet projects' requirements should cease working. Speaking in Calabar during a stakeholders meeting on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, Umahi highlighted new policies for better project supervision, including directing ministry directors to relocate to sites and send daily reports. He emphasized that VOP payments will be halted as they have been identified as a method of fraud hindering project's progress. I think this is a very, very interesting one, a very, very, very lofty one. Let the directors relocate to where the projects are and supervise and give daily reports. What has brought a lot of anomalies in our system is the fact that there's no supervision, and you don't expect the minister to go to every project that is happening everywhere when there are directors there. So directors go there, give daily reports, and let's see what happens. And it could be true. I think it definitely is true. You have a contract of 100 million, you delay the contract, you were given six months to complete the project, you delay it, and it gets to 1 year, and you come back and say that things have gone up, the project is now something else, so money should be added, and then they add money to you. So if it was supposed to be 100 million, the federal government ends up paying maybe 200 million or so for something that you accepted. You said you were capable of finishing within 6 months, and you got there and you couldn't do it. You didn't complain until it got to too late, the time that it was too late, and then you came back and said, for this project to be completed, something has to be added to me and all that. So Dave Umahi, thumbs up for you. We do hope that your directors will do what you have asked them to do and not use the Nigerian factor and just, like we say, die the matter. We hope that this Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road will be completed on schedule, because if it is not, and it is used as a campaign strategy for the 2027 election, Nigerians will not like it. So far, we like the work that you are doing. We like the work a lot of other ministers are doing. We hope that they will continue. For those ministers that we do not even know their names anymore because they may not, they seem to be too silent and not working, we hope that you are going to sit up, or we call on the federal government, replace them if they cannot do what they were asked to do, they were selected to do. If they cannot do it, replace them with people who are competent enough to do it. Because this is not the time for experiments, this is not the time to learn on the job. It's either you know how to do it or you don't. We don't want a Kenya experience to come to Nigeria. Okay, that's that for the top trending issues. We're going to take a short break, look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be looking at the headlines. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Well, we are glad to know that you're still there and watching the breakfast with us. It's time to go to the press and see what made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies. We are glad to be joined by Mr. Chris Kehinde Nwandu, a chartered arbitrator in the UK. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Joining you from Lagos here.
Okay, good. We know that you have not jackpot. We're thankful about that. We're beginning with the Punch newspaper this morning. Dangote fuel, that's the leading headline. Marketers fear high-priced petrol ahead of supply. And we have some riders to that story. Crude price will determine cost of Dangote PMS. Dapman, Ipman won federal government. And then imported crude makes production cost higher, may affect petrol price. That is Dangote, a source from Dangote. Your comment, sir?
Yes, the mistake most Nigerians were made to believe is that once Dangote petroleum goes into operation, that prices of petroleum products are going to drop, as it were. And I've always said, I've been very, very cautious of that myself, because there are going to be so many indices to be able to allude to what will happen with the Dangote refineries. But as we are seeing, you see that a lot of Dangote refinery is facing a lot of challenges, both locally and internationally. And for a start, you can see that they are not getting the necessary raw materials which they need, which is the crude oil. Crude is not available, which has made Dangote to resort to importing crude oil from other countries of the world, including the United States of America. That in itself is going to cause a lot of challenge. And Dangote has come out, raised an eyebrow that is having serious problem and not having the necessary products to work with. Secondly, is also the problem with the regulatory authority, as it were, and which Dangote have also accused of sabotaging his effort by giving out licenses to some local importers to import products which has put also its company at a risk. It went as far as saying that some of those products were adulterated, an accusation which the regulatory agency had. But the fact remains that marketers are saying that the price of Dangote products may be higher than the ones even being imported, because according to some of the reports we read, Dangote says it's getting its crude oil about $5 over and above the price of crude in Nigeria. So, and I asked myself, why is it that we cannot be able to get Dangote crude to be able to operate? A country that's supposed to be one of the largest exporter of crude oil in the world, a member of OPEC, is finding it difficult to feed its refinery. And we ask ourselves, which kind of country are we? That means that some people are out to sabotage this effort. Some people are so happy that we'll be importing petroleum products for how many years because of what they benefit from it. Even the local refineries, the ones in Port Harcourt that have been promised that will come on stream by January or December last year. The report we're getting again now is that they are moving into December. So we are at their mercy. But my challenge and what I continue to say is that anything that happens within the petroleum sector, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will be held responsible, because he is the Minister of Petroleum. Not even the Minister of Food. That means he signed up on every issue and concerning this. So I hope they will resolve this issue as quickly as possible, because Nigeria also has a 25% stake in Dangote refineries. The more reason why we should be able to make that. But the news that is coming out is not palatable, and that is how we do business in Nigeria.
Well, it's not the federal government sabotaging it. It should be some individuals from stories that we are hearing. The annoying thing is that sometimes we know that the federal government, with all the intelligence, has the list of these people who are doing what in Nigeria, and they don't seem to be able to clip their wings. And we wonder why that keeps happening all the time. But we from the stable, so to speak, of the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, federal government revokes 870 billion road contracts, 2,270 projects suffer delay. Just this morning, we were talking about the fact that he said there will be no more variations on price that are paid to contractors, because some contractors delay the work that they're supposed to do and take it to a longer time so that they will get more money from a contract that should have been finished on time and all that. But right now, we have a story of 870 billion naira road contracts and 2,270 projects suffer delay. What do you think?
Yes, in as much as I have my own reservation about some of the projects being embarked by the Minister of Works, I have my own personal reservation because we have a large chunk of problem on our roads currently, and I believe that some of those resources that we are depleting, we've channeled to making sure that all those abandoned projects or most of the roads that afflicted conditions in Nigeria are worked on and are motoring. Then after that, we can now start thinking of opening up new avenues of construction. But I totally agree with him. I like the way Amana is going about this issue of contract. The average contractor that works in Nigeria is very cunning contractor. They're very selfish. They're just like our politicians. You cannot trust them. They collect mobilization fee, disappear, and travel to all parts of the world with their wives, girlfriends, and the rest of them, and leave the job undone. So the minister had warned a few weeks ago that most of these contractors who have refused to come back to site or return to site will have their contract. So one of the major ones, I think, is the one of the major roads have been revoked, and about 3 other contractors have been blacklisted. I saw on the front page of one of the newspapers, I think it's Daily Trust, where the Federal Ministry of Works have put out an advertisement for some of those roads, and I think that is the way to go. If those contractors know that if they are not able to perform, that the contract they'll sit up. It's not just revoking the contract. We should also make sure that we send the graft agencies like EFCC, ICPC, or the Nigerian Police Fraud Unit to go after them and make sure that the money of Nigerians that were paid to them for jobs that were not done are recovered from them, or else they seize up their assets and properties as it were. So I totally back the action of the Minister of Works, and I hope that in the months to come, we see a lot of this. Go and check out that road. Is it Patani Road? I've forgotten what they call that road. That Port Harcourt, that long stretch of road on South that's supposed to have been completed for how many years now? Till now, that road has remained unmotored, despite billions, not even billions, trillions and trillions of naira that have been expanded. The only measurable impact you can see is on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. I was on that route yesterday, and I was shocked by the level of work that has been done on that. And if you are driving from Lagos, you don't have any challenges in the Beggar Exit and that long bridge. Then you can be rest assured that you can hit Ibadan within 1 hour. That was something that has not been done. We cannot experience in the past. So if we're able to extend this kind of this thing to other roads like the Shagamu-Benin Expressway, some portion of that road. I was in Shagamu, around Shagamu yesterday, and I still realized that some portion of that road is still bad. But if we can be able to extend the kind of volume of work we've done on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to other parts, including the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, then we are home and dry. But as I said, I'm totally in sync with the Minister of Works, and I think we should be able to encourage him.
Okay, a worrisome headline here, small one there, is Customs sees 18 billion naira firearms, drugs from Turkey, recover 844 rifles. When I saw this, my heart just skipped. And that is what has been discovered. I'm sure there are others that have been able to pass without the discovery of the Navy or any other relevant body at the seaports.
Yes, as a journalist, I have privy information about that recovery. It didn't happen just I think it happened about 2 weeks ago. Immediately it happened, I was aware of it, and I was just waiting for formal information from the customs and the Nigerian police and relevant agencies. And that yesterday the CG of Custom was able to brief pressmen. Yes, 844 assault rifles. That itself is enough to equip an army. And we are sitting on a serious gunpowder, as it were. We're having serious security challenges. You can imagine, and I've always said it time and time info, if we have a report of that kind of situation, one report, you can rest assured that about 10 of other consignments must have made their way into the market with that security, if you understand what I mean. So many would have passed through before they could discover that, either in the past or in this. So that is what we need to do is that, what I want to hear, not just display the me. What I want to see is those behind that importation, who are they, and what purpose are they serving? Those are the ones the next thing I want to hear from the customs CG is that the masterminds, not the small boys that just carry this thing, the masterminds, those behind those importation should be arrested and paraded, and let's see them. And they give us, and that is just only port in Port Harcourt. You can imagine what was happening in other ports, Lagos, or through all the border line that our border, which is one of the most porous in the world. What could have been coming in? We are having serious security challenges, and you could see what happened in Borno 3 days ago, where Boko Haram since have started reenacting what they are used to, which is suicide bombing, and close to about 30 people were killed in
32
Borno
now.
State.
Yes.
Yes, about 32 now, and we are told that there were 30 female suicide bombers. It's only 4 that were able to detonate their bombs, and about 2 were arrested. You ask yourself, what happened to the other 24 women, allegedly, who are somewhere looking around and ready to unleash terror? So our security agencies should up their antics as far as I'm concerned. But most importantly is that we need to do a lot of intelligence, as I've always said. Intelligence matters. Just having security agencies to the boot on ground, having guns and air power, superior air power, whatever we call it, does not help. You have to have the necessary intelligence. And intelligence comes from the people. You have to be some level of confidence with the people so that they can be able to give the relevant information, because these people live among them, so they know them. If they are sure that whatever information they give you will not be traced back to them or will not be used against them by these terrorists or bandits or whoever they are, then they will be able to volunteer. So we need to build that confidence with these security agencies and the people within these communities so that they can volunteer. Without information, there's practically nothing the security agencies can do.
Okay, before we move to another newspaper, INEC lacks power to conduct local government elections. That's according to Yakubu, the INEC chairman.
Of course, INEC doesn't have that power. That power has been given to the state independent electoral commissions, and is for their power to conduct that. Yes, there are instances, I think there are instances in recent time where they have been called for INEC to take over those responsibilities. But the question I asked, the one that we gave INEC, have they been able to fulfill it? Have they been able to do a good job? We saw what happened in the 2023 general election and how INEC failed woefully. I say woefully, irrespective of whatever anybody said. We saw what happened during the presidential election. We saw what happened during the transmission of results. We saw what happened during the National Assembly governorship. If you see the number of court cases that we had after that election, then you have to give INEC a thumb down. So it's showing, giving them more responsibility to conduct local government elections. There'll be more tax for them. But the fact is that the state independent election commission has been presently constituted only are just under the caprices of the governors of the states who manipulate it to be able to achieve their personal ends. They have a local government that's supposed to be independent, but you see that currently they are still fighting for autonomy and also financial autonomy, which is why that case has been taken to the Supreme Court by the AGF for interpretation. I would think that INEC should be left with the responsibility of conducting National Assembly, where we find a more better way of making sure that election within the grassroots, which is local government, is properly conducted by the relevant agencies. But as it is, yes, I know that you find it very difficult to see any local government election in this state where the ruling party in that state won't win 100% of the election as it were, except on one or two cases where they will just, for whatever reason, just give the opposition one or two seats. But that is how we roll. But as INEC rightly said, for now, they don't have the power to conduct such election.
Okay, 2024 Hajj, how federal government, 8 states splashed 100.6 billion naira on pilgrims.
Well,
that is on the Vanguard newspaper.
You are talking of states. What of the federal government?
Yeah, federal government and states combined splashed 100.6 billion, not million.
Government actually provided almost 90 billion to that. And I asked the House of Western, what is our business with any going on Hajj or going on pilgrimage to Jerusalem? That is a personal, that's your personal undertaking between you and your God. So why will the government be involved in that? If you cannot afford this, then stay home. But if you can afford it, then go. It has nothing to do with government. It shouldn't have anything to do with government. So, you know, we are more pious than the Pope, and the way we behave when it comes to the issue of religion in this country. That is where we find ourselves, and our leaders take advantage of that. Because that is why you say, and I bring Nigeria, everything happening within government, they say, God will do him, God will do him, God will. Why are you believing God will do him? Other countries are taking the destiny in their hands. You saw what happened in Kenya. They didn't wait for God to do him. You saw how the youth came out and be able to march the government and be able to get that obnoxious law reviewed. And it was stepped down by the government. So that is how China, most developed countries don't look at God to do it. They don't. China, America, United Kingdom, even Russia and other developed countries. If you come to for God to do no. So, but the problem with that is the fact that there have been serious allegations of fraud, allegedly, that was made against the National Hajj Commission by I think the Zamfara state governor on the way and manner the money released for Hajj was utilized, and he has called for a probe. I've not heard anything from the federal government to that effect. But I think that we should just stop all these shenanigans of wasting money on people who have decided to go and have communion with their God. It has nothing to do with us. Religion is a personal destiny. As in Christianity, we say that once you die, you will personally face your God for whatever sins you committed or do. No government is going to follow you to go and meet God and be able to act as an advocate for you. So religion is a personal issue. I should be left at that level.
Okay. Let's take a final one since we've run out of time. Court orders release of man after 15 years in prison without charge or trial. We spoke about this in our top trending issues, but as a lawyer as well, a legal person, 15 years in prison, how does that even happen without trial at all?
You know, in law, we always say that it's better to allow 99 people who are not too sure of the accusation against them to go free, rather than be innocent one single soul to any prison. But that is what happened. It's not just in Nigeria. You've seen it even in the United States of America and most countries. There are instances where people have been allegedly incarcerated for what they did not commit. And that is what happened. But it's part of our legal system, because our legal system has become so, I don't know how to put it, entrenched that most people can hardly get a judgment as quickly as possible. That is why if you go to the prisons, close to 60 to 70% of those various prisons across Nigeria are those that are awaiting trial. For even flimsy excuses, some of them have been granted bail, and they cannot even pay 5,000 naira to pay their bail and leave the prison. You know, so that is what is happening. So it's quite unfortunate what happened. But it's good that the person finally regain his freedom. If it's other part of the world, what we have done now is to sue those or sue the government for putting him behind bars for that long. It is his fundamental human right that was bring upon, and he has the right to be able to challenge such incarceration. But it is not just within Nigeria. But my own personal opinion is that we can accelerate our judicial system in order to make sure that people with minor offenses are allowed to just dispense and just give the necessary and judgments as quickly as possible. You just see somebody that was picked up for strolling in the night or whatever, and he's incarcerated and he's in prison for 15, 20 years just because of our judicial system, because that issue cannot be ironed out as quickly as possible. Let us deal with the issue of awaiting trial in our various, which is why we're having a lot of jailbreaks these days, because a lot of people that are there are not supposed to be there. And our system has got so bad that when you even put somebody in jail awaiting trial, some of them get emboldened and even join worse gangs within the prison system. And when they come back, there are instances where you see people form armed robbery gangs just because they were in prison. I'm sure you must have seen that. So the judicial system, they really need to extend it. But the question you ask yourself, how many judges do we have to be able to cater for the number of people that are sent to the court on a daily basis?
Okay, well, this is where we'll wrap it up on the Off the Press this morning. We'd like to thank you, Mr. Nwandu, for coming on the show this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
Have a wonderful day too. We've been talking with Mr. Chris Kehinde Nwandu, a chartered arbitrator in the UK. He spoke to us from Lagos State here, and we're going to take a short break and return with our first hot topic. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, Budget has criticized the federal government's plan to run 4 national budgets concurrently, calling it a worrisome development. The Senate and House of Representatives extended the capital component of the 2023 budget and the 2023 supplementary budget, while the 2024 budget is already running. Budget Country's Director Gabriel Okeowo noted that running multiple budgets simultaneously could create competition for scarce resources and affect the implementation of essential projects. The organization urged the government to revert to a disciplined January to December budget calendar to avoid budget credibility issues and ensure effective service delivery in critical sectors. Now, to help us make sense of this is Mr. Bola Honoladeji, a finance expert here in Lagos. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to be on the program.
4 budgets. Some of us do not even have an idea of what that is. How do you run 4 budgets in a fiscal year?
Yeah, it's a bit of a very unusual situation. I dare to say that I'm not sure we have had it before, at least not in my entire adult life, that we'll have a budget for a particular year, the supplementary budget for that same year, then the budget for the next year and the supplementary budget for the next year. It's a bit weird. However, it's because it's unusual does not mean there's anything illegal about it. I think the legality can be challenged anyway. But everything is not even about legality. It is about the expediency. It's also about how practical and what are the risks that are involved in running a system like this. You see, the budget is, number one, a planning document. Number one, it's a planning document. Number two, of course, is an authority to spend. I think our emphasis over the years has always been on the latter, which is an authority to spend, as opposed to what we even be said to be the primary role of the budget, which is a planning document. When you have a situation like what we have put ourselves into, it shows a cast aspersion on our capability to deploy the budget as a planning document. What we're saying is that the capital project for 2023, we had very poor implementation. And that because of the poor implementation, we think that we will miss out on certain critical capital projects. Therefore, we want to roll it over into 2024. That is essentially what we're saying. And it doesn't speak well. So we need to get out of the situation that has put us where we are and ensure that we don't create a permanent distortion to the issue of budget. Budget is not just a government affair. We in the private sector too, we do budget every year. Other public sector organizations also do budget. So this idea of putting 4 budgets in a bucket is unusual, and it will not lead us in the right direction. We must go back to a situation of a year's budget within that year. And one thing that will help us is if we remember that primarily the budget is first a planning document, not just an authority to spend.
Yeah, I don't understand. So in 2023, for instance, let's say the budget was implemented up to 60%. In other years, what usually happens? Is it not a situation where what has not been done in 2023 can be carried over and captured in a budget that is for the next year instead of implementing the 2 budgets together? Why is this one different?
Okay, we've had a situation of rolling over budget, and the law specifically made provision for it, because the law must have anticipated that there will be situations in which critical budget items could not be fully implemented in the budget year. So the budget for the next year, the process for the budget for the next year actually starts sometimes around August. So you can be sure that it is possible that as at the time those budgets were being planned, the year still had about 5 months to go. So there are possibilities that the people who are putting the budget for next year together could not anticipate that within the remaining 5 years of the period, that particular certain items of capital expenditure will not be executed, which is why that provision is there in the law to be able to roll it over for certain months into the next year. What I don't think the law anticipated, though, is that period of rollover will now become 6 months, 1 year, a full year rollover. What it is saying, like I said, is that we have done very poorly the previous year. Look at it this way, though. There's a road A, which was in last year's budget. Because it was already in last year's budget, as at the time I was preparing the next budget, I did not include road A because it's already provided for in the previous year's budget. Unfortunately, by the time we passed the current year's budget into law, we found out that road A has not been fixed in the previous year's budget, but it wasn't included in the current year's budget. So normally, my expectation would be that such omitted capital project will come into the supplementary budget for the current year, rather than having to roll over the entire unexecuted part of the previous year's budget into for the whole year of the next budget year. It doesn't speak well. The idea of being able to complete the capital budget for last year is a fantastic intention, but how we approach that from a budgetary perspective is what I think leaves much to be desired.
Yeah, because I think a supplementary, I don't see how an entire budget will come into the next year. That's what I was just trying to wrap my head around, because if a road is budgeted for in the previous year, it is assumed that we know what the source of that income to finance that road is coming from. We know everything about it. And if it is not completed at the time that this other budget is being done, then we know where to go to, who to hold and all that. And we're looking at supplementary budgets. But now the entire, so how do you even finance it? How do you even do it? I don't even understand. How do you finance 2 budgets and 2 supplementary budgets?
It's interesting question you have brought up right there. You also have a part of the answer, which is to say when that budget item was provided for in the previous budget, there was a source of financing that was attributable, ascribed to it. So that source of financing, assumably, is still available. The source of financing will either be the internal revenue of the government or a borrowing. So if the internal revenue of the government is not there, then there will be borrowing. So there is tentatively a financing source already provided for in that particular budget. There's also the risk that a lot of things might have changed about that capital item. And the provision that was made in the previous budget can no longer carry through with that budget in the current year. Under the prevailing circumstances, anybody could understand that. And in that case, it could push us towards more borrowing to be able to finance that same project. So if you look at a project that was for last year, if that project has an import component to it, the provision was probably done at the dollar rate of 500 naira. Today, that dollar rate is 1,500. So that particular budget item is going to cost 3 times what it will have cost last year. Which is why, as much as possible, we must rev up our implementation capacity and ensure that we complete projects within the budget year. If we're talking of 85%, 90% implementation, that would have been lovely. But a situation in which there are a number of important capital projects that have been left in the previous year, it creates a genuine intention to say, look, we need to do this project because they are important, but it leaves much to be desired from the perspective of planning. To say, well, it also means that our planning has been poor. Our implementation of the budget has been poor. We are not seeing the budget as a planning document. Rather, our focus has been on the budget as an authority to spend. So those money that we have not spent or those borrowing that we have not incurred, we want to be able to, borrow those money or spend those budgetary provision for this capital item. It is unusual, and we must avoid a situation like this as much as possible. I also hope that we will do thorough review of this item that have been brought into the current year. This is because there is a possibility of duplication. And even in same year budget in the past, I've done a bit of review of certain national budgets in the past, and I've seen incidences of duplication, especially from the perspective of those budget items that are inserted by the National Assembly. They typically create all sorts of problems. I think those are the ones they refer to as padding. They create problems of costing, problems of duplication, and all of that. So I'm hoping that in the course of this anomaly, that we will do a thorough review to eliminate issues of duplication and cost issue, because cost will have changed dramatically between last year and this year. For some items, cost will be as much as 3 times what we budgeted last year.
Okay, so let me digress a little bit. What is your take on what the Minister of Labor has said, Dave Umahi, that said he is not going to pay any VOP anymore, variations on prices on the contracts that have been awarded. He said that some contractors just deliberately delay the work so that they will get more money on the contracts that they promised that they were going to deliver in a specific time frame. But what's your take?
My take is that first we should refer back to the contract. I hope that the drafting of those contracts have made provisions accordingly to what the minister is saying. Otherwise, the minister will find out that he doesn't have a leg to stand on. If the contract is not watertight, such that government can lean on it to say, look, because you did not complete it within this period, you are not entitled to variation. If that has been nicely captured in the contract, which I would expect to be, but we've also seen that in some of government contracts, there are a whole lot of gaps, some deliberate, some inadvertent. You know, if the contract captures it rightly, that's fine. Otherwise, the minister is probably not being realistic because it will not happen. For example, if the government was supposed to provide certain money for this contractor to be able to execute accordingly, and the money delayed, then you cannot say that the contractor is responsible when you did not fulfill your own part of that contract. But for instances in which government has fulfilled its own part of the contract, money was made available when it was supposed to be made available, but contract has delayed, then government should be able to invoke the necessary clauses under the contract to ensure that the contractor will bear the brunt of the unnecessary delay as the party that did not fulfill its own part of that contract.
Okay. So now let's go back to the budgets. 4 budgets as it is. Budget 1, 2023. Budget 2, supplementary budget of 2023. Budget 3, 2024 budget. And then the supplementary. And what impact will this have on the economy of Nigeria?
Well, it depends on what areas these spendings are going into. On the positive side is that anything that has to do with capital projects, spending on infrastructure and things like that, will number one, create jobs. And then the completion of infrastructure projects has a way of stimulating the economy. That's on the positives. On the negative side is that if some of these projects are not of that much impact, it will amount to just pumping money into the system. And when you pump all those money into the system and they are not driving the productivity that we expect, then CBN will have to go towards the other end and start mopping up all that money again. Otherwise, it will exert additional inflationary pressure on the economy. So it's a balancing act. On one side, completing infrastructure will stimulate economic activities, create jobs. On the other side, if these capital projects are not of the right level of impact, it will be pumping cash into the system and it will exert inflationary pressure.
I don't know the kind of jobs that you're referring to, because sometimes when I see this, I see temporary jobs that you don't have any security on. So once this project is completed and that's it. For instance, the road, Calabar-Lagos Coastal Road, if it's going to last for a year, that's all. The people that will be employed, the bulk of them will no longer have jobs after that. Is that sufficient for us to say that it has created jobs?
Temporary jobs are jobs, actually. For the period while they last, they create a source of income for the employed people. They are able to consume, they have disposable income. And for a country that has so huge a gap in capital projects, it is presumed that those capital projects are meant to be a continuous thing with new ones replacing old ones. Some of those projects are also going to be a long-term project. Some of them will still be on the next 4 or 5 years anyway. So temporary jobs are jobs, provided the basis for those jobs is a continuous one. So if one finishes, the skills set of those people, they are required again for another project of the same similarity. and they can continue to be able to have disposable income and be able to spend. Their capacity to spend is of economic importance to us as a country.
Okay. When you were talking about how the budgets could go, you know, they are spending on the capital projects, that it might be a good thing, it might also be something that is not good enough. That means it's a 50-50. What can we do? What's the way to go to make sure that it goes to the best side that can help us rejig our economy, put life more into our economy and all that, instead of going the other way?
It is in the space of the review. I expect that people who have roles to play, National Assembly, Budget Office of the Federation, who have to review this capital expenditure that are being cut over and extended up until the end of 2024. What is the impact? What is the nature, or what are the nature of this capital project? What are the kind of impact that we think they will have? And, you know, these are there duplication issues? Are there cost bloated projects that are, you know, these are the kind of thoroughness that needs to go into the review to ensure that those projects will be truly impactful. When they are impactful, the effect on the economy is good. When they are just jamboree and they don't impact the economy, in fact, they will hurt the economy, because what those other kind of projects I will have done is to pump money without impact, and it will exert inflationary pressure, I could say. So the place of being able to achieve what you said is in the place of review, thorough review of those capital expenditure that have been extended into the current year.
Who drives this process? Like who checks what the ministries do? Who checks how the budget is run? Who checks how successful or otherwise the budget is? We seem to be foggy about that. Does every ministry have to assess itself and give its own report, or can there be a holistic thing where a particular body assesses the success or otherwise of the budget?
Yeah, there's a performance management office. I think the first time I heard that was in the days of Mr. Jonathan, who actually set up an office whose duty is to manage the performance of all those MDAs. I don't know, I can't remember how efficient that was, but I think the current government has also mentioned something along that same line. Now, this is the executive in itself trying to, you know, monitor the performance of its budget. On the other side, and the Budget Office of the Federation also has a role in that. On the other side is also the National Assembly, which has a constitutional role to monitor what is going on in the executive segment of the government. So they have that role, and from time to time we see them summon people, ask questions, and all of that. But in this particular case that we're talking about, we shouldn't even wait till a post-mortem in which we're summoning people. Rather, we should start from the review. Now, executive has sent a letter to the National Assembly asking to do what he wants to do. So essentially, it is saying, the expectation is that the National Assembly has a role, and it will carry out that role in the course of approving what the executive has asked for. So there is an appropriation committee of both houses, you know, that have responsibility for this thing. And they should sit down and help us with a thorough review, a pre-event now, before it is even approved, so that whatever amendment we need to make, whatever should not be in the bucket, is kicked out even before approval. Then the next stage will be after approval and implementation has commenced. Then all the relevant organizations from the performance management team of the government in itself, to the respective MDAs, to the Budget Office of the Federation, and also to the National Assembly to do their post-approval monitoring of the execution of the budget.
I don't know how much you trust this National Assembly, the National Assembly that kicked out one of their own who raised the voice and said, I don't understand what is in the budget right now. They kicked him out for more than 3 months, and then he had to come and apologize for telling the truth or for expressing himself like that. I don't know how much you trust them, how much you have confidence in them, but I hope they do what you're saying that they're going to do. Because they seem to be approving everything that is brought to them by the president. That's what happened when the last president was in power. Muhammadu Buhari was in power. And so he borrowed, and he didn't know what to do with the money anymore. And here we are today. So, well, I hope they do what they're supposed to do. That's all.
I hope so too, sincerely. We cannot say that we are quite there when it comes to how these constitutional responsibilities are being discharged. Otherwise, some of the things that have happened to us in the past might not even have happened at all. But we will not stop to call on them to rise up to this constitutional responsibility and ensure that we can overall have an economy, have a country that we can all be proud of. And they have a critical role.
Okay. We're still hopeful, we're dreaming. Thank you so much, Mr. Olojede, for coming on the show this morning.
Thank you for having me.
We've been talking with Mr. Gbolahan Olojede, a finance expert here in Lagos. We'll take a short break and be back with a second hot topic. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. We'll take our final hot topic for today. The Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed a suit by Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, seeking 1 billion naira in damages for alleged rights violation. Kanu claimed that the Department of State Services, DSS, and its Director General violated his right to fair hearing by preventing his lawyers from having unhindered interactions with him during his detention. Justice James Omotosho ruled that Kanu failed to provide credible evidence to support his claim of interference with his lawyer interactions, denial of access, and eavesdropping on conversations. The court found no breach of Kanu's rights to fair hearing by the DSS officials. To discuss this with us is Barrister Justice Ohuegbu, human rights lawyer. Good morning and welcome to the program, Barrister.
Good morning. It is my pleasure once more.
Okay. Just this morning, let me just digress a bit before we come back to it. Just this morning, we heard of someone who stayed in prison for 15 years and was released because he was never, ever taken to trial. And it was a very worrisome thing for us. And we were wondering how there will be a justice system and things like this happen. And he may even be the lucky one that got out after 15 years. Some people may be there for 20 years and all that. Now, we're hearing from the grapevine that the case of Kanu Nwankwo has been struck out because they say he does not have credible evidence to show that his rights were being breached and all that. We'd just like your comment to continue from there.
Well, the truth is that is part of the problem we're having in our judicial system. Let me borrow a leaf from what you said before I come to this. There are so many inmates awaiting trial in Nigeria today that have been here, that have been incarcerated for years without going to full trial and all the rest. So I don't know. And that is why some of us that on this part of the human rights activism have been trying to do everything possible to make sure that we bring to the notice of the government some of these vices and all the rest. It's so unfortunate in this country, in this part of the world we are, that we say we're the giant of Africa, when people should be learning from us. You are talking about 15 years. So some people have stayed there 20 years, more than that, without going for full trial. Is awaiting trial. What I mean by full trial, at times when they are charged to court at the court of first instance, they are reminded either pending DPPs or advice or whatever, and nobody hears anything about them again. This one is lucky. But also in the wisdom of the law, that is why the law has also made provision for the congestion of prisons, the CJ of every state having the right to visit prisons from time to time to see the people that are there and grant, a sort of release to some of them. I think we should intensify action in this kind of things to make sure that people are not being incarcerated, their rights are not being totally violated on daily basis. Now, in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, well, it's actually unfortunate also because the right of fair hearing pertains and demands that you should always be given fair hearing at any point in time. That you are detained in any facility, whether DSS or whether NDLUA or whether any draft agency in Nigeria does not make you guilty of that particular purported offense. Because the law, as simplistic, the 1999 Constitution as amended, simplistic says that an accused person is presumed innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction. So while you're in detention, waiting or going from there for your trial, you're still presumed innocent. So you should be accorded every right and privileges of a citizen until the court of law pronounce you guilty, and with conditions that the court will give, so that we'll now know what the court will say and all. But unfortunately, in this part of the country, things are not being handled that way.
My concern is the thing that appeared to be like your words against ours in this case of Nnamdi Kanu. He complained that they have been eavesdropping on his conversations. They have not given him unfettered access to his lawyers and so many other things that he alleged. And the court wanted him to bring evidence. And I don't know how the mind of the law works, where he will be asked, a prisoner, an inmate will be asked to bring evidence. Is it from CCTV camera? Where is he going to get the evidence? You as a lawyer, let me know how the mind of the law works, that you will ask someone like that to bring evidence. Because he has given you words of mouth and you're saying your word against the DSS words or whoever else is holding Nnamdi Kanu. How does a person like that provide evidence apart from what he says?
Well, you see that the judge is actually a person, is a human being. But most times that is what the same thing I talk about our judicial system and our judicial process. Because for somebody who is already in detention, there are some disadvantages he has already. And for somebody also who is in that kind of facility, he is now saying that I've not been given full and adequate opportunity or access to my lawyer. The Constitution, the Nigerian Constitution, as amended, simply says that an accused person has to be given access and full opportunity to prepare for his defense. And part of this preparation of his defense is also the right to always have, to meet with his lawyer at any point in time, because he might have an information at any point in time to pass over to his lawyer and all the rest. So now, if such allegation comes, yes, he has made this allegation that I am not getting the full access to my lawyer in order for me to be interacting with him. Because moreover, let's also understand that he's facing trial of a grievous harm, and which the courts or which the law is supposed to also provide him with protection, whether we like it or not. He's supposed to be protected. And part of this protection is that he must be given full access to his lawyer. And even if he said he wants to see his lawyer by 12 midnight, so that so that he might not get into cycle. It is one of the things that may allow him living or going as in that facility. Somebody who have been in the facility for some time now. And also, for DSS to now, or for the court to now say, well, he has not, given enough and credible evidence to show that his allegations were not right against the DSS and all that. For me, in the wisdom of the court, what the court should have done is to even invite the DSS. And you see, the law has made it that even the court itself, Somoto on its own, has the right to put questions in court, either to the accused or to the prosecution. So what the court should have done is to call the attention of the DSS director and ask him some questions. These allegations have been leveled against you. Is it true that this thing is happening, and this thing is happening? Let them not say it themselves, that no, we have provided him with this, or with that. And so for me, it's not enough for the court to say he has not provided enough evidence to show that all these allegations were not true. No, because he's already in a disadvantaged stage. There's no two ways about it. So it is also the duty of the law to protect him to an extent until his trial is finished.
Because even if the DSS is being invited and they deny it, how can he still prove? Can't there be a process that the courts can check and find out? Because DSS, like I said when I started, is your word against ours. He will say, I have not been given access, and Nnamdi Kanu says, okay, the DSS says now, you've been given access, and who do they believe? Is there no system of checking to know that this is true or not true?
You see, the truth is this. We are in the era of judicial activism. There are certain things the court can do in order to checkmate that. For example, nothing stops the court by saying, okay, since he's alleging that he has not been given adequate access to his lawyer, anytime his lawyer visits him, we want to get the chart, record it. Let us have a record of it. Let the lawyer always say, okay, give us the catalog or the attendance where the lawyer always signs anytime he's coming to visit him. How many times is the lawyer supposed to visit him in a day? Let it be recorded. Anytime the lawyer visits him, let him sign. Coming the time he came in and the time he left and all the rest. The court can use that to draw an inference. Yes, it is not the duty of the court to now find out whether actually that is true or not. It is the duty of the two parties, both the accused and the prosecution. And the courts, like I said, remember, once an accused is in court, the court has every power to protect the accused person. Having regard to the fact that the accused person is still presumed innocent until the contrary is proved, like I said before. So it is also the duty of the court to wade in, to find out actually whether this thing is true or not. By going extra, in the first place, that what is called subpoena in law. The court can subpoena the DSS director to come, or whoever that is in charge of the facility where he is. The court can subpoena the person to come and put questions across to the person. And if the person says, no, we have been doing this, we have been doing that, the court, in order to justify, can now say, okay, no problem. From now henceforth, we want to see a catalog of how the lawyer comes in and how the lawyer goes out. Even what are you giving to him? What access are you giving to him and all the rest? So that the DSS itself will know that the court is even interested to know actually what is happening inside here. So it's not enough to say he has not been enough, because like you said, it becomes his word against this other person's word. But that's not what the court is required. The court can go further to inquire actually whether this thing happened or not.
Okay, what about another issue that he raised, that anytime he has access to his lawyer, they usually eavesdrop? Is it that the crime he is purportedly or allegedly committed is such that they have to listen in all the time? If this is happening, is it covered by law, and does DSS have this right? But if they don't have the right, what can be done?
The matter is already in court. You have right to access to your lawyer, and anything you're discussing with your lawyer, it should be one-on-one. So whatever that happens, let it come to court. The trial is not done in chambers. It's not a secret trial. It's an open trial. So, moreover, before you visit somebody like that in the facility, remember the person will be searched. They will check whether you have anything. They will check whether you have any recording device or whatever, and all the rest. And provided you have done all these things and checked that the lawyer doesn't have anything like that, anything incriminating to visit the client, he has liberty to visit the client. It doesn't really matter. The only thing is that if you're giving 1 hour, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, or whatever to talk with him, you can talk with him and interact with him. Does he change anything? So the problem we have is the problem of impunity in Nigeria. That is just the thing. You're holding somebody, and you also want to detect to that person so many things when the law has presumed that person innocent until the contrary is proven. We must change some of this ideology.
Where do we start to do this cleansing in the justice system that will give us a saner justice system?
No, we can. The only problem we have is that if you have adjudicators that are proactive, what I mean by adjudicators, judges and judges, magistrates, and that are proactive, that would dispense justice, without fear or favor. Let me give you an example. When the likes of Oputa JSC, as he then was, of blessed memory, when he was at the Supreme Court, a matter came up where a man was convicted for killing the mother. And the man was convicted in the High Court. The matter went on appeal. He was also convicted. When the matter went to Supreme Court, thank God for somebody like Justice Oputa of blessed memory. Justice Oputa said no. That the court of first instance erred by not finding or going into details or investigations to inquire why this man should kill his own mother. Oputa asked a question as an obiter. He said, do people go about killing their own mother? And he referred that matter back to the High Court, that they did not do what they are supposed to do, that they should go and inquire and find out why somebody should commit such an indelible act. You understand it? That is issue of inquiry. The court has the right and the powers to inquire. I don't want to talk of it to say investigation, because investigation is of the police or whatever. To inquire actually whether this allegation leveled were true or not. You don't just dismiss it on air, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, we do hope we'll come to that time where our justice system will be so trustworthy that we will know that it is really the hope of the common man. But at this point, would like to thank you, Justice Uhuegbu, for coming on the program and giving light to this issue we've been discussing.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming. We've been talking with Barrister Justice Uhuegbu, a human rights lawyer, and we were looking at Nnamdi Kanu's case against the DSS, that they were trampling on his rights and not giving him unfettered access to his lawyer, and also that they were eavesdropping on every conversation anytime he has the opportunity to see his lawyer that they have. Well, that is where we'll draw the curtain on the program this morning. We do hope you had a wonderful time and you learned one or two things. We hope to meet with you again tomorrow, same time, on the same program. Until then, on behalf of the entire crew, my name is Nyamgul Agaji, saying have a wonderful day.
This is it. I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
From a very young age,
we're asked what we would like to become when we grow up, and you're expected to have just one answer. Children deciding to be more than one diverse thing evokes frown lines on the faces of adults because the path to being a doctor is at odds with the path to being a musician. However, there are many people who are genuinely curious about so many things around them, and to choose just one thing out of their many curiosities and interests is unsettling. They soon discover that they are bored and want to pursue more things. Some people may refer to these people as confused. However, the term used to refer to such people is multi-potentialites or polymaths or the Renaissance man.
A multi-potentialite is someone with many interests and creative pursuits.
The idea of the Renaissance man or polymath came about during the Renaissance period and is the idea that anyone who applies themselves can be exceptional at poetry, art, science, mathematics, athletics, and any other field that catches their attention. Oyindamola studied human resources at the University of Lagos and graduated top 2 in her class. Since graduation, she has dabbled into music, acting, social media manager, digital marketing, content marketing, coding, freelance UX designer, and arts.
For me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So these things, this structure helps me keeps my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure. And sometimes I don't like, I go with the flow as well. I can just wake up, you know, I have my stylus pen here and I'm just like, I feel like drawing on my phone. So it's this always by my bedside table. And I can just spend like the first 2 hours after waking up just focusing on drawing. So sometimes I take the structured approach and sometimes I just go with the flow.
The term might be new, but humanity has seen many Renaissance men who include Leonardo da Vinci, who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect. While his fame initially rested on his achievements as a painter, he also became known for his notebooks, in which he made drawings and notes on a variety of subjects, including anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, and paleontology. Leon Battista Alberti, who was an Italian Renaissance humanist, author, artist, architect, poet, priest, linguist, philosopher, and cryptographer. Benjamin Franklin, who was an American polymath, was active as a writer, scientist, inventor, statesman, diplomat, printer, publisher, forger, and political philosopher. Thomas Jefferson, who was an American statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, philosopher, slaver, and founding father who served as the 3rd President of the United States from 1801 to 1809. Confusion, uncertainty, and always being a beginner is one of the many problems the multi-potentialites faces.
I've always been confused all my life. Ever since I was a teenager. I remember there was one time we had a camp in church and, you know, they were talking about career. You know, some people knew what they wanted to do, you know, photography, this and that. I didn't know what I wanted to do because my course was chosen for me. What I was interested in didn't seem viable. I wanted to be an artist. I never had any formal training in arts, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So I've always been confused because I'm good at a lot of things. People tell me, oh, you're such a good singer. Oh, you can draw. Oh, you can write beautifully. I was writing poems, I was writing stories. So which one will I do? I asked all the older people around me. They all say the same thing. Focus on one thing. If you focus on one, but I'm not the kind of person that can still my mind and focus on one thing.
It's easy to see your multi-potentiality as a limitation or an affliction that you need to overcome. But what I've learned through speaking with people and writing about these ideas on my website is that there are some tremendous strengths to being this way.
In the modern world, where a common job might require someone to be a social media expert, public speaker, writer, and data analyst, the polymath wins and the deep subject matter expert is relegated to a back corner to be used as a resource for others, explained Jake Chapman in Specialization, Polymaths, and the Pareto Principle in the Convergence Economy. Although specialization has certain economic advantages, in the era of technological convergence, well-educated generalists will be those who are the most valuable. Emily Wapnick explains the multi-potentialite superpowers in her TED Talk.
Fast Company magazine identified adaptability as the single most important skill to develop in order to thrive in the 21st century. The economic world is changing so quickly and unpredictably that it is the individuals and organizations that can pivot in order to meet the needs of the market that are really going to thrive. Idea synthesis, rapid learning, and adaptability. 3 skills that multi-potentialites are very adept at.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
There was no question that that was the most important moment and sentence that was being said and became central to the whole Beijing Women's Conference.
I remember it felt very exciting, almost like a Woodstock for women or something. It was breaking new ground.
It was the biggest gathering of governments which committed to gender equality.
It was just completely transformational for me. It was this sort of pivot point where all of a sudden the path appeared.
I was there, and it changed me. I'm Sally Field. The 4th UN Women's Conference in Beijing inspired me to take a bigger role in women's rights. We've made great strides over the past 20 years, but a vast distance lies ahead. The women you are about to meet are true global leaders, groundbreakers, innovators, agents of change. We began our journey in China with Peggy Liu, a leading voice in the environmental movement. Peggy is taking steps to make a more green China and in turn help our planet. She brings together the best minds to create innovative and sustainable solutions for China and the world.
We're in the midst of a huge urbanization boom in China. 40 years of building city after city. But what happens to these places? What happens to the soul of our city? You've really seen nothing like it until you land in China and you take a look at the skyline.
To deal with China's growing pains from unprecedented economic growth, Peggy Liu, an MIT-educated engineer, started JUICE, or Joint U.S.-China Collaboration on Clean Energy.
JUICE is a nonprofit organization, really a volunteer organization of some of the top experts around the world who want to help China go green as fast as possible.
Peggy brings together top international experts and Chinese officials to discuss new ideas and technologies to solve China's environmental problems. Peggy's upbringing and heritage helped her move seamlessly across cultures.
Just being born Chinese in America has helped me figure out how to be a cultural bridge.
Her first major accomplishment was to accelerate the adoption of smart grid in China.
Because it allows us to put more solar and wind energy onto a traditional grid. It reduces the need for buildup of power plants. Since we introduced this to China, China has really become the leader in investing in smart grid technologies around the world.
Peggy began promoting clean energy in China, but over the years has expanded her work.
Livability is the single biggest challenge. We need to make sure that we have shared spaces for these tens of millions of people that are coming into China's cities.
In order to accomplish this, JUICE reaches out to mayors, as Peggy explained in a recent TED Talk.
In China, one of the most effective channels is to teach government leaders about how they can build the China dream as they're building new cities, as they're building 226 cities with 1 million or more people. So now the power of this is that in a short amount of time, we've been able to reach out to over 900 mayors. And these mayors might have 1 million people, they might have 30 million people in one single city.
Mayors can impact the environmental policies in China in the short term, but the long-term sustainability will depend on the actions of future generations.
Before you add any sugar, try it.
We can teach children how to make a huge impact in climate change through their stomachs. So we created a new way to eat, or teaching them how to eat in a way that's good for you and good for the planet. As a mother, like hopefully every parent, I do feel a personal responsibility to make a change in the world, to leave a better world for my kids and their kids.
To Peggy, China's crisis is both personal and urgent.
I know you've heard and seen these ugly pictures of pollution in China, and yes, this is affecting the rest of the world. 25% of the particulate matter in Los Angeles, for example, is drifting there from China. So we know that we need to win this battle on pollution. We need to win this battle on clean energy. But to do that, we really need to learn how to capture the essence and the beauty of Chinese heritage while we chase this urbanization and modernization.
Perhaps bamboo, which is fast-growing, strong, and beautiful, is the best metaphor for Peggy's vision for China.
Bamboo is really symbolic of the type of nature that we need to preserve in the cities as we urbanize. We need to bring to life the soul of bamboo, but in our concrete jungles. The single step that led me on this journey was actually an accidental one. Chinese have this saying, it's called 缘分 or fate, and I really feel like JUICE has been my calling.
Katie Myler founded Liberia's first tuition-free school for underprivileged girls. Building educational infrastructure in Liberia was challenge enough, but she soon faced something more formidable: Ebola. A great leader presses on in even the most difficult of situations. That's exactly what Katie did during the epidemic. Fighting on the front lines against Ebola was worth the risk because it meant protecting her girls.
I think that no matter where you go in the world, we are humanity and we're all the same. Each of us has a calling in our life, and for whatever reason, I was brought to Liberia when I was 23, and I saw a need that I knew that I could do something about, and I couldn't turn my back on it. Liberia is a beautiful place, but it's full of struggle. It was a country that has been devastated by war.
In post-war Liberia, 2/3 of the country lives in poverty. Only 35% of children are in school, and 42% suffer chronic malnutrition.
You know, I think I do see myself oftentimes in these kids, and whether that's right or wrong, it's the truth. I think empathy has a lot to do with, what drives me. And I grew up poor in America, but despite the poverty that we lived in, there were safety nets.
Katie started the More Than Me organization in Liberia to provide some of the support she had.
It's about living for something bigger than just yourself.
You studying hard? Yeah. I want to see you people reading plenty. It's important you can read well. If you read, you can teach yourself anything you want.
We focus on the most vulnerable young girls in Liberia, specifically in a slum called West Point. It has one of the highest rates of child exploitation, sexual exploitation in West Africa. We have our own academy for these young girls. Our mission was really to make sure that when they graduate that they have real choices. They can decide what comes next for their own lives. We believe that no young girl should be on the streets, when her biggest dream is to go to school.
As More Than Me Academy wrapped up its inaugural school year, the Ebola outbreak hit and shut it down.
There's a baby on the verge of death.
Katie turned her school into a first response unit to aid Ebola victims at Ground Zero.
I had spent 6 months on the front lines fighting in the community. People were afraid. Businesses shut down. International organizations left. It was scary. You know, I was afraid for the lives of our students. To be honest with you, I was afraid that Liberian existence was at risk. So we coordinated ambulance responses and worked with the Ministry of Health to hire nurses and medical staff.
I will come and get you. You will be okay, okay?
We rescued and took care of orphans that had been abandoned.
Take care of you. All right?
Ambulances took as long as 4 days to reach Ebola victims. Katie cut that time down to 30 minutes.
When I talk about Ebola, it's still pretty raw. There's definitely moments that will never leave me for the rest of my life. One was this little boy named Charlie. I remember, you know, I left people laying outside of the holding center just dying. I felt like vomiting. I felt like I had to go back, so I did. I went to the grocery store and I bought ice cream and I bought toys. And I went back later that night and I went looking for Charlie. I handed out ice cream and toys and sang and prayed with people as they were dying, squashing through the vomit and the blood. And I found Charlie and I put a blanket on him. It was time to go, and I was like, I can't leave him here. And so I left, and I never saw him again.
In the wake of Ebola, Katie's looking beyond the epidemic to help aid Liberia's recovery.
What's scarier than Ebola is what happened before Ebola and what will continue to happen after Ebola is out of the news. You know, unless you fix the infrastructure of the country, starting with basic education, nothing is going to change. You're just treating symptoms.
Katie's focus continues to be on education.
I'm working with everything that I have to make sure that we rebuild education in Liberia so that we can protect our girls and the women of Liberia long term. It's about coming together with different people for, you know, and joining hands to make sure that we do everything that we can, you know, to create a more beautiful world.
I want to know that my life has purpose.
I believe we all have a blinking light inside of us, and that light leads the way, and I'm following that light.
I'm gonna take you places, show you faces that you've never dreamed.
Sharon Bhagwan Rolls was in Beijing in 1995. Galvanized by the experience, she has made it her life's mission to give the women of Fiji a voice. Sharon provides women with access to radio so they can broadcast and promote gender equality. She empowers women and girls to make decisions so they can be heard on the island and around the world. Sharon is an agent of change.
We love this country. We've got from the beaches to beautiful mountains, you know, we've got this amazing geographical structure that you don't have to go anywhere beyond Fiji to enjoy the Pacific.
Fiji's landscape may be beautiful, but it has one of the largest gender gaps in the world, according to the 2014 Global Gender Gap Report.
Decisions aren't being made for or by women. If you look at all our governance structures, traditional, local, even parliamentary, we haven't seen any change in addressing the gaps in decision making. So that's a big problem politically.
A problem rooted in the patriarchal society of Fiji.
We are women. We stay in the village. We will respect the elders. When they talk, we have to keep our mouth shut. Yeah. We want to be empowered because as women, we got all these powers. We got the talent. We can talk. We can raise our voice to be heard.
To give women a chance to express their viewpoints and share their stories, Sharon launched a community radio initiative in 2004.
On FemTalk 89 FM, I'm Sharon Bhagwan Rolls, and it's time for a special program, our Lambasa Women...
Sharon used a simple yet powerful tool, the suitcase radio. It's both portable and easy to use.
It's literally a whole radio station in a suitcase that weighs up to about 20 kilos, and we've been able to travel around Fiji into rural centres and taking our community radio station to women in the communities. It's meant that the local issues have been discussed. It's just given women that chance to talk, to speak out, to overcome those traditional barriers of participation and decision making, and to value their voice, and for us to demonstrate that you don't need to be highly educated to have something to say. Regardless of who you are, your voice counts.
My issues, there are times I face discrimination. When I talk, they seem to think, oh, she's disabled, well, who is she to talk to me? And there are times I cried, and it's just a big challenge for me.
Sharon turned the suitcase radio into a platform for programming central to Fiji's women's movement.
If I just look at women's programs, you suddenly had women's programs with DJs or personalities reading recipes out of Women's Weekly, rather than we still needed assistance in terms of the development issues. So the poverty of information is that the airwaves not being dedicated to the kind of information that could liberate women, that could alleviate some of the poverty that they experience.
We are left out. We need more workshops whereby women to be taught how to live in a society where issues like budget to live on a $20 to $30 a week, to live on what they can produce, right? To share one another's burden.
Thank you. And you have been listening to FemTalk 89 FM, coming to you live from Nandi.
Today, a network of volunteers is taking an active lead in FemLink Pacific and its radio station.
This week, 32 women leaders, all members... It's been bridging the divide between what's in the capital city and not being heard, and that opportunity for women within their communities from where they live to talk about issues of local priority, but when you connect it all, is a national agenda. I firmly believe that the more women are participating, not just in decision-making within the women's movement, but in broader civil society, in all governance structures, we can have a more peaceful country and a more peaceful world.
From her earliest days in Japan, Dr. Sachiko Kuno has trailblazed her own path and created her own opportunities. Dr. Kuno's love for science and sheer determination drove her to break societal barriers. She co-founded a multi-million-dollar pharmaceutical business that spans from her native Japan to her home in the United States. Now, Dr. Kuno pays her good fortune forward to inspire the next generation of innovators.
My journey started in Kyoto. I think Kyoto is a traditional city, but at the same time, very innovative, creative city. Kyoto has some sort of power to inspire people to think about something new.
Dr. Sachiko Kuno infuses Kyoto's power into everything that she does. Trained as a biochemist, Sachiko and her husband, Dr. Ueno, discovered life-changing glaucoma drugs. She defied the expectations of her times, beginning at Kyoto University.
I entered into the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, so that I was only one female among the class, and the 50 people. Expectation in the 1970s for the girl or the women in Japan is definitely to grow as a good woman and to be the good wife and to be the good mother. I felt there's some sort of loneliness or that to be isolated from the other people.
After relocating to the United States, Sachiko and her husband established successful biotech companies. What began as a way to express their love for art and science grew into the creation of the S&R Foundation. The SNR Foundation in Washington, D.C. inspires innovation and empowers excellence in arts, science, and social entrepreneurship.
So that is the ecosystem which can be given to the young social entrepreneur to think about and how they can achieve the challenges and to solve 21st century problem. We are supporting fearless social entrepreneurs and who are thinking to change the world.
Diana Sierra is one of these fearless social entrepreneurs. She is a fellow of the Foundation's Halcyon Incubator, helping those looking to change the world for the better. Diana created the social enterprise Be Girl to overcome menstruation stigma and empower women and girls. Be Girl designs affordable and reusable sanitary products for women and girls everywhere, including these students in Ethiopia.
Menstruation can be a very simple thing for some people who have access to proper management materials, but if you don't have them, it could be a burden, a huge burden. So we want to have a better understanding of the type of challenges that girls face and make things better.
I had a dream, I had a vision. I wanted to keep girls in school.
You said that you miss class, right? When you have your menstruation. Tell me how many days you miss and why.
Some people always miss like 3 days.
Sachiko's SNR Foundation is helping make dreams, like Diana's, a reality.
Here you have an infrastructure. You have the business plan, you have the chance to pitch to other people and show them your project, get advice. It's an amazing platform for entrepreneurs to really take their ideas to the next level.
I was supported by many people when I was young, and many people who believe in my talent and capability and potential. So I just want to do the same thing to the next generation.
India's infant mortality rate is among the world's highest. As a child in Mumbai's public housing, Dr. Aparna Hegde saw firsthand how a woman's health declines if she can't get access to information. Her novel approach turns the universal mobile phone into a prenatal care device for expectant mothers. Dr. Hegde's use of modern technology is closing the gaps in India's healthcare system so that women and children can thrive.
This is my favorite spot in Mumbai. You know why that is? It's a great equalizer. It is a spot that gives both the rich and the poor solace. You'll have the biggest millionaire sitting next to the poorest person from the slum of Dharavi, and they'll be sitting in silent communion.
But the rest of Mumbai is marred by inequality. Dr. Aparna Hegde realized this early in life, growing up in a lower middle-class neighborhood as a daughter of migrant parents.
The one striking part of Mumbai city is extreme disparity of the human existence. However, it's a city where every dream is possible. The only thing you need to do is to keep going. If you stop, you're mowed down.
Despite the odds, Aparna kept moving and became a doctor specializing in urogynecology.
The city of Mumbai gave me everything, and I really want to give back.
Aparna decided to give back to Mumbai by addressing the huge divide in healthcare information available to the haves and have-nots. While working in an overcrowded public hospital, she realized that information can be a lifesaver for pregnant women living in the slums.
When we were sitting in these antenatal OPDs and they were extremely crowded, 200 women waiting outside for us, and I had no time to counsel them. And I would see that because of lack of access to counseling, women would not come back for antenatal care and only come back to die in labor.
The lack of information to India's urban poor is a major reason the country has high rates of maternal and infant mortality.
A woman dies in childbirth every 10 minutes in India. 2 newborns die every 3 minutes in India. More than 300,000 infants do not live for more than 1 day after birth. So I realized that, I had to do something to give them information. And then I suddenly realized that there are, maybe these women had phones. There are more phones in India than toilets. So why couldn't I use a phone to reach across to her in a cost-effective manner with the information she required?
To provide simple yet life-saving information to poor pregnant women and mothers with mobile phones, Aparna started the non-profit Arman and a program called M-Mitra, or Mobile Mitra.
Mobile Mitra is an automated voice call service that sends timed and targeted preventive care information directly to the phones of the enrolled women through pregnancy and infancy in their chosen time slot and language. We also have a call center. If a phone number has changed or a time slot has changed, a woman can give a call to our call center and a call center personnel calls her back.
फ़ोन से मुझे पता चलता है कि क्या होने वाला है क्या नहीं तो इससे टेंशन नहीं आता
यम मित्रा से हमको मतलब मेरे वाइफ को तो बड़ा बेनिफिट हुआ है मतलब उसको पता चलता है कि क्या-क्या होने वाला है क्या-क्या केयर करना पड़ता है
Access to preventive care information and access to health care is a fundamental right that I would like every woman and child of India to have access to.
To realize her dreams, Aparna has expanded the program to rural India.
So we are going right now to Solapur. Solapur is a small town in rural Maharashtra, which is around 450 kilometers from Mumbai. The need for our services is more in rural India. The hospitals are very far. Transportation to the hospitals is very difficult. And when you go to the hospital, care is apathetic.
So we convert village women into health entrepreneurs. So they go home to home and provide this care after work hours. And these health entrepreneurs are taught to do antenatal and infancy care along with performing diagnostic investigations like blood pressure, hemoglobin, urine test. In rural India, in addition to voice calls, we've also added animations because animations help to involve the whole family in the healthcare of the mother and child.
In just 6 months, M-Mitra has reached over 80,000 women. Aparna plans to reach 1 million women in the next 3 years.
And when I went back to Maharashtra this time and some Arogya Sakhi came and told me that she had named her child Maitra because she knew that Mobile Mitra had actually ensured that her child was healthy at the time of birth. It really inspires me and makes me feel hopeful for what is possible because for all India's problems, things are possible here.
These women from around the world are leading the way to challenge the status quo and motivate the next generation. They're doing their part to close the gender gap, empower women, and create a healthier future. The 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing ignited a movement. These women embody the progress made over the last 20 years and continue to be part of that journey. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
I think one of my proudest moments is that I was lucky enough to go to Beijing, to be part of that journey, and to now know that the journey has been moving ahead.
Equality can't happen overnight. There are steps. One of the first major steps is educating, providing education, literacy to women and girls all over the world.
If women are empowered and they're included, economic development will have a much, much better chance to advance.
We are still on this road. Some of us are farther ahead in the progress we've made in our countries. Others are farther behind, but we're all on this road together.
60 Minutes with Angela starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, You wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be quite right.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I would write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura.
Yes.
What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay, so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just, sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang. And he said, "This is Muhammadu Buhari." I said, "Which Buhari?" He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, "General!" And then we started talking. He said, "I read the article." He said, "You must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them?" That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
retained.
Recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist,
yes,
which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, "You asked me to release him unconditionally." He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, "We are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country." He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the allegations.
What he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides or former presidents to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
from
with
Spain.
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
You know, he's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. He said, Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that, later when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think...
the iron things
out.
Yes,
the iron things out.
Because, you know, I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. You know, of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Kong, it is my turn, you know, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. It's also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
he wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured
with all the candidates. Okay, yes. So till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but you know, there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The 4 parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of a Buhari in the last 8 years, in which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that everyone, candidate Tinubu, could not speak. It was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, oh, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did.
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, oh, if you swing additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections? They retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market, because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in and had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated.
Yeah.
The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go.
Yeah.
If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it.
Yes.
Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, the shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of the president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody.
Okay. He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was the father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
He will endorse them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Epeyong from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number one. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him, appoint another person, he said, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yes. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate and
will latch on to.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and
because it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know. So I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, he said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction there. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians,
yes.
I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. Alright, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Safiya Umar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. Color normal. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
By
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. And before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4. And I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adeshino, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. And by the way, we clapped him out and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adeshino? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start, and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the Reed Warri is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office. I said, "Oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family." He said, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Social media." He said, "Don't mind those nuisance."
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers. And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold, and they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, "Adeshino, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers." He said, "I see everything you do. I watch." He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way, or this way, or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buni Yadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buni Yadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we that were friends of Reuben Abati used to even jest that Reuben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just will change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody born you well to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for MYZ that had been shut down, had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2020, 2 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020? Yes. No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see Local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics.
Yes.
He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly mono-product, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement.
Move right
Exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed the emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? But second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna Kano Road. He said, do me those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to her, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going
to Malta with President Buhari. You talk about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There are about 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also will sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day of the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. President said, "What kind of landing is this?" And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, "Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes." And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, "What kind of landing is this?"
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
And then Nigerian pilots flying.
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece. We finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming
No, not even. You said just yet. It did not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will you FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, no, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Welcome to Timeless Conversations. This is the very first edition of the program, and it's such a privilege for me that my first guest is someone with whom I have this very personal relationship. A great performer he is, a leader, an icon, someone who at the very tender age of between 13 and 14 formed his own band. This man has put so much into the music industry in Nigeria. He's turning 79. That means he has spent close to 63 years performing. My guest is a member of the Federal Republic, someone who has mentored great numbers of young, aspiring, and successful musicians. Please welcome with me Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey. Ebenezer Obey began his professional career in the mid-1950s after moving to Lagos. After tutelage under Fatai Rolling Dollars Band, he formed a band called the International Brothers in 1964, playing high life and juju fusion. The band later metamorphosed into Inter-Reformers in the early 1970s with a long list of juju album hits on the Decca West Africa music label. Though he did not create the juju music style, Ebenezer Obey has been a seminal force in reinventing what has become part of Nigeria's national sound. Well, sir, I know that everybody calls you evangelist now, but we're going deep into music. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Lego.
Yes, sir. It's good to see you. And I see that you're looking very healthy.
It's my pleasure to see you too.
Yes, sir. It's really, really nice to see you. I want us to go back to Idogo.
Okay.
That's your roots.
Yes.
What was it like growing up in Idogo?
Well, I think I would like to put the whole story of my life in order. You are right to talk about Idogo being my root. But I want to say that both my parents, my father and my mother, they are from Abeokuta. My father is from KC, Abeokuta. They call us Omulakisi, Omorula Shika. That is our Oriki, Omosun Abinu. Anybody shake a loson, Kuni Farari law. So my father is an Egba man. And my mother is from Owu. So
Owu Lakoda.
Yes, and Omoye, Omajiri, and so on. That's my mother. But the miracle about the boy, Ebenezer Obey, started with the fact that my mother got married to her first husband. And she lived with him for 20 years without having the fruit of the womb. And it was the parents of that husband of my mother that called the family of my mother and said, for 20 years now, they have tried enough. So they said they think it's better that my mother will find her way. So it was a sudden thing that they were not expecting. So because of that, my mother passed through a very bad period. And when the family, my mother's family, saw that that thing was too much for my mother, then they asked my mother, they advised, they counseled her. Don't kill yourself because ẹ̀dá tó mọ̀ la ò sí. Ilé àánú Olúwa kì í ṣú. Wọ́n á lọ forí ara ẹ̀ pamọ́ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ní Dọ́gọ̀. Go and hide yourself in Dọ́gọ̀. Forget about
a man.
Don't kill yourself. And my mother was a good believer. So the pastor in Lagos prayed for my mother. That was how my mother left Lagos for Idogo. On getting to Idogo, my father was a carpenter by profession, very good carpenter. And in those days, they combined farming. So my father was combining farming with the carpentry job he was doing. But my father was a friend of my mother's brothers. My mommy's senior brothers. So when she got there, my father saw my mommy and said, in Egba dialect, Emire ma fẹ́ àbúrò yín yìí o. Á bímọ obìnrin mi, á dẹ̀ bọ́kùnrin mi.
Very prophetic.
Yes, so prophetic. That's something that my mother said, me, I don't want to marry a carpenter, but as God wanted it. My mother, who was never pregnant for
20 years,
got pregnant. And my father said, I be more me, I de me. So the first born
was a female.
Was a female. And the pastor in Lagos told my mother, just be praying. Ma gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run wọ́n ní mi ò lè bímọ. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. And my mother was praying along that line that the pastor directed her to pray. And when my sister came, so my mother said she told my father she want my father to want them to name my sister Grace. Well, it was grace that the pastor was talking about. Your grace is sufficient for me. They said I cannot have fruit of the womb, but you alone I have, and your grace. So that's why they named my sister Grace Olasumbo. I'm okay. Fabi. And then when she was married to Kayede, later on, she has been with the Lord a few years ago. So.
And then you came?
Then I came. When I came, my mother said, me that they said I cannot even have a baby, Iketamosi. The only children you can have, either you have girl, a boy. Kusiketamo. I have the female and I have the.
Man.
So my mother said, she told my father again, let us call this one Ebenezer. Ebenezer is ready to want this is day in the Oluwa the Lord day. If you don't learn Lord day.
And then Remilekun. Who named you Remilekun?
My father named me Remilekun because my father had only one son. That was my late senior brother. And my late senior brother was 14 years older than me. You can see. So.
It means both of them, your parents had experience.
Yes. It was a kind of breakthrough. So my mother, Ola Mishupo.
Yes, there's Ola Sumbo, so now Ola Shupo.
Ola Shupo. But my father always called me Oluremi. All my father's relations, they call me Oluremi.
Up till now?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So that was how. And now in Idogo.
Growing up in Idogo.
Growing in Idogo.
Yes.
My everything, my mother became pregnant, but came to Lagos for her clinic at Mercy Street Hospital. That was where I was born. And immediately I was born, I was taken back to Idogo. I grew up in Idogo. I started school in Idogo. My everything, just the music, everything.
It started in Idogo.
Started in Idogo.
So really, there is no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
There's no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
Without Idogo, even if Mercy Street wants to claim you,
it's
still Idogo.
That's why I used to say that I was born in Lagos. Yeah. I was made in Idogo because my mother and my father slept and had an affair in Idogo. We became.
He became the baby.
But the baby was delivered at Mercy Street, Lagos. So I'm a Lagosian. By birth. So, but Idogo. So I'm an Egba man, born in Lagos, made in Idogo. An African, a Nigerian.
Presented to the whole world. Thank you so much for taking us back down memory lane. Sir, going back still, what was that inspiration that made you start a band? Because in 1957, you renamed your band.
Yes.
Why?
You know, in the school, I was influenced to music through the church choir. My mother told me that I used to trouble the choir. When I was crawling, I would crawl to where the instrument is. She would be carrying me. So much that the pastor carried me one day and said, this boy must become a good musician. Just prophecy. And he prayed for me, gave me back to my mother. So I became a member of the band, the church and the school band. I became the school band leader. Anything music and drama, I was extremely good. And from there, that led to the Idogo Boys and Girls Youth Club. In the youth club, we have drama, music. I belong to the drama.
All forms of entertainment.
I was the youngest, but I was the most talented. I do the vocal, I compose.
And it's been like that ever since.
The day they started, they formed the band as a club, Ifelodun Mambo Orchestra. I was in Lagos and I dreamt that, I saw that they bought drums, and they are trying to play the drums one by one. But I got there, and I started playing the drums, and they carried me. So when I called, and the dream came true. I was on holiday in Lagos with my father. The day I arrived with Dogo, that brother is late now, Brother Jimo Akiwande. He said, we have heard that you are going to come from Lagos today. Follow me. I said, let me go and greet my mother. I said, no, you know, when you get to Mama, we will not allow you.